Well, a very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Requesting all to kindly be seated. Firstly, let's bring in more energy in the room. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, could we have a warm round of applause for all of you who made it on time, and let's make it grand for one another. Let's clap for one another. Come on, everyone. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you are at India's biggest mobile marketing conference 2022. We warmly welcome you all to Screenage. And post the conference today, we're going to be having our awards, which is Maddies. So we look forward to hosting you all and having a great evening ahead. Please be seated and let's kickstart with our day. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, a very warm welcome to the fifth edition of Screenage 2022, which is India's biggest mobile marketing conference. My name is Bhavna Bhatia, and I'm going to be your host today. I can see some lag in our voice. Could we have this switched off? Yeah. Well, I'm trying to get the stage and mic perfectly ready because I know the speakers and the leaders who's joining us. Please give them the best and the most magnanimous energy as possible. Well, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Bhavna Bhatia, and I'm elated to be your host for today. Been in the communication space for over a decade plus, and it's my honor to associate with the wonderful Exchange for Media group, e4m, on this great event. While Screenage is presented to you by Exchange for Media Group that has set up in the year 2000, and today is a one-stop information platform for the entire industry: news, views, analytical information, in-depth analysis of events, or trends forecasting. And the heartening part for the team at Exchange for Media is that our publication has a loyal following. With the acceleration of mobile adoption, not only in the foundation laid to build the future-ready marketing assets, but also the very definition of marketing and consumer engagement is also undergoing change. Screenage, ladies and gentlemen, breaks down these elements that are becoming crucial for the marketeer's everyday decision-making. Before we begin our wonderful event, I'd like to heartily thank our sponsors and partners for today. Co-powered by partner, Pocket, APAC's leading mobile advertising platform, co-gold partner, Magnite, and our associate partner, Bobble AI, world's largest conversation media platform. Well, let's find out who they are by checking out the audio visuals. So we'll shortly get to the audio visuals during the course of the day. And I believe since all our leaders are well seated, it is time for us to start the conversations for today. Ladies and gentlemen, bringing on this forum, it's my honor to call upon none other than Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, PW Business World and Exchange for Media, to deliver the welcome address. Let's give Dr. Anurag Batra a warm round of applause.
Okay. I think this will be better. Thank you. Good morning. It's my honor and privilege to be here at the Screenage Awards and the Screenage conference that we started many, many years back. We did our first event in mobile marketing 9 years back or 10 years back. And it was called something else. It was in partnership with somebody. And then they went on their own and we came on our own. So really, we believed in marketing on the mobile long time back. And we started an initiative in it. I want to start by welcoming our keynote speaker of the day, Mr. B. Tyagarajan, who is the MD and CEO of Blue Star. And I've had the good opportunity of knowing him personally as a human being. And I can tell you, it's always a warm feeling to meet him. And I get to learn something from him. He always knows more books than me, which is something I want to compete with anyone on. Second is definitely in his kindness and generosity. I'm not patronizing you, but I think, I believe the biggest quality a leader has is generosity. He or she has to be the biggest person in the room. And I always find you that in my personal interactions, which I've had the good opportunity of spending time with you online, offline, a lot of it. I also have lots of my friends in the room. I could go on taking their name, and but I do want to take my friend Karti's name, who since the time we started 21 plus years back, has been an integral part of what we do, always shows up for what we do. And, you know, we enjoy. And he said, I've spent 16 years with the company. That is a lot. So I reminded him that Mr. Tyagarajan has been with Blue Star for 24 years. This is 25 years. I know these concepts sound alien these days, but, you know, we are coming back to retro in everything. Why not in these things also? I also want to thank my team. See, I don't run e4m hands-on. You know, I spend 99% of my time in business world. But really, my co-founder and partner, Naval, runs e4m. But there are colleagues I see, Priyanka, who's really curated this forum. And again, they know that we really respect them. And very, very, we believe that we are very lucky that we work with people like Priyanka. She's curated this. She called me 30 days back and said, oh, you know, this is my agenda. Can you give me guidance? And I'm always busy. But with her, I make time and give her time. And I gave her one or two suggestions. And, you know, the passion she brings, you know, I am Michelle, who curates, you know, a lot of you know, Michelle. And, you know, our daughter is not well. She just told me. But she's there. They're very passionate about what they do. I especially called Tripti. She's worked 15 years with me. And she's the publisher of our real estate magazine for the last 6 odd years. And again, does a fantastic job. Ruhail, who's worked last 11 years with him. And my only grudge is neither has he lost his hair or they have become white in spite of working with me. So I suspect he doesn't work hard. But no, he does. That's a joke. And he's the only editorial colleague who works both in e4m and BW, only out of the 326 people that we have. So really, and a lot of other colleagues, you know, there's Shraddha who's helped Priyanka, Tushar who's always on the line of fire if something goes wrong. So we've given him a bulletproof vest, you know. So a lot of my colleagues, I have about 180 colleagues at e4m and about 160 colleagues at BW. They really do a fab job. My colleague Kiran. I know some of you, you know, and I'm happy to know that your father is a author. Of course, I know your father because of his preeminence. I just want to say, I spend a lot of time on mobile. I spend a lot of time posting on social media. I handle all my handles myself. I don't have somebody. So I know the amount of time we all spend on mobile phones. And really for marketers, business owners, business managers, mobile is extremely important because all of us spend so much time. And of course, the time went up in the last 30 months So I'll let Mr. Tyagarajan, Mr. Girish Kalyanaraman, Mr. Gavin Bexton, and Mr. Marshan and everyone who's speaking after me to talk to you about technology and the impact. But I want to say 3-4 philosophical things. First is, I believe the quality of sleep determines everything we do. I've slept very little last night. 6 hours is very little for me. I sleep 9 hours, sometimes 10, but never less than 8, 5 days a week. And a lot of people ask me, how come I'm so high energy? And that's sleep. And a lot of people who work in my team, they can't sleep. So I tell them, keep your phone away in a different room in the night, which is what I do. Because what is the point of building brands, businesses, if you're not going to have health? So I am on a big health trip because I have neglected it for many years. And sleeping well is a very important part of it. I post a lot about sleep. I follow Matthew Walker. And, sleep is the most important thing. If you sleep well, you'll eat well, you'll be mindful, you'll take the right decisions, you'll be kinder to people, you'll make more money, you'll have better relationships. And, of course, I'll come to mobile marketing. Second, I sent a lovely article from the Wall Street Journal to Mr. Tyagarajan yesterday, and I read it. A couple of people sent it to me, but I'd read it already. The article says, is the age of social media coming to an end? I mean, it's a question. But clearly, there's a decline in social media. And it goes on. It's a Wall Street Journal article. You can read it. All media products are good. It doesn't matter whose it is. Life is about abundance. It's not about, we're not going to take anything away from there. Third thing, I think the 2 things that matter after COVID, though it's not been there for the last 7.5, 8 months. One is being kind to yourself and others. And second is your focus on health and immunity. I think I consume a lot more about health, community as content, and so on and so forth, because I'm very interested. I've lost weight, Karthi recommended, but I have a bigger goal to lose weight and be really healthy. I am healthy, but I can be healthier. So I want to say that while we do all these things, I want to bring these top of mind. Focusing on mobile marketing, I think there are about 15, 16 things that are happening in mobile marketing. I'll spend very short time on that. And I want to say that I know that the last 6 odd months, in some way, was a winter of investing in some way. And hence, for startups, for brands, they also invested little lesser money than was expected in marketing, in brand building, in mobile marketing also as a subset. But I think it's a winter. Even in the winter, just to give you a data point, because I also run Business World editorially. In the winter of investing this year, from Jan to June, we don't have data beyond July, we had almost $50 million invested in startups in the winter. It was less than 5 billion in last Jan to June. So even in winter, India is doing spectacularly good. Imagine what will happen in the spring. So you got to outspend, build your brands, businesses to be able to capitalize on that spring. That is not far off, literally and metaphorically speaking. So I just want to say that. Now coming to mobile marketing, one is there is the rise of video content in everything we do. Whether you're a publisher, whether you're a creator, whether you're a business owner, you're a brand owner. So clearly video content and video mobile marketing is the biggest focus for marketers. And more money is going in creating content and doing video content marketing. Across the globe, TikTok still is strong. Of course, India was the biggest markets outside China. But in US, it's got some traction. Lots of markets. So TikTok marketing or short form video content marketing, because TikTok is no longer in India. There are other apps that took over, including Reels from IG, which was launched first in India and taken to the world. So clearly short form video as a subset of video marketing continues to grow. The biggest advantage, which we've been talking for a decade on mobile phone, is content personalization. It has started to happen thanks to the power of AI, thanks to the power of technology. Commerce. I think we all have become too used to ordering books, food, tickets, on mobile e-commerce. Today, social e-commerce or mobile e-commerce is the fastest growing segment in e-commerce and possibly the most effective ROI. Again, Karthi, through his work in the financial services last 16 years and generally in FMCG brands over the last 30 odd years can guide you. Really, chatbots have become a part of how we interact with the community, how do we interact with brands. And there are businesses, and I'll talk about a business that in some way we discovered in business world, partners with us in e4m also, is Bobble.ai. How they're using conversational marketing, the power of emojis, the power of chatbots, beyond chatbots, voice search. Today, all of us, I've had a bad voice for last 30 days. I don't rest. My doctors advised me rest. But, I should and I will rest more. But really, we've got too used to voice search, voice communication on our phone. Voice search is another very important area where personalization and voice search are coming together. We've been again talking at least for the last 6 years of augmented reality. For the first time, with the number of VR sets growing, they're becoming part of our small home offices in a deep way. In some cases, young adults in our homes and in our offices using the power of AR for personal content and getting used to AR in a big way is leading to AR marketing in a deep way in the mobile marketing context. 5G, it may seem like a simple thing. Jio launching true 5G, other players launching 5G. I think 5G optimization will change the way and expand the way mobile marketing works. Gaming. Now, most of us know that, I grew up on playing Tetris, the most basic game. I don't know what it, but that's how I got introduced to gaming. And but gaming on the mobile phone and marketing through embedding in gaming is growing. And it's growing because the gaming industry is going through boom. In the media and entertainment space, which I'm a student of for the last 22, 3 years, the fastest growing segment is gaming. It will become a very big part of media and entertainment space. So really mobile marketing and intertwining gaming is the way forward in a deep way. Clearly, we've heard about the power of WhatsApp, the power of messaging apps for businesses, especially for SMEs, especially for building communities, especially for enabling commerce. Finally, WhatsApp communities and generally such other communities, messaging apps. WhatsApp is one. There are other messaging apps. There are messaging tools like Gupshup and, there are many. Some are preeminent. Again, the last 30 months made the power of live streaming really real. There's no event which does not have live streaming or is not at least hybrid. I mean, all of us appreciate the power of meeting in a room, shaking a hand, having a cup of tea, coffee, so on and so forth. But live streaming on your phone is your way to the world, whether it's a concert or a conference or an internal office meeting. The influencer and user-generated content is seeing a lot of shake-up in the last 12 months, I may say. Over the last 6 years, influencer and user-generated content saw multiple kinds of players at every segment. I think there is more consolidation happening there. The quality of influencers and their quality user-generated content and responsible user-generated content. I want to use, there is a friend of mine in the audience, won't take his name, but he is on my FB, so I see him, very dear friend of mine. He was joking about the fridge. I don't have to tell you what it. So I sensitized him today when I met him. I wanted to call him, saying, don't joke about the fridge. It's not something you should be joking about. It's really, really offensive. So really responsibility when it comes to user-generated content is becoming very important. What is the purpose of the influencer is very important in a deep way. Omni-channel offers, of which mobile has become a very important part. Today, when you sell an AC to consumer, I know you're in B2B, B2C, I think the offers are coming through the mobile and we're really availing of them. Native advertising has been there last 12 years, 13 years in a deep way. But I think the spends on native advertising are just quadrupling in the last 30 months. Location-based advertising, which the mobile enables in a deep way. We've been talking about it for 6 years, but all these in the last 10 months have really, they've doubled up in 10 months, and they may quadruple in the next 12 months, is what is growing. I can only say that mobile marketing has come of age, and though it seems like we just started doing mobile marketing is becoming larger and larger. I want to say that every year we come out at Exchange for Media with our mobile marketing spends report. I don't want to give that away today just now, but you'll see that the mobile marketing spends continue to grow astronomically. They are really multiplying very fast. And this is an era where marketers are going to brand building and not just focusing on ROI and, because they've realized that if they need to bring customers and bring down the cost of acquisition for startup businesses and for all large brands, they need to focus on more relationship, traditional brand-based advertising, and not just transactional, tactical ROI-based advertising. And mobile is seeing that shift. I don't want to steal the thunder from Mr. Tyagarajan or Mr. Marshan's speech, so I'll stick to just outlining these, but over the next 8 hours, you'll have leaders, doers, people who really are exploiting the power of mobile marketing, giving you examples, test cases, and sharing their insights. At 6 p.m., we have our Screenage Awards. Again, we do all our awards through jury, and we are very proud of how we do our awards. And it's in the segment that we are in, it's important to encourage people. We will have the awards at 6 o'clock in this room. And we'll assemble here at 5:55. We'll take a 20-minute break between the Screenage Conference and the Screenage Awards. I wish you well, and I wish you a day of learnings, insights, and connections. May you spend time on the mobile phone, but may you be more present in the conference and meet people, because you can always spend more time with your mobile phone when you're back home. Thank you. God bless you.
Check. Thank you so much, Dr. Anurag Batra. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with this, as you rightly acknowledged the presence of some of our leaders who are present amongst us, and I believe the personality who's going to be joining us next it's always an honor to have him join us on stage. And of course, the wisdom he imparts on the platform is of immense value. So ladies and gentlemen, on the next topic, which is building brands in the times of mobile revolution, we are joined by somebody who's got more than 3 decades of experience, having worked for firms like L&T, BPL, and Voltas prior to joining Blue Star. He's somebody who plays an active role in affairs of various industry forums, and of course is currently the president of the Refrigeration and Air Conditioning Manufacturing Association. So ladies and gentlemen, with a warm round of applause, it's my honor to now welcome on the forum, on the dais, none other than the Managing Director, Blue Star, Mr. B. Tyagarajan. How are you, sir?
Dr. Batra, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. And I join Dr. Batra in welcoming you to the Screenage 5th edition. It's a pleasure and privilege to address here. I also thank Dr. Batra for your most generous introduction. I must tell you that on the contrary, whenever I meet Dr. Batra, I walk away with something new and something precious. I also wish to compliment the Exchange for Media team, led in this particular case by Priyanka and their colleagues. You can go through any of the events that I've attended. It is amazing that Dr. Batra and his team are able to get who is who in the industry, and the rich combination of speakers on varied subjects I haven't seen in many other events. And also, we are talking about building brands. Dr. Batra himself is an icon. How within a short period, in front of my own eyes and the eyes of many of you, have built an amazing brand called Exchange for Media and several publications in what I call it as the most competitive and chaotic industry. I will begin by talking about what is in store for us in the country. This particular conference, I thought, should be, there is no point in talking about my experience. I started my career in 1979. Rightly, it should be a stage that belongs to youngsters, which I'm very happy, both men and women. But I'm going to be talking about the practicing business leaders' point of view on the subject. There is no denial that it is going to be India's decade. We are going to be the fastest growing economy. Of course, there will be headwinds, but it is widely agreed among the many CEOs of India Inc. and the economists that it will be India's decade going ahead. We are going to witness phenomenal growth in the coming years, and we are fortunate to be there. And about marketing, it is going to be intensely competitive as well. When I have seen throughout my career, because the market is growing, it is not that your brand will be able to get away with it. When the market is growing fast, the challenges also becomes very high. Therefore, marketing becomes a very important subject, and whether the 4 Ps of marketing is going to change, I don't think so. The price or positioning or the place and the promotion, that is not going to get divided. But in India's context, it is a billion consumers, and there will be billion ways of marketing to them, and it is going to be to distracted customers. Where most part of my career, I saw customers captive to you. Customers were not distracted, and today we have billion consumers and distracted ones, and there should be billion ways. You are, whichever is the medium you take it, whether it's print, television, digital, mobile, all you see so much of information being shared, and how do you market in this particular environment? Now, Dr. Batra also talked about the video. We have been evaluating a digital marketing agency. Invariably, all the people who were doing the pitch where 90% of their presentation related to how they can create videos. So my worry has been and continues to be whether digital marketing is getting reduced to development and posting of video content. Otherwise, why almost all agencies should be claiming about their capabilities and competence to create content in the form of video. Only thing is a TV commercial, which is 30 seconds, may cost a crore or 80 lakhs from the average, whereas in 10-15 lakhs or even lesser cost, a digital marketing video content getting developed and posted. Now, you also have today many categories marketing, right from political parties. And I think most part of my professional career, I didn't come across real estate as an important segment, spending so much of money in marketing and brand building. And ironically, it is the new generation businesses who are spending a lot of money, the Swiggies of the world. We also find even when we grew up, when we studied or when we practiced marketing, we all felt that building a brand is a big job. It takes 5 years at least, or at least a decade for someone to build a credible brand. That theory is also demolished. That how will you explain Vivo, Oppo, these kind of brands getting created in a very short span of time? I will come to one of the researches that we had undertaken. It threw up quite a bit of questions about marketing itself. I will list them, but we will talk about what could be possibly done. The very first one is what many call, specifically Ajit Ranade talks about it a lot, the economist, what I call as the WhatsApp university. The amount of information, misinformation being spread through, and the opinions being generated, often not regulated, and the credibility it enjoys for people to believe, and the instantaneous forwarding to someone else, and numerous WhatsApp groups. The role of WhatsApp University itself, it is why do we believe them as authentic? And I don't think we even check whether it is authentic or not. The second important thing is about the empowerment of consumers as well as the marketeers. Specifically the mobile platform and the social media in quite a few digital platforms are allowing the consumers as empowered individuals, marketeers as empowered ones. And I think the growth is related to this because we all like ourselves to be empowered. Over the years, I have been witnessing the disability or the dislike for larger contents. Small bites are the ones which is very important for building the brands, and the study revealed that everyone is looking for, or likability is more when the content is small. Over the years, we also found that the consumer insight, the money that is being spent for gathering consumer insights, the thumb rule we used to use, I'm talking about till around 15 years ago, whether 20% of the total brand spend will be diverted towards or invested for gathering consumer insights. It's not being done so. The India Inc. Is not investing that kind of money for consumer insights. And I think the growth of mobile marketing and quite a few other, when I refer to mobile marketing, I include quite a few other platforms that is solving the problem to some extent or a large extent, even quite a few cases. Now, equally, the important thing is the thumb rule that we all used as youngsters, where that 15% of the total spend is spent for understanding the impact of the advertising. When the advertising marketing costs went up, like the consumer insight spend drastically got reduced, gathering information about the impact of the advertising also got reduced. The marketers were interested in putting more money into advertising or promotion. Now, the mobile marketing helps in at least getting measurement in a credible way. Not to ignore the fact that we are living in an era where we are questioning the data itself. I'm not getting into that debate, whether it is a television ratings or the viewership, circulation, so on and so forth. But the biggest issue is connected with the myths that are going around. Number one is the digital marketing is cheaper. I do not subscribe to that view. It may be effective, focused, but I don't think it is cheaper. But the view that is building up, and wrongly promoted is it is the cheapest way of building the brands, where quite a few MSMEs and the startups get misguided. But the mother of all problems is whether brand building is taking place or sales and tactical advertising is taking place. Unfortunately, brands are not getting built. And even the people who are realizing it are thinking that I can build the brand through tactical ways. That is the belief. Now, we know very well that marketing-focused companies deliver consistent results over a long period of time than the sales-oriented ones. This can be established. But why do the advertising is reduced to tactical or the lead generation, sales, or it's given a new word, performance advertising? But the fact of the matter is brands are not getting built. Equally, the thing is connected with the e-commerce as well. I am not sure whether e-commerce is helping one to build a brand. And we can be lectured about it, that it is indeed so. And often I come across, I suppose my e-commerce channel partners are not here. It will work against the brand is my view quite often. That is what is really happening. That is, it is reduced to price. That's where it is. How do you correct it? This is, to that extent, the article Dr. Batra shared with me is a welcome relief that at least, I don't believe entirely in the article published by the Wall Street Journal. I don't think it'll end. Equally, we know the Western media often hypes it up to the other extreme, and when it is downfall to this other extreme of that it is the end of it. I don't think so. Somewhere it may slow down, but I don't think social media will die. It is here to stay. The fact of the matter is that whether people will learn to build brands consciously and divide their spends between tactical advertising and the brand building advertising. In an era where we are going to witness a phenomenal amount of growth, and therefore, I mentioned billion consumers, billion ways of marketing to these distracted consumers. You also have the challenge of India connecting with the global value chain. And right now, even a company like Blue Star has been struggling to get the marketing activity going on for those international markets. So it wasn't the case that people were exporting in the past. So it was easy for companies to be finding consumers. It was in the B2B space. But if India has to play a very large role, you need the international marketing itself. And we know very well, a brand that is doing well in one country need not to be doing well in some other country. How do you end up building brands in global markets? So there is a huge talent shortage. Equally, the talent shortage is even in the science of brand building. That I'm not discouraging any one of you. On the contrary, I think you all have a very huge opportunities, or your children have huge opportunities. When I passed out, that the top ranking students aspired to be in marketing or advertising industry. I don't think today that is the case, and I pray that it changes. So there are two sectors where we have a problem: manufacturing, huge talent shortage, and marketing, huge talent shortage. In manufacturing, there is a shortage of a different kind as well, as that we don't get women leaders at all, because for many years India didn't invest in manufacturing, and manufacturing was taken as a job meant for men. So you have one problem there in marketing advertising. The industry was not able to attract talent for many years, but there is going to be huge opportunity ahead. Now, coming to this particular conference, Dr. Batra talked about the power of mobile marketing, and the data shows that the smartphone users across the world is around 6.6 billion. That is 83% of the world population is using a mobile phone. It is only going to grow further. And three countries, China, India, and United States, we are happy that India is figuring there with the highest number of smartphone users. And in India alone, it is going to it is already 0.9 billion. It will become 1 billion smartphone users by 2025 or 26. And 75% of the digital media revenue is contributed by the mobile devices, and several innovations which Dr. Batra listed in what all it is happening. The estimate shows the advertising spends will reach around 77% in the mobile devices. That is 77% of the digital advertising expenses are going to be there, and it is estimated that it will be close to around rupees 28,000 crore to reach around 78% of the total spends by the end of 2023. And we saw the things such as mobile commerce, contextual advertising, so on and so forth being talked about. Now, one of the things which also I would like to add to what Dr. Batra stated is the mobile wallets itself. That is also an important thing to keep in mind when we talk about the subject. So I conclude by saying that it is an exciting time for us now, and it is going to be India decade marketing environment, which will be far more challenging than when it was not India's decade. Because there will be brands, there will be many others from across the globe entering Indian market. We have a situation where tactical or the performance marketing took the stage. It is time to focus on building brands. Mobile phone will continue to be a very dominant medium. It is part and parcel of our life. And for brand building, it will become an important device. That if marketers are told that you can't build brand without digital, it goes one more step to say that without mobile marketing, you can't build the brands. And the talent shortage is huge. It should get resolved. It opens up huge opportunities. And when you keep mobile commerce as an important element, I think the marketers are, as of now, ignoring the power of ONDC. I think ONDC is going to be a very powerful arsenal for the marketers. The government of India has done a phenomenal amount of job, and I think it is going to be a revolution that is going to happen in e-commerce through ONDC platform. And as you can see from the program list, there are experts, and I don't think there will be a conference of this nature which will be put together covering each aspect of mobile marketing. I wish you all the best, and I wish also the participants for the awards and congratulate them in advance. Thank you very much.
Mr. Tyagarajan, if you could request you to please join us back on stage. We'd like to have the moment to felicitate you. So if we could have you join us back. And ladies and gentlemen, to felicitate, if you could have Gavin Buxton, the Managing Director, Asia Magnite, joining us. Let's give him a warm round of applause as he joins us on stage. Well, Gavin specially traveled from Singapore, and I hope Indian hospitality is treating you well today, Gavin. Thank you so much. Thank you. Well, this is India's leading mobile marketing awards, and I feel a conference and awards, and I feel that we should get the hashtag in place with all our tweets. So our hashtag is #Screenage as one word. All you got to do is keep sharing in tweeting or sharing your experiential sharings on any social media platform. Well, with this, it's getting only and only better as knowledge is something which empowers us. And next up, the brand joining us is going to be somebody who has empowered a lot of households. Ladies and gentlemen, making mobile technologies work for brands is the segment we're venturing into next. The leader joining us has worked across 3 continents and 25 plus markets, leading the baby care business in various regional design and business delivery roles over the past decade at Procter & Gamble. A brand, of course, we all associate with. I've had the honor of hosting a few of their shows at an early stage of my career. Ladies and gentlemen, with a very warm round of applause, let's welcome the Vice President and Brand Operations Leader, Indian Subcontinent, Procter & Gamble, none other than Mr. Girish Kalyana-Raman. Hi, Girish. Good morning. How are you?
Thank you so much. I think I need a clicker for the slides and so on. Is there one? Okay. Just give me a second as I try to figure this out. No worries. So first up, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much, everybody, for probably take the mic. Hello. All right. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for having me over Exchange for Media Group. It's a pleasure to be here, and it's even better to not have to ask the questions of am I audible or am I on mute or apologize for it and all of that. It's great to be here in person. Deep respect, Mr. Tyagarajan, for the phenomenal insights and the thought-provoking comments that you had on brand building. As a passionate brand builder myself, I resonate with a lot of what you said on building brands versus driving tactical sales. And we at Procter & Gamble are fully committed, as you know, to building brands, and we hope to share a few of those learnings as well today in our chat. Briefly about myself, my name is Girish. I've been with P&G for the last almost 16 years now. As I try to fix the slides. Yeah, that's who I am. So that's me. I passed out of IIM Ahmedabad in 2007, and P&G is the only company I worked for. That's my wife, Divya, who works with Netflix. And that's our son, Shreyas, who's about 10 years old. That little thing is a movie that I had a chance to co-produce. It's on Amazon Prime. And that's a YouTube channel that I run on the weekends, which talks about cinema and passion for cinema from the olden times. As you can see, I've had a chance to experience a variety of assignments in P&G within India, as well as a few abroad. I had an opportunity to work on a diaper brand called Pampers at the time that we were launching it into India. And I did that role. Also had a chance to work on our sanitary napkins brand, Whisper. So did that for a few years as well, a decade ago. Then had a chance to work on a few more businesses across APAC and Middle East and Africa. And I've been back in India leading brand operations for the past couple of years here in India. Again, honor and privilege to be part of the group of speakers here and to be with you all today. And I hope to share a few thoughts on how we can enable technology work harder for brand building as a brand builder myself, and sort of also seek help on how we can make that do even better. All right. So just to get started on a lighter note, I'm here to reflect a little bit on change and all that's changed, and focus on how technology has really changed the way we brand builders do our work. That was me a few years ago when I was super proud of the BlackBerry phones that the office gave me. And it was a really cool thing back then, and sharing BlackBerry pins. And if somebody gave you their BlackBerry pin, that was a moment of pride, right? So I was that generation. And on the right is not far into the future, right? I think half of this is already a reality today. We are probably watching 10 times the amount of advertising that we used to watch a decade ago. And that in itself is a question to ask when it comes to Mr. Tyagarajan's point on building brands. We were subject to, let's say, X amount of ads a decade ago. And today that number is probably 10 times. Therefore, as a brand builder, what does it take to create quality advertising? What does it take as a brand builder to cut through the clutter and reach the right consumer in the right manner? I think these are all thought-provoking questions to ponder for us in the industry. A few numbers back it up. I think these slides may be a couple of weeks old, so these numbers may already be outdated by the time that we are talking today. But largely the point is that digital adoption is no longer the future, right? We are already here, and it's already here and now. This has been basically driven by a combination of factors, right? The fact that India has the lowest cost smartphones in the world, or close to that. The fact that India by far has the lowest data costs in the world, and the adoption that came with that. And we all know COVID pushed us forward, many years as we skipped and accelerated on the path of digital adoption. I'm convinced that as 5G gets bigger and as it gets wider adoption, this is only going to accelerate. But the larger point is this is a trend that is here to stay and grow, unlike Dalgona coffee or whatever, which came and went, and we don't know what that is anymore. What doesn't change, though, are some of the fundamentals of brand building, right? We at P&G, keep saying this often, and I think we should keep saying this often, that what really sets us apart, or what really matters, as a business leader, is really deep understanding of consumers, right? And we believe at P&G, and we keep saying consumer is boss, and we truly, truly mean that. What has changed in some ways for the better is the ability to understand consumers even better than what it was a decade ago. When I started in the company, a consumer would be defined as male, 30 years old, lives in the top 6 metros in the country. And that's kind of the basis for then media targeting and how we went and served that consumer with the right advertising. And fast forward to today, we're able to get a much deeper and much granular understanding of that consumer. Looking at the person's shopping behaviors, looking at the person's media consumption habits, durable ownership. I know, this person is, a parent of a newborn, owns a washing machine, has her own car, reads ABC, articles online, purchases these kind of products online. So all these give her a much deeper and much more granular understanding of that consumer, which should hopefully then lead to the right advertising going to the right consumer at the right receptive moments, right? And that's a kind of a win-win for all parties involved in this. So what I want to do in the next 10 minutes or so is to just share a few examples of how we try and bring that alive at P&G, starting with the brand that's closest to my heart, which is Pampers, which I had the opportunity to work on for more than a decade. It may seem pretty intuitive now. It may seem like there is no rocket science in any of this, and there is no rocket science in any of this, so that we are all on the same page. But we did operate very differently, even as recently as 5-6 years ago, right? Now, what was the way in which we advertised to our diaper brand to people who had babies? 5-6 years ago, we would say, I want to reach, female 25 to 35, living in the top cities in India, blah, 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 and reach her on television. Right? That's how we define the job to be done. And that's how all of our media dollars were invested, right? Now, it's no surprise that 9 out of 10 people who are watching television probably don't have a baby in a diaperable, age group, right? So that's just millions and millions of media dollars that are reaching consumers who basically give us no revenue or any short-term returns whatsoever, right? So it took a smart brand manager in P&G to come and ask the question on, can we leverage technology to make this sharper and to make this better? And today, where we've moved to is a place where we say, I want to reach parents, right? A few years ago, it used to be, I want to reach moms. I think now we've evolved to a much better place in society, and we say, I want to reach parents. And we say, I want to go and understand leveraging technology and leveraging signals that I get from across my first-party data as well as our technology partners. How do I go spend all of my media investments on a baby diaper brand, only with people who have kids in that age group, right? I think it's a big shift for us to make, and that's helped us essentially do a lot more with a lot less investment, right? So it's not about cutting investments, or it's not about pulling back money or saving on costs. It's really about making investments work harder and using common sense to arrive at some of these simple things that now look intuitive, but 5 years ago, we didn't even think that this was possible for us to do. Right? So that's one example of what we feel very, very proud of on putting the consumer at the center and leveraging technology to essentially make business outcomes better with the consumer in mind. The other example I want to talk about is another brand that we have, which is a very similar one, which I've also had the opportunity to work on, which is Ambipure room fresheners and car fresheners, right? It's a smaller business, but it's a very, very interesting and high potential business. Here again, right? I think we use the term, all digital brand builders or digital marketers use the term, the era of spray and pray is no longer, is all behind us. We need to go targeted and all of that, right? I think this brand was truly a brand where you sprayed, all over the room or all around the car. Again, it took us a very simple question of, if we sell a car freshener, should we not know if the person receiving the piece of advertising owns a car or not, right? That's a very, very basic question that we need to ask. It sounds intuitive again today, but again, a few years ago, we were saying, we need to reach male consumers in top metros in the 25 to 40 age group or whatever it is, right? And again, the data came back and told us that less than 30% of these people own the car, right? And that's a massive waste of media investment. It's the wrong product to be talking to these consumers about. And therefore, again, now leveraging technology, first-party data, and our technology partners, we're able to move that number from a 30% hit rate to about an 85% hit rate. So I know that when I'm talking about a car freshener, the consumer who's viewing that advertising actually has a car and actually owns a car, right? That huge change in the way we operate brand building. But again, I think a good example of making technology work with the business question at the center, with the consumer at the center. Now, again, I believe that this is a trend that we need to continue to be careful about on making sure that the decisions are made with consumers at the center and consumer questions and consumer logic at the center. It's very, very easy, I feel, to get seduced by the technology possibilities out there, that there could be a lot of nice to do and kind of fancy so-called things that we could be working on, but it's important to keep the consumer at the center on this one. The third one is a more recent example, right? I had a chance to visit a few villages, up in upcountry Uttar Pradesh, as recently as 2 weeks back. And it's mind-blowing when you see it, with your own eyes, how digital has really, really transformed the way consumers live in rural India as we speak today. Right? The numbers are there for you to read. But what I'm interested in is the pictures that you see on the right. These are actually phones of consumers in rural India that I had a chance to just have a look at as I was talking to them about their daily lives and their media consumption behaviors and so on. The consumers spend anywhere between 4 to 5 hours per day on their phones. It's crazy when you think about it. This would be nowhere near the reality 5, 6 years ago, and it's mind blowing what that has done to digital. Right, out of 15 consumers I met, 3 of them had a television at home. Right, every single one that I met had a phone, and these are the kind of apps that you see on consumers' phones in rural India as we speak today. Right. I mean, even Netflix is there, right? My wife is thrilled, but even the most expensive of apps is sitting there on phones in rural India. And that therefore obviously has changed the way we approach brand building with the rural consumer. Earlier, rural consumers were always kind of treated as, I design everything for urban India. I put it on the TV, and TV spills over into rural India as well. And then kind of I get a lot of reach, and it's efficient, and I reach the rural consumer. I think this kind of is thought-provoking because it puts a lot of questions in our head on how do you start designing for the rural consumer? How do you start, reaching that rural consumer specifically via digital, via mobile, which is where they're spending more time versus spending on TV, and gives rise to a new paradigm of brand building that's possible now because technology allows us to do that. Right. What we've done is obviously, working with all of these partners to try and reach the rural consumer with the right messaging, leveraging technology. What we also tried to do on a few of our brands is one other extremely important stakeholder for the rural consumer, which is the shopkeeper in that village, right? So what we're trying to do, and we're learning on this one, and all of us learn along the way, we're trying to basically try and drive conversations at the store between the consumer and the shopkeeper, that could eventually lead to conversion and trial for Procter & Gamble products across categories. And we're seeing some early encouraging signs on what this has allowed us to do as well. All right. And this is leveraging simple phones, simple conversations, calls between the retailer and consumer and all of those. But exciting possibilities, as I said, which technology has made possible for us. What I want to leave as I go forward on this one is a few thought starters on how we see technology really helping us as we go forward on this journey. A few things that we are keen to learn more on and pilot and learn our way through would be one around hyperlocal. Right now, we keep saying Mumbai is a potboiler of cultures, and it's cosmopolitan, and so many different people coexist in the city and so on. So it's obviously time to start asking questions on does everybody in Mumbai receive the same advertising? Does the consumer in Bandra, should they be looking at different advertising versus the consumer in Andheri versus the consumer in I don't know wherever? So those are questions that I think are problems that I think are logical next steps on this journey of personalization. I do want to leave one pet peeve on this one on personalization. Right, I'm a Tamil guy who grew up in Chennai, and I can speak Hindi a little bit, but I'm comfortable in Tamil and English. I see Marathi advertising all the time on YouTube when I open YouTube here in Mumbai, right? And it's just mind-blowing that, where we are, and having been through decades of learning and growing, I still see, advertising in a language that I don't really know. And those are, I think, questions that all of us should sort of push for, to say, how can we essentially target and reach consumers in ways that they are more comfortable with. Right. The other one on personalization is really also about reaching consumers, again, leveraging what we know about that consumer. So on a room freshener product, there could be many different reasons why your house is not smelling great, right? Maybe you have a pet at home, and the pets come with their the things that they do at home. So do you have different communication for different cohorts of consumers, all under a big brand idea, to the point of brand building? One big idea, but essentially targeting different consumers in different ways is another one that I think would be very, very useful and important going forward for us as brand builders. And the last one on my asks is, as many technology partners come to us and offer solutions to us as P&G, my ask would be to really look at the problems to be solved as business problems, versus, to put technology ahead of the business problem to be solved, right? I look at least, in my simple mind, I look at the opportunities as either we try and reach more consumers or reach new consumers. We try and drive significantly stronger effectiveness with consumers in terms of outcomes, in terms of brand recall, in terms of conversions, whatever be the measures, or we try and get significantly more efficient in how we spend our money, right? It's one of these three that will really make a big difference in brand building outcomes for us, right? So how can we start with that construct and then approach later on into how technology helps us solve for these problems, right? So that would be my ask to all technology partners out there on how you can make yourself significantly faster and move faster in the PNG, the world. And I'm not representing PNG. I'm probably speaking for all brand building organizations as I say this. I just want to leave with a couple of examples on how technology has helped us as PNG serve the communities that we live in as well. At PNG, we believe that it's our responsibility to be a force for good. And we believe that as we drive more growth, we are also able to translate that into doing more good for the communities that we live in. And the two examples that I share here are, both things that I've been a part of and I've had a privilege to work on, and I'm really, really proud of. One is our program that we've been running for close to 20 years called PNG Shiksha, which is about education for the underprivileged. And the other program is a program on our sanitary napkins brand, Whisper, which again takes, our mission of keeping girls in school, to the forefront. And these are examples of how we've leveraged technology over the past few years to make these programs even stronger and reach a wider base of consumers. So I'll just play you a couple of videos. I'm not going to spend too much time talking this, but over to the videos. I think we need audio on these videos, if you can. Yeah, just to give you guys a quick snapshot of the work that we do on Shiksha. Shiksha is a program that we've been running for about 17, 18 years here at PNG India. We've sort of evolved the program over time. We've built about 2,300 schools in the country, impacted more than 3.2 million kids in the last 17 to 18 years that we've been doing this. Recently, we've basically shifted a little bit of our focus to improving learning outcomes because we realize that there may be a school, but the quality of teaching, the quality of infrastructure in the schools, all of these are factors that going into making the learning outcomes optimal for students. And therefore, we've been moving and evolving this program over time. And if the audio works, you can also watch a short video on how technology is.
फिर टीचर्स का फोन आया 2 मिनट बाद कि अभी पीएनजी शिक्षा मैथ्स का घर पर ही हो सकता है। अब स्कूल कभी भी खुले मगर इससे हमारी पढ़ाई पर कोई बुरा असर नहीं पड़ेगा। हमारी पढ़ाई नहीं रुकी है।
Wonderful. Before we move to the second one, just to close out on how technology helped us on this one, right? As we know, we had schools closing far and wide during the pandemic, and all of us were in some ways learning the ways of, working from home in the comforts of our home and getting used to, shirts and shorts and all of that stuff. There was obviously a large set of, students in the country for whom nothing much changed. There was a lot of students in the country who did not have access to education. And when schools closed, they were really falling behind on learning outcomes. What we were able to do is to take the school to their phones, partner with various institutions, we're able to take schools to their phones and continue their education. And now as we partner with more schools, when kids are back to school, I think education continues, right? So that was the example on Shiksha. I want to share with you a similar example on Whisper. If you can play the video, please.
यूनिफॉर्म में नहीं पर रोज क्लास अटेंड करती हूँ।
टीचर अटेंडेंस नहीं लेती, लेकिन मैं ऑलवेज प्रेजेंट होती हूँ। यहाँ कोई ब्लैक बोर्ड नहीं है, पर मेरी क्लास चालू है। मैथ्स, साइंस, इंग्लिश सबका रूटीन बारी बारी है। बिना टाइम टेबल के खूब करते हम तैयारी है। स्कूल्स बंद हुए तो क्या हुआ, पढ़ाई लिखाई तो जारी है, क्योंकि हमारे पास है मोबाइल शाला।
मोबाइल शाला विस्पर के कीप गर्ल्स इन स्कूल मिशन की नई पहल है, जहां मोबाइल फोन के जरिए लड़कियां अपनी पढ़ाई जारी रख सकती हैं बिना किसी फीस के। आज ही www.keepgirlsinschoolindia.org पे जाएं, स्कूल सब्जेक्ट्स और पीरियड्स के बारे में सारी जानकारी अपनी बच्ची को दिलवाएं। विस्पर मोबाइल शाला। अब बच्चे स्कूल नहीं जा सकते तो क्या हुआ, स्कूल तो उनके पास आ सकता है।
Here again, just to give a snapshot on this program, I'm sure many of the women in the room would probably have gone through a Whisper program back in your school, when you were young. We've been doing this for over 20, 25 years in the country. And, it's always been extremely humbling and rewarding for us as we expanded this program. We now reach millions and millions of girls in the country. Again, during the pandemic, when, schools shut and schools went online, we were able to quickly move this program online as well, so that menstrual education was continued to be given to girls all across the country. And we've received only the best feedback from the school authorities, from parents, from the kids, on how this has been useful for them as they kind of also waded through the pandemic. So these are a couple of examples where I'm deeply grateful and thankful to all our technology partners who were able to help us, keep and raise the bar on brand building, raise the bar on serving the communities that we live in as well. So big thank you to all our technology partners on that. I just close with my last slide. This is something that we love saying over and over again at P&G, but we do believe in this truly, that the consumer is our boss, and every decision made with the consumer in the center helps us make better decisions on the business and helps us win as we go. So thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to be here today, to the entire Exchange for Media team, and also thank you to everybody who's listening in. It's been a great pleasure.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a warm round of applause. That was Girish. Thank you so much for imparting great knowledge to help us felicitate Mr. Girish. If I could have Mr. Alok Pandey, who's the VP Sales and Markets of Zapads, to kindly join us. Mr. Pandey, do we have him in the forum right now? Yes, right there. Just got to spot you with your great smile. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a great round of applause whilst as we welcome Alok. Alok, thank you so much for joining us. And could we have the memento, please? Thank you. And this is the hashtag Screenage moment right here for you. Thank you so much. So at Screenage, it's only getting bigger and better. Well, next up is our session on India embraces the streaming era. Well, somebody who is currently leading the growth of Magnite Asia, where he focuses on helping media owners and brands win across every channel and format. With 19 years of global experience in digital advertising, he's somebody who's led for the last 10 plus years, based in Asia, building businesses. Ladies and gentlemen, with a warm round of applause, let's welcome back on stage the Managing Director, Asia Magnite, Mr. Gavin Buxton. Hi, Gavin. I think this is working. It's working.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you to Exchange for Media for the warm introduction and for hosting us all today. And thanks to all of you for joining us for the sessions today. Okay, we're up and running. As mentioned, I'm Gavin Buxton, so I lead up Magnite for Asia, including South Asia and India. And really delighted today to share with you a first look of some research that we're actually only launching today. So this is genuinely hot off the press to share with you all. We did an in-depth study into the digital video streaming audience in India, and we're really delighted to share that with you today. Let's check. The clicker's not working. Aha. Okay. So first of all, those that are less familiar with Magnite, just a short introduction. So Magnite, we pride ourselves on being the largest independent omni-channel supply-side platform, SSP. We partner with broadcasters and media owners to provide services, tools, and technology to best enable them to monetize their content across screens and across formats. So those formats include digital streaming, OTT and CTV, display, video, digital out of home, and audio. And we also partner with agencies and brands to ensure that they can best connect with brand safe, premium quality inventory. When it comes to India, we've been servicing and proud to service clients here in Mumbai and across India across a number of years with continued growth in this area. And off the back of that, we're actually opening up our Mumbai office going into next year. We have our first person on the ground, Karnika, who's here today. And we actually have 6 open roles. So we're proud to be servicing partners in India and proud to be in India in the coming months and being part of the community and giving back into that. And part of that is running the research that we have done as to how we can educate and evangelize in the areas that we participate in. In diving into the study that we undertook, we partnered with Dynata. It's a research company globally. It has presence here in India. The study had 2,500 interviewers were part of it, looking to be an Indian representative audience, so the adult audience. It is focused on viewing, so focused on TV viewing, streaming, that people were connected online and categorized under NCC as AB households in tier 1, 2, 3, and 4 cities. The study will be released. You can use the QR code that's outside to download that, and it goes into the full depths of the study. Before diving into it, something that was asked of us is to clarify. Okay, got the hang of it. Video streaming. So video streaming represents any TV or movie content watched over the internet or through a connected device. Before I carry on, I thought before we go into our own research and to get you guys moving a little bit, I thought I'd ask yourselves, based on the definition of video streaming, if I can get people to put their hands up, who's streaming at the moment through the internet, their TV content. If you could raise your hands up if you fall into this category. Watching TV content and streaming. Okay, I'd say about 60, 70% of the audience within that. Another thing to define in this is which is OTT and CTV. So up here we have the definition of video streaming, which also falls into over the top of the delivery of content. That is into any device. So here that could be into desktop, into mobile, into tablet. A subcategory that's important to distinguish is then connected TV, CTV. And this is content that's delivered into your big screen at home, either for a smart TV or through a set-top box or a gaming console. And a number of the providers there, including Netflix as well. So 6 key takeaways I wanted to touch on today. Firstly, streaming is for everyone. So through our research, we're seeing that it's hit a mass audience. Secondly, streaming is preferred versus TV for the connected users that are out there. Thirdly, mobile. Obviously, mobile conference is the lead device within that, with CTV being a growth area. Ad-funded is the preferred method of actually people accessing the content in terms of how they want to be able to receive it. When it comes to the ads in these environments, they're proving hugely attentive and effective in the outcomes they drive. And lastly, live streaming is becoming mainstream, that being news, sports, linear TV. So I'm going to dive into each of these over the course of the next 10 minutes. So a key highlight that was identified in the study straight off the bat is 72% of people who live in urban areas with internet access our streamers. So pretty much back to the audience base that we saw today in the room. 72% of people are streaming. What does that represent in terms of an actual number? Well, eMarketer ran a research as well, and our data is collaborating with this, that over 450 million internet users are streamers in India. So a significant amount. So this is where we kind of really call out that streaming has come of age and has hit scale in India. Additionally, some information about the streamers. They skew to a few key profiles that we see. Firstly, they're young, educated, tech savvy, generally urban, live in a household with children, and highly engaged across other devices, internet devices as well. In diving into this data a little bit more, starting from the top left here, in looking at the age demographic. So one of the reasons we say that streaming is for everyone, you'll see here that demographic age profile is very similar to India as a whole. So streamers are across all age brackets, and within India, obviously, there's a younger skew as well. So we're seeing that as well in the data for streamers. So 73% are falling into the 17 to 44-year-old category. Gender's much in alignment with India as a whole, as is region. On a tiering basis of cities, the big metros and mini metros is where there's a higher skew of these streamer audiences. On a marital basis, 70% are married, similar to India as well, when you apply it to a kind of younger skew. And a household size, 65% have kids younger than 18, children younger than 18 at home. Diving into the preferences of streamers. So 66% of streamers prefer watching TV services. 66% of streamers prefer watching through streaming devices versus traditional TV. So some of the reasons on this that are shown is that original and variety of content is one of the reasons. The ease of seeing shows that we know in terms of picking and VOD environments, when we're on Netflix or Disney Plus Hotstar or others, the ease of picking the shows we want is far easier. And I think we're all susceptible to binge watching. So it's another reason that people are diving into streaming over traditional TV. In terms of how much people streaming this year versus last year, 75% of streamers are streaming more than they were a year ago. Again, the content is a big part of that. There's more options against that, and some of that's around language as well. There's more options to watch in the language you prefer. Better data plans are becoming a part of that, and more time. So the last two are really around mobile in terms of those data options, and having more time than we had before is really helping drive the streamer growth into the mobile side. So we're seeing huge growth already. What can we expect to see for the year ahead? Well, 66% of people have said that they're planning on streaming more in the year ahead. So this category is growing a lot already and only going to grow further. What does that mean in amount of hours? Well, from a perspective of amount of hours to streaming, it's 18.5 hours a week are being consumed through streamers. So a significant amount of time. But that's not to say they're not spending time elsewhere. They're very cross-media consumption-led. So linear TV is still a big part of what they're doing, user-generated content, social networking. They're all clocking up about 16 hours each. Overall video consumption across all these areas is accounting to 66 hours a week, but streaming taking a big part of that. Going into a little bit more depth of detail around the content that's being consumed. On the left here is the actual types of shows that are being consumed. So comedy, thriller, action, romance are a big part of the core categories. I touched on language before, and it was brought up before in terms of language of shows and language of ads. Streaming is giving the choice to watch the shows that you want to watch and not just being forced to watch through linear. So seeing a broad spread of the languages coming through there with the rich diversity in India. But the core languages that come in the most are still on the English and Hindi side. So next key takeaway that I want to touch on is mobile is the lead streaming device. So on the right here is the devices that are being used and the amount of time being spent per week. So 88% of people are streaming on their mobile device and watching up to 9 hours a week. So this is to be expected, as we touched on before. The reduction in data plans, watching what you want, when you want on the go, is being a big influence into the amount of time people are spending on mobile with streaming today. From a perspective of CTV, it is a growth area. We're actually seeing 63% of streamers are watching on CTV. A big factor of this is smart TVs, with the likes of Samsung, Xiaomi, as people are upgrading their TV sets, we're starting to see more streaming taking place at home, and up to 8 hours per week within this environment. Set-top boxes and consoles are a driver of that as well. Something that does come up when it comes to streaming, I think especially from the US, where we also do a lot of business, is that when it came to mobile streaming, people kind of had a perception that in CTV, it's a bigger and better experience. And then for advertising, is it going to be the same when it comes to mobile? So we asked this question actually off the back of other markets where we've run the study for brands and for agencies, is what's the perception of the experience for people when they're in mobile versus in the big screen CTV? So you can see here on smartphones, 88% of people are saying it's a good or very good experience versus 87% in smart TV or standard TV. So from a consumer or viewer perspective, you're watching at home with your earphones in close up, or you're watching back with the screen further away, the perspective is pretty much the same. If anything, when you're on your own, you're less interrupted. So we're seeing that experience in smartphones is just as good as what people perceive on the big screen as well. So something to take note for advertisers when they're considering this. In terms of when it comes to CTV, as has been done in traditional, it's also worth calling out that it is a shared experience when it is on the big screen. So we're seeing that people are still sharing that with their partners, with their children, when they're consuming on CTV. This is something for consideration in CTV in the future for measurement. When we look at it on a digital level, we look at it a 1-by-1, but there's actually probably a multiplier that could be applied here. So we've seen that, streaming is growing. It's only getting bigger. It's only going to get bigger. A key area of that is how are people planning on consuming it? How are they consuming it today? So the question here is, what's your preference in terms of that value exchange of how you're going to receive that content? So 41% of people are calling out that they prefer free, which is ad funded. There's no cost to them. 39% of people are looking at an ad light option. They're open to spending some money on a subscription, but they'd rather that fee is reduced and they can have some advertising within it. And there's only 20% of viewers in India who are actually calling out that they want ad-free experiences. So the perception within viewing that people don't want ads is not the case, as we can see here. The value exchange is well understood from previous free-to-air experiences and lowering costs. People are open to ads in these environments. They in fact welcome them if it gives them great content to view. One of the things to call out is what's the average amount of subscriptions that people are leaning into today. The actual number on that at the moment is 5. So 3 of those are actually free, so completely ad funded. 1 of them falls into the ad light category, and then 1 of the 5 people are subscribing for ad free. Some of that may be because there's not a choice yet. We know that Netflix is about to launch their ad light option, so this could actually change even further as those services come to light. Additional question we asked was how many minutes per hour are you open to having ads for the hour of content? So this was an open question. It wasn't forced. So this is self-declared. Viewers were saying when it came to an ad light option, they were open to 8.3 minutes of ads per hour. Additionally, if it was a free service offering, they're open to close to 11 minutes per hour. So viewers are declaring they're open to this. It's not like 1 minute or 2 minute. Just give me enough that I can watch the free content. There's really that understanding of a value exchange and up to 11 minutes. One thing to call out when it comes to kind of free to air, it is around 10 to 20 minutes per hour. So there is a slight reduction of that expectation, but they're still open to ads in these environments. When it comes to advertising, another follow-up question we had with it was how receptive are viewers to advertising? How effective are they? So we asked them a question, how much attention are they likely to pay to ads in different environments, from streaming to social to web. And 64% fed back that their attention is highest likely in streaming. So very strong correlation to them declaring what they'd like to see in the environments where they like to see those ads. 76% also declared they pay more attention to the ads that are personalized to their lifestyles and interests. There was another question that followed this that said 76% like ads that are also relevant to the content they watch. So back to the P&G example of having ads in the same language as the content you're viewing. People are looking for you to take notice of what you're viewing, what your interests are, and delivering ads that are relevant to you. And they're very receptive to it when you do it. And the technology does exist, and we can help with that, of understanding that audience, the content, their interest, to be able to deliver the best ads to them. Beyond attention, we kind of followed the funnel of what's happening next in terms of outcomes and actions that are taken. So 93% of respondents that have watched streaming ads have taken an action out off the back of that. Only 3% have declared they haven't done anything off the back of watching a streaming ad. So huge output in terms of the actions taken. The top 3 actions there: searched online, visited a website, read reviews. Something to bear in mind in this, especially with mobile, is ensuring there's call to actions to drive that response. Obviously, you can click in the streaming mobile environment, so you can use that to your advantage. Even when it comes to CTV, you can use QR codes to try and navigate that connection with the viewer. 33% have actually gone on and made a purchase. So as much as attentiveness, that funnel to purchase is very much taking place. The last area that we wanted to call out on the key takeaways was live streaming. It came up in some of the topics earlier as well. When it comes to live streaming, that being live linear, live news, live sports, it's always been a huge area in many countries, I think, especially in India with the live sports side of things. 86% of streamers prefer to go into the live streaming environments rather than their traditional TV. So when it comes to these live sports, it kind of inherently works. If you're going to watch some live sports, if it's the World Cup or otherwise, you're not necessarily going to be at home at the time of watching it. So being able to watch it on the go is kind of a natural place to go to. And we're seeing that streamers are very much adapting and embracing this content. I think this is an area that's kind of underutilized from advertisers today. A lot of it is the broadcast feed coming into these environments without it necessarily being targeted advertising yet. But we see this as a huge growth area. We've seen it in other markets, and specifically in India with sports and news, we see this as a big opportunity ahead for broadcasters and for advertisers to connect with audiences. So that comes back to the key takeaways for today. As touched on, we're really excited to share this study. There is an in-depth study behind it. Please to use the QR codes that's outside or come and speak to us. But we're seeing huge growth in streaming overall. It is very much reaching all of the population segments in India, with that skew to younger, tech-savvy urban audiences taking place. Streaming is their preference over watching traditional TV. And we see that this is only likely to continue as people get more connected in India. Mobile is the lead device within that. So it's another area of mobile marketing that can best be utilized in engaging with audiences. Ad funded is the preference in that. And we see that continuing to grow, especially as global providers are opening up ad light options. Streaming ads are showing that they're effective from the top of the funnel in building brands to actually driving the response as well. And live streaming is becoming a mainstream area for consideration. With that, I'd like to thank you for your time. It's been a delight to share this with you. Please do connect with me while I'm here or through QR code into LinkedIn or my email. Really looking forward to spending the rest of the day hearing from other people as well. Thank you.
Gavin. So with this, firstly, thank you so much, Gavin, on that. If I could have Mr. Karthi Marshan, the President and CMO of Kotak Mahindra Group, to kindly join us and help us to felicitate. Ladies and gentlemen, our personality deserves a warm and a bigger round of applause. Thank you so much, Karthi, for joining us on this. And it's an honor to have you to felicitate Gavin. Gavin, thank you so much. And it's been a pleasure having you. Thank you. So with this, ladies and gentlemen, as the stage is getting revamped, we're looking at starting with our first panel discussion. It is about India embracing the streaming era. Of course, first I'd like to just introduce our panelists, and then we'll get them one by one once the stage is ready. We have the CEO, OMD India, Anisha Iyer. We've got the Head of Demand Asia, Magnite, Priyanka Bajaj. We've got the Category Manager, Marketing, Kellogg's India, Ankit Tiwari. And of course, the session chair is going to be the Senior Editor, Exchange for Media and Business World, Rohel Amin. So with this, of course, we're going to be starting with our panel discussion once the stage is ready. But till then, I'd request you, if you've had any sharings, please do tweet with our simple hashtag Screenage. How many of you, by show of hands, were present in the last year Maddies? If you were present, in person? Any of you who had attended it? All right. We'll need more people to have join us again in our next edition. So I'm sure you would have remembered from our last year's show that it has been a very energetic and an exuberant show. And as we have the stage ready, right in the center, please. Okay, with this, it is my honor, with a warm round of applause, first up, to call upon Anisha Iyer, CEO, OMD India. Let's give Anisha a warm round of applause. Thank you so much. Anisha, how are you doing today? Great to have you to join us, and we're looking forward to a great conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a warm round of applause to Anisha Iyer, CEO, OMD India. Joining Anisha, it's an honor to have the head of demand Asia Magnite, the exuberant Priyanka Bajaj, joining us. Let's give Priyanka a warm round of applause whilst as we welcome her. Priyanka, welcome to Screenage, and it's great to have you. Well, to give more perspective on the panel, we're elated to have the Category Manager Marketing, Kellogg's India, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Ankit Tiwari. Do we have Ankit in the forum right now? I think we can just have the team to coordinate on this. And with this, let's complete the panel. And of course, no panel is complete without an excellent moderator. And sorry? We have the honor of having the senior editor, Exchange for Media and Business World, Ruhail Amin, joining us. Let's give him a warm round of applause with more hoots. Thank you, Ruhail, for joining us. And Ruhail, we'll just check where's Mr. Tiwari, and we'll get back to you. Would you like to take on my mic for the time being? Yeah. Sorry,
the energy carries here, so thank you. I'll wait for Ankit to join us. He's here. We just had a conversation. He will be joining us shortly. But what a great day to discuss this when FIFA is streaming live and we're all watching it live. And as Gavin just before us spoke about, live stream is the mainstream. I think big words and very rightly said. So our topic is the next layer of conversation to what Gavin spoke about. India embraces the streaming era. As we have seen the insights of the report, we all saw various factors that are driving this growth. And so we have a panel that has an agency view, a brand view, and someone from the Magnite team who has been part of this report. So we'll try to make it more wholesome with these, with this panel, with these conversations. Okay, let me start with you. I'll start with you, Anita. Anisha, I'm so sorry. What is driving people to watch content on a streaming platform and not the traditional platform? How do you decode this shift?
Okay, so I think a part of that was already covered by Gavin in the earlier session. So a few things. One, I think the general variety that exists in the world of streaming is a lot better. The general sense you get is more of the same thing when you turn on television channels as compared to fairly distinct variety that you see when you're on streaming platforms. I also think the liberty of topics on content that you can take on streaming world is slightly better than television. So you can be slightly more controversial, slightly more edgy in the form of discussions or content creations that you can have on streaming platforms as compared to television. The third piece and the final piece, I think all of us in some shape or form are victims of it, is the erstwhile peer pressure, right? So there's a buzz around you saying, did you watch the show? Did you catch the lingo? There are phrases moving around and things like that. So part of it is also, I think discovery is slightly more about peer pressure and friends conversations and dinner table conversations, and you kind of pick up on that. So better variety for sure. The ability to be edgy in terms of at least the type of content created on streaming platform. And yeah, finally, I mean, with respect to talkability, and you are cool when you watch certain form of content. So I think that kind of drives it.
Okay, join us after watching a quick paper. This would be there's something to know what is driving this growth of streaming platforms, what is making it big. From a brand perspective, brands are interested because they put their money where it gives the maximum ROI. So if I ask you, what are where are streaming platforms from? How do you stream that?
Sure. First of all, sorry for coming late. I thought I would miss the entire session. But I think to answer, they're primarily coming from digital right now. And I'll give you a bit of a framework in terms of how we are approaching the entire OTT piece. So see, in our business, OTT helps in two ways. One, in mass brands, it can help you give incremental reach, especially if your chosen media platforms are saturated. For example, sometimes in Hindi heartland, you might want to use OTT to drive some incremental reach. So I think that is one. Second, for premium brands, where you don't actually want to boil the entire ocean, I think the entire DSP works well to channel the deterministic buying and sharply target people whom you want to approach depending on their purchase behavior. So I think, yeah, digital mostly, not a lot right now, which is going in here. So luckily it is not a versus B discussion. But whatever is broadly going in these two buckets. Drive reach for the mass brands and try and have sharper audiences for premium brands.
As someone who is the backbone of this entire study, wants to know from the report that you released and the report of the report. Tell me how is Ignite these audiences the platform and benefits of programmatic activation model in terms of experience?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty evident from the report and all the learnings from the research that the amount of time spent within streaming is increasing. Now, being a global SSP, we definitely see surge in ad dollars moving towards programmatic. And there are multiple reasons behind it. Today, if we are talking about advertisers, they are embracing programmatic, and there are multiple reasons. It's because of the nimbleness, the agility, the ease of use, and obviously the data-driven buys that programmatic provides. In fact, if we look at the overall spectrum, it solves a lot of traditional TV problems that advertisers have been complaining about, which is about manual workflows, lack of addressability, and limited flexibility. So today, programmatic helps to solve a lot of these problems. When we are talking about agility, right, an advertiser can switch on and switch off a campaign at a click. They can actually get a campaign up and running within hours' time. In fact, if we look at pivoting a message at a moment's notice, that's something where programmatic really works very well. I started my career with Natraj pencils, where the tagline was Natraj Fir Se Champion. Today, if we are talking about sports, live streaming, etc., I think that's where exactly brands want to play, where they want to maximize those opportunities where people are spending time, they have the highest user attention, and that's what they want to maximize. If we look at publishers, programmatic provides them complete transparency in terms of reporting. They can optimize the campaign. They can actually increase budgets to reach a particular target audience. And this complete transparency and reaction to the performance is unheard of when we are talking about traditional linear TV buying. On top of that, today, when we are talking about programmatic, Magnite provides a curated marketplace, which is premium, private, and again, completely transparent. It gives a lot of visibility to the brands as to where their media dollars are being spent. And they can take real-time calls, whether they want to go with, sorry for some technical terms, they want to do a PG buy or a PMP buy. All the control sits with the advertisers. In fact, programmatic today provides a platform wherein they can reach out to multiple publishers at one go without individually signing contracts with them. So that's the beauty of programmatic, and that's where streaming is going.
Make every outcome, I think that's a huge Anisha, if you talk about the India brands that are spreading in India, how do they diversify in terms of the platforms, investment, they spend on the regional. But is there a certain shift happening in terms of their spending dividing into
Nobody would be happier than me to answer this question. My whole career comes from being a digital planner. I know how hard it was to be an afterthought on a media plan to today. The good news is it is moving and it's moving fairly rapidly. From at least from an OMD standpoint, my agency standpoint, we sit at 50-50 today of the split between traditional and digital media. So it's a great sign. It's a great sign to where the agency is. It's a great sign to where our brands are. The fact is consumers are there. They're spending time. ROI is incredible if you measure it properly. So there's really no question why brands, if they aren't already, riding on the digital bandwagon. And obviously, one of the better ways to advertise on digital is leveraging audiovisual. So therefore, then OTT has, a fairly a right to succeed in that sense because it delivers to audiovisual messaging. So yes, in short, the answer is yes, and it's fantastic.
Question on categories that are spending more on streaming. What do you mean, whatever you have seen so far?
Typically, audiovisual assets are available for most brands. And therefore using them in the digital space makes execution easy. That tends to be one of the reasons on why you will see a lot of video adoption early on for brands, and it's slightly lesser when it comes to, let's say, display, for example, because you still have to think about, various asset forms. So most advertisers who embrace digital definitely do audiovisual advertising, or if not all of them, unless you're absolutely very, very core performance oriented, then it's a different business altogether. But all your, core advertisers or core brands, all categories are spending on audiovisual without an exception.
Traditional reports compared to platform. In an ideal environment where the brand would share and more money, brand expectation of streaming platform, streaming
You want me to answer specifically on experience or on content as well? Either. Okay, so let me start with content because I think that's relatively easier to fix, right? Today, when I move my dollars from a TV or from a traditional medium to an OTT platform, I either do it when there is a high ticket event that's happening, let's say an IPL where we've been doing advertising for the last couple of years, or as I said, during some incremental reach. I think the problem that we are facing as someone where brands are, let's say, alive or on air for about 40 weeks a year, that OTT doesn't have an original always on content. And I think that's a challenge. The content that is famous is in and out, right? You have a web series that is there, you see it, you move out. The TV shows that are there are also there on TV. So I think one expectation or probably a wishful thinking that I have is that one inflection point that can come is if OTT starts having some original always on content, which, for example, someone did it with Big Boss, right? Big Boss came on TV and then they had their own digital segments. Also in and out, but I think one way to make the property slightly longer. So I think that's on content. In terms of experience, see, my own experience has been that because the viewer expects the viewing time to be slightly larger when he or she goes on an OTT, he's extremely particular about what he or she wants to watch. So as long as we will not make the medium slightly more interactive, I think we will have this challenge that advertising may come out as a bit of a distraction, right? You can make it easier by having a skip button, which I don't think is there in at least on most of the channels. But how do you make viewer spend some more time inside where he is not bothered about what to watch next? I think is probably something that I would expect to happen in the streaming space, right? For example, the entire chat that happens when IPL is on, I think is a great start. At least you are spending a lot of time by doing something else and not just watching. So something like that, I think would really help us find avenues to advertise rather than only do it as a pre-roll or a mid-roll. I think, yeah, those would be my two pointers. Yeah.
I want to ask you, what are some considerations for advertisers looking to activate dramatically across narrative?
So live streaming is getting accelerated, and we see it across the globe, right? And the acceleration is both in terms of the audiences spending time and the media investments happening. In some of the markets, advanced markets, I would say like Australia and US, we see a lot of investments happening around live sports, which is still picking up, I would say, in markets like India. In fact, I would like to quote an example of Magnite's partnership with Channel 7 in Australia. So Channel 7 used Magnite as a platform to maximize the exposure of brands towards audiences involved with Tokyo Games, Olympic Games. And they wanted to kind of do the moment targeting, so the gold medal moments. They wanted to use a partner and a technology, something that we call as live stream accelerator. So, I mean, let's talk about FIFA right now, right? There are going to be moments where the number of consumers watching is going to increase. And there has to be a technology which can support that spike in viewership. So today, when we are talking about live streaming, live works very different as compared to catch-ups. In live, suddenly there are spikes, and there has to be a technology which can support the DSPs, the demand-side platforms, and at the same time, advertise to maximize that opportunity of connecting with the audiences. It would be very interesting to see how this evolves in India, with cricket obviously being at the top of sports following in India. But as per our research, we are seeing more and more live streaming happening in India, number one, and it's happening across categories like sports, news, and reality shows.
Right. I think a lot is going to be learned about this. It brings me to
Actually, on FIFA, I would comment that we all were talking, and I know there were a lot of issues with streaming. And I mean, let's all agree it's still in the nascent stage, right? We all need to work together to make that user experience acceptable.
So, live sports is a very big category in the streaming world. What are the opportunities for brands that you see in the Indian context? I mean, just your expert, insights into this.
Look, most brands that you speak to, I mean, live sports is captive audiences, it's attentive audiences. There's no question that it's an incredible space to advertise. But to Priyanka's point, I think technology needs to catch up slightly better in order for making brands slightly more comfortable, to manage addressability and address that attentive viewing during live sports. So Moments is an example. It could be anything, but if there is a way that, let's take a step back. For most advertisers that pick up high ticket item sponsorships of live sports on ground or on television, there are a bunch of brands that still want to be associated with sports, may not have deep pockets. And for them, therefore, relevance becomes key. And relevance can happen in the world of digital, but if live sporting opportunities are not targetable, then the whole point is moot. Then I rather advertise on television if everyone is going to watch it. So if there's technology that helps advertisers who are looking at the digital audiences, that you can slice and dice slightly better than you can on mainstream television, that would bring a whole new stream of advertisers on live sports on digital, no question.
So I would like to add to this point. So today, the data-driven buys that programmatic provides, it basically gives access to advertisers of all sizes, whether those are global advertisers, nimble D2C advertisers. All of them today gain access to the high-quality inventory, regardless of their budget. So let's take an example. There can be an advertiser who has just $2,000 to spend. There is a possibility that using programmatic as a technology, they can increase their CPMs as those specific moments just to gain that share, as compared to probably advertisers who could not even think of getting associated with sports in the past. So programmatic opens that huge opportunity for advertisers of all sizes to be associated with sports. Completely. Yeah.
From a brand side, tell me how is Kellogg's and of course there's a lot of promise for brands. So how do you navigate that part and complex part?
Yeah, I actually touched upon it when I gave the first answer. See, the percentage investment is very less. And especially, I think CPG brands are someone who are always the laggards when it comes to adoption of technology. I'll be very, very honest. It is normally led by the probably tech or D2C brands in terms of any adoption. So low single digit is where it is today. I don't think it's a choice of choosing media right now, Broyal, because as I said, whenever there is a marquee event, we obviously prioritize OTT. And we take out some money from digital just because we are getting the reach from doing OTT. Or in normal circumstances, it comes into use as the third medium after TV and the standard video platforms that you have in areas where we want to build reach. So I don't think at this stage, you really have to worry about the proliferation so much. I think what will help is as these platforms scale up, right? More and more brands will start thinking about not doing it somewhere, not putting up $1 here and doing it here. Because from a pure scale and cost perspective, perspective, they are not right there, I would say, in terms of where any CPG brand would want them to have. But I think they are on the right track. Probably a couple of years down the line, we surely will see a scenario where people will start giving more preference to OTT than it is right now. For example, tech is something that OTT has developed rapidly in the last 2-3 years. I remember there was a point of time where you could only buy it on clicks, and you had no idea where it's the same people who's watching it multiple times, or is it a genuine reach that I'm getting. But with the help of tech, we are at a stage now that OTT is able to give the kind of data which you would get otherwise. So because that journey has happened in tech, I'm very sure it will happen in other spaces as well. And at that stage, probably it will be a fair question to ask on, can we really consider OTT as the first port of investment when it comes to digital? That's what I think.
Yeah, so today, if we look at the two biggest challenges, it's about creating a great ad experience and monetizing all formats. And these are the two challenges where Magnite's tools and technologies are really helping both the publishers as well as the marketers. What we are doing today are enabling different technologies. So, I mean, just to name a few, SSAI, which is server-side ad insertion. Basically, what it does, it allows publishers to seamlessly integrate an ad slot into long-form, high-demand content. And it almost replicates the TV-like experience. That's one way of doing it. The second way is that we make everything programmatically available. So today, we let publishers let programmatic demand as well as the direct campaigns compete against each other to maximize the revenue and obviously increase the exposure for the brands when it comes to reaching out to the consumers. Another topic that we talked about in terms of tools and technologies is basically LSA, which is kind of like those spike moments wherein the inventory certain increases, and how do we basically help the DSPs to maximize those moments and make sure that we are maximizing the potential revenue against it. On the buyer side today, Magnite provides a platform which is completely transparent and provides a scalable marketplace. It lets buyers a complete transparency as to where the campaigns are running. It lets buyers apply frequency capping and also creative deduplication and ad separation. These are the different tools basically which is overall helping to improve the ad experience.
In your interactions with the media, how does that, how do you measure, how do they measure, in fact, performance against other media? How do they perceive that when it comes to OTT performance versus performance on other media?
Okay, so, wow. I'm going to find the best way to answer this briefly. Okay, so two things. Fair. Two things. I think from a media output standpoint, there are fairly well established currencies today and benchmarks today. And everyone in this room is wise enough to know what the media output KPI is that you're measuring. My personal view, and I think as the collective Omnicom view also, if I may say that, is that's not enough. And I don't think that adds back to an advertiser at all. And, Ankit, happy to hear your views on that. If we're not able to establish a relationship between any form of media, forget OTT, any form of media, and figure out what that input does eventually to business, then we're all failing in the world of measurement. So media output alone, measuring that and therefore optimizing it in order to get very, very efficient with zero views on what it eventually does for your business, I think is a fairly myopic and a short-sighted view. And this applies to every media. I don't think the pressure of measurement is higher for OTT and lesser for somebody else. It's the same. It's media dollars getting invested on any platform. As long as you deliver to business and there is sufficient information that says X input gives me Y output, life is good. So I think, I mean, that's the simplistic version of the conversation, but yeah, some other day.
Ankit, quickly, there is also certain bias towards traditional in terms of now, I mean, the price. Would that be changing as far as the brands they get and marketing streaming platforms provide? Do you think they're going to increase the quality their spends on those platforms?
Yeah, I think so. And not just environment. I think anything that they are providing, which the other channels are not able to provide, brands will come. So let me give you one example, not in the environment space, but the entire DSP bit, which Priyanka talked about, which moves from a probabilistic targeting to a deterministic targeting. I think it's fabulous for all CPG brands, especially for brands that are slightly small in number and are premium, right? So that's a great way for us to advertise, knowing that we are actually targeting someone's buying behavior. So that's a definite go. The other example I have is something that L'Oreal has done with Emily in Paris. There's a show on Netflix where they've decided that we will only advertise on Emily in Paris, right? And I don't remember the name of the country where they've done it. And I think that is the right example of an environment. Curating the same environment which is there in the show and matching it to the kind of world that the brand also lives for. So if you are able to get such venues, I'm sure brands will come. And I also agree with Anisha that, see, as long as we are only going to talk about price and media metrics, right, it is going to be difficult to move the needle because it's a vicious circle, right? Scale and money. So until unless scale won't come, money won't come. Until unless money won't get lowered down, scale won't come. So that discussion, I don't think will lead us or will lead the advertisers anywhere else. You have to tell them what is the value added benefit that you are getting by advertising on OTT, either by targeting the right audience or giving the environment in a closed loop manner that the others are not able to give. Because there is enough confidence in CPG brands in general that the platforms work. I think we only need to find out ways of interaction that is mutually profitable to scale it up even further.
Why streaming content is successful in environment?
Yeah, I mean, based on the research that Gavin shared, there is a huge acceptance of ads, number one, on streaming channels. And in fact, the amount of attention that the users are paying to ads on a streaming platform is 3x higher than, say, social media or other form of video advertising. That's number one. Secondly, they understand that value exchange, that they are watching ads because they are getting premium content, which is acceptable. A lot of people who are watching ads are actually doing something in the sense that today, because of personalization, right, people are able to relate. If we show them more and more ads related to what they are interested in, the chances of users reacting to it is high. So there is another technology which is around content transparency. So today, publishers can share content metadata with advertisers. Basically, it helps in ad content matching with the show content, which helps the advertisers to deliver more relevant ads to the ultimate users. So there are multiple reasons why consumers are kind of accepting ads on streaming media. And second, because it's personalized, the outcomes are higher.
Panel. So TV format style, quick 30-second answers, Anisha, to you. Looking ahead to 2023, what does the future hold for the India streaming market?
I know I'm supposed to give an agency point of view, but I won't. I think I'll give a consumer point of view. I was in Soho House recently and I met a bunch of people. Believe me, as a consumer, the content explosion in this country is looking incredible. Please, for those who haven't gone there, please go talk to people. It's amazing to see the level of conviction and passion each of those creators there have, in producing amazing content. So I think from a consumer's standpoint, I am super excited. It's just going to be more and more fun moving forward.
Ankit.
Can't agree more. Streaming is going to continue in India, and it's at the back of obviously massive content that is being produced locally, local content, and obviously that huge appetite of consumers to consume content. That's number one. Programmatic is definitely going to drive OTT CTV activation in the market. We are definitely, even though subscriptions might be slightly going down due to, say, inflation or any macroeconomic conditions, I think online TV is definitely going to edge forward. We as an industry need to come together and create those experiences basically that consumers like, and obviously give a lot of confidence to brands that this is the medium to be in. And finally, hopefully brands realize that it adds a complete value in investing in streaming, obviously through programmatic, which can help them get scale, makes audiences addressable, gives them ROI on everything that they are spending.
2 points, Rohil. One I think will happen, and one I hope should happen. So the first one, I think the regional OTTs will become stronger. And I think that will happen because they will start differentiating from the bigger ones on the basis of content, by being really, really sharp towards a particular language. And I do have a hope that they crack this always on exclusive OTT content in their local channels. So that's I think should happen. The second that I'm hopeful is, can some OTT platform actually unlock the kids genre? Because it's such a big, massive opportunity that somehow no one has really been able to scale up. And hence all the kid brands who have the monies are still dependent on going through the traditional ways. So I know a couple of people have tried, but it has not happened. So I'm really hoping that, especially for Kellogg's, which a lot of business comes from kids brands. If that happens, I think it will also unlock an extra part of an advertiser's money.
So the genre has to come about to unlock that potential. Thank you. We are out of time, but great discussion. What I could gather is that, India definitely is embracing the streaming era. That's what all these points, are, referring to. But thanks, Anisha. Thanks, Priyanka, and thanks, Ankit, for this conversation.
Thanks, Rohil. Thanks, everyone.
Moderated, we'd request you to please give away the mementos from our side to all our eminent speakers. Thank you so much, Anisha, for joining us and being a part of our panel discussion. Thank you so much, Priyanka, for joining us on this. Thank you so much, Ankit. And with this, if I could request all of you to please step in together ahead and pose in for a group photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, for our first panel, #Screenage, let's give them a warm round of applause. They've been so brilliant with their knowledge today. And thank you once again for joining us on that. So I hope the discussions are only going to give you a lot more value to run your business forward, excellence in your professional endeavors, and of course, network with one another. But to take the conversation forward, and I believe that this topic is getting more interesting, we're talking about, is mobile commerce the future of e-commerce? Now, we've of course seen the stats being presented of the number of people owning smartphones in the world. So of course, that puts in a lot of weightage to this topic. And I'm glad and elated that this topic is being presented on this forum today. First up, it's my honor to call upon Karthi Marshan, the President and Chief Marketing Officer of Kotak Mahindra Group. Let's welcome Karthi with a warm round of applause. Karthi, and always a pleasure to have you join us on our platform. Yes, Karthi, right in the second. Yes, thank you so much. With this, if you could have a warm round of applause for the Performance Marketing Lead E-Commerce Unilever, Mr. Tejas Chaudhary, joining us. Thank you so much, Tejas. Next up, I'd like to have the honor of calling upon the Head of Marketing, Motorola India, Shivam Ranjan, to join us. Thank you so much, Shivam. Next up, if we could have the Country Manager, India, Message Bird, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Vinay Bharatiya. Thank you so much, Vinay. With that, if I could have the Head Prospect and Digital Marketing, Aditya Birla Sun Life Insurance, Mr. Siddesh Kerkar. Yes, right for you right there. Thank you so much, Siddesh, for joining us. And to moderate and curate this entire discussion forward, it's my honor to now call upon the Chief Business Officer, Dentsu Creative, Hiru Dhingra, to join us. So, Hiru, a great task ahead of you. We've got a brilliant topic and, of course, such great leadership on the forum today. Over to you now. Volume on our mic, please. Not yet. Allow us a moment. If you could have a mic passed, yeah, in case.
Hello.
Hello. Okay, this works.
Yes, okay.
Great. So hello, everyone. I'm going to start off right away. I think we are very close to lunchtime, so I get how it feels right now. Welcome. Just to get to the set of questions that I have in mind, and of course, the people that I spoke to. I think commerce over time changed where we purchased our products. And mobile commerce transformed how we purchased. So my first question is for you, Tejas. Mobile commerce, I think the stats say so, that it contributes or it controls 2/3 of the global commerce market. What do you think has led to the stupendous growth of mobile commerce in India? Just to set the context, of course.
Yeah, thanks for this question, Hiru. I think quite relevant to set the context for the discussion. I think, and the things I'm going to speak, everyone knows it, but it's hard hitting every time you go to this facts, right? So I think mobile commerce, there are three factors, I think, broadly speaking, which has led to a stupendous growth, and all has to do with access. So I think first is access to smartphones. I think 750 million plus in India are using smartphones, out of which only 200 are online shoppers, right? And almost 90% of them are mobile commerce shoppers. So that's the numbers out there. Second is access to internet. I think last 5 years, every one of us has seen how Jio has unlocked that wave to all of us. Like everyone is on the internet, everyone consumes a lot of data. So that's the second bit. And the third is ease of payments or access to payments. I think India's invention to the world is UPI, right? So it's made the payment so easy that everyone is comfortable transacting, which was a biggest pain point prior to the explosion. And of course, to top on all of this, I think the pandemic has really turbocharged this growth. Into like next 5 years, I think we can see a great growth, and we have seen a lot of shoppers coming in the last 2 years because of unavailability of offline retail for a brief period. So there.
So you do see that in HUL as well?
Not like, yes, we did see that major shift in 2020 where like people are not going to our general trade shows, but in the current year, it's like people have moved back to offline retail as well, but they do have an option now and they are comfortable transacting few things online. So while they might go for a top up to their regular purchase on general trade, but if they're planning a grocery mission or like a payday, like whenever they get their salaries, they might plan a bigger chunk online. So that we are seeing a shift, but not to the extent of what smartphones or fashion has seen. So fashion is 60% online right now, but grocery or consumer product is still 5 to 7%. But that still, has scope to grow.
Thanks, Tejas. Karthik, next is for you. I mean, Kotak Mahindra Bank. So I just wanted to know, as a marketer of Kotak Mahindra Bank, which is one of the reputed banks in the country, and given the rise of mobile commerce, how as a marketer are you juggling strategies, to reach audience? And what are the opportunities and challenges you have come across? You can share some examples, that would be great.
Sure. Thank you for that, Hiru. And thank you also for rescuing us from being flamed for not being a diverse panel. I realized that after we came up on stage. So, because banking has actually, ironically, been digital for a very long time, which people don't necessarily realize easily. In some ways, we've always been completely digital. Kotak particularly became mobile first as early as 2011. Now it's like 12 years ago, 11 years ago almost. But of course, we see ourselves first as enablers of commerce, enablers of mobile commerce as well, because we are essentially the payment pipe. He kindly mentioned UPI as a transformative tool, and we've embraced tools like UPI. We also saw a huge spurt happened when regulations changed on the back of demonetization, where we were able to acquire customers purely online, purely from the mobile, because all you have to do is enter your Aadhaar number and your PAN card number, and Bob's your uncle. You have a fully functional bank account running, which is like a 3-minute process. Given that India stack magic that happened, because of that, we are at the forefront of mobile commerce, even ourselves. And we are doing that apart from being enablers to all our friends over here. We're also seeing that our ability to cross-sell or to extend more value products beyond just the bank account to our own customers. For example, on the back of our product 811, it's a basic vanilla savings account product, which is what you can acquire in 3 minutes. But as soon as we acquired that, now today, just like any other mobile commerce player, we also are able to mine the rich data. We have access to your transaction data. We are able to personalize your offers to you. We know that you like Swiggy more than you like Zomato or vice versa and so on. We're able to use all of that, not just for our own purposes, to be able to sell you the next best product you need from our own portfolio, but also from the portfolio of our partners, where we are able to present the best deals, the best alliances, feed your habits in a really personalized manner. Girish was talking about that in some sense earlier, which is about me being able to know you, but know you in a sense that is of service to you, not know you in the sense of being like a snoop on you. So when I'm of service to you, I think you value it. And that's what we have largely leveraged. And that is working gangbusters for us. So I'll pause now.
But are you seeing any challenges? While, of course, there are a lot of opportunities ahead. Any challenges that
so yeah, as a marketeer, I will say, and this is something I think Mr. Tyagarajan also alluded to, I'm seeing a huge shift of money to performance marketing. And I am a huge critic of performance marketing because it is fundamentally, it is rolling your sleeves up and getting down and dirty. It does deliver business, it is efficient, but it is hurting brands. And I think we're commoditizing brands the more the needle is moving towards performance. So when the ratio is dominantly in favor of performance work, the brand is going to be commoditized. And that, I feel, is the biggest challenge that marketers have. And I am facing it too.
Interesting. My next question is for you, Siddesh. Given the rise in mobile commerce, of course, we're all talking about it. How important has it become for a brand to invest in mobile user experience? That's one. Secondly, do you think augmented reality or immersive technologies in any way will help to fuel mobile commerce growth even further?
So one particular thing is the immense growth of e-commerce, as we call it. Right now, it's more of e-commerce on a marketplace. So I think it's very important for brand to help the consumer get that experience on their own brand website, which will actually boost the entire e-commerce bit. Because right now, whenever somebody is buying a product on a marketplace, or for that matter, with a BFSI category like us on aggregator, we are not owning the customer. So we are not giving him the experience of that particular brand. So I don't know whether he'll stay with me for the next particular purchase or not. And hence it's important for us to give him that experience. And the thing which you just mentioned, augmented reality, these are just ways in which we can help him understand things better. We always say future is mobile. I think it's present in the current scenario. When we are saying 2/3 of things are on mobile or transactions happening on mobile, why are we saying it's the future? It's currently there. Currently, the approach should always be a mobile first kind of approach. In fact, things like gaming or in-gaming purchases. I was having a conversation with one of my friend, and he just mentioned that last year the transaction rates were somewhere around 1% of the total gaming audience which he has. And that 1% has now moved up to 2.5 to 3%, which you can see there's a 2x, 3x growth already happening on those numbers. So people are moving to that particular phase where they want to transact. It's just how you want to place your brand in that particular scenario, and then try to give them that experience. For me, my majority of my business comes from a B2B kind of a setup. So for me, my end consumer is also slightly, I would say, my partner who's selling my products and services. So we are trying to give him the best of the services, not just by helping him get the transaction online, but at the same point of time, helping him sell my product pretty well. So whatever arms and ammunitions he requires to go into the market and get that particular customer for me, I think that's where we are investing more monies on. And that's where I think everybody should invest their monies and try to give him that power to sell your products properly. So overall, it's the present. And if you're not doing it right now, I think it's going to be difficult for you to get anything in the future.
Sure. Kathy, do you want to add something onto that, to mobile user experience? I'm, by the way, one of your customers as well, and I use the app. So
Okay. First, I'm elated. Second, I'm going to be wary. If there's a customer service complaint coming, I'm sure. No, but you have my number, so you should call me anytime you have a problem. So from the customer experience point of view, I think there are things to be done. One of the problems with the fact that the customer is completely moved to mobile, which is positive because everything is a click away. And I think the reason why, if I were to read why UPI and even something like ONDC is happening in this country, is there are two actually fundamental reasons for it. One is we know that when we have to pull cash out of our wallet and hand it across to somebody, there is actually a deep physical pain we feel. So parting with cash is very hard. The credit card companies learned very quickly that swiping a card was much easier. Now, clicking a button is the easiest thing in the world. There is no pain whatsoever. What that is going to do for this country is explode GDP on the one hand. The second reason why UPI is happening is also that now every single rupee of revenue of every single trader and seller is trackable. So tax revenues will go up. Both these things are incredibly positive for the nation as a whole. In this, the customer is benefiting obviously also, but she's also hurting. We will end up becoming a conspicuous consumption country, I think, in the less than 5 years to 10 years from here. Luckily for us, India is this massive time machine where there are people who have not consumed anything for the longest time. They're just getting on the consumption bandwagon. There are also people at the other extreme who look like Americans now, where we buy much more than we can ever eat much more than we can ever wear, etc. So I think there will be social fabric problems that will emerge because of this spectrum, and all of us will have roles to play and responsibilities and accountability, and we will have blood on our hands eventually as well. So we'll have to watch out. And I think this is something that tangentially Anurag alluded to in the morning, and I want to alert us to that also. Anurag talked about sleep. And one of the Dynata statistics that I noticed was that people are put together 10 hours on the mobile phone every day. Now you have to sleep 8 hours to be healthy. You have to work 8 hours to earn an honest day's wage. Where the hell is family or friends or anything else if all of that is going to the mobile? I think we are in a dangerous space, and we all have to take pause also. And I know the previous panel spoke a lot about how there is the opportunities exploding to advertise. But I also feel that as marketeers, we have a responsibility to say, hey, are we doing too much? Are we hurting more than we are helping? We have to be mindful.
I hear you loud and clear. Vinay, the next one, we spoke at the backstage a lot about message board and how mobile commerce is not limited to apps or marketplaces, but to unlimited to mobile itself, right? Given that, how do you think, and do you firstly think tier 2, tier 3 cities are adding to the growth of mobile commerce and will continue to add in the years ahead? I feel it's already happening, but do you think it will continue to have and at greater levels? That's one. Secondly, how do you think a marketer will then maneuver strategies to, address the diverse consumer profile that they might have?
Thank you. So I'm going to take two cues from Tejas and Karthik. One is 700 million mobile phone users, but 200-ish million unique commerce buyers. Second is the Kotak experience, probable customer service complaint coming down the line. So if you actually look at this, and if you look at tier 2, tier 3, and even tier 1 or urban, if you may call it, the consumer is everywhere, which means the moment you have a device, you are a consumer. We all are. And that's not 200 million, that's 700 million. That shift has happened where businesses need to take their business to the customer, not the other way around. Is you tell them to come where I am, which is a retail store, which is a website, which is an app. If I want to make a dinner plan in WhatsApp, today I can buy a product, consumer product, and raise a customer service ticket inside a channel like WhatsApp. If I'm on Instagram and I see an ad, I can buy that product there. So I think to your question of scaling tier 2, tier 3, tier, yes, it's going to happen because you don't have to go in and be physically or digitally present. Customer is already present in these forums. We have to recognize that it's not one strategy that my website's going to work. Yes, it's a great platform. My app's going to work. Yes, it's a good approach. But be where your customer is rather than get your customer to where you are. And I think that's changing. Brands that recognize are going to classically succeed. I'll give a small example of a leading computer manufacturing brand, global brand. Their biggest problem statement on customer service was, I'm present across 100-odd countries, various products. We simply give customers want to contact us. How do I get them to contact me and solve their problem? Upsell. Simply put a QR code at the back, scans open WhatsApp. Now you imagine you've given hundreds of millions of customers of that brand the power to talk to the brand, address PII data, first party data, and consume a product or service from the brand from the mobile itself, which is 700 million now in India.
Interesting. Shivam, I think Karthik spoke a lot about performance. So my question is directed to that now. Do you think, mobile commerce, or what impact would mobile commerce have on ad revenues in the years ahead? One. Secondly, are there any ways to improve mobile commerce performance? If so, what are your recommendations, which you perhaps might be doing for your brand yourself?
That number is as high as 900 million consumers in India. E-commerce, the changes that are happening, integrate one that is coming from mobile, very accessibility exposure that is happening with telecom. Finally, further explore that. And the currency, payment, etc. And it was heard parents talking about the potential of platform growing exponentially. I think have a lot of damage and direct impact on and specifically for mobiles and that is now coming on improvements that can happen on and put them into practice. For example, it is important to have personalization as well as AI to serve most relevant products. I will give context to that. Typically, your end commerce is always the most in the most high because we get interrupted by notifications, we get interrupted by delay, some email notifications, we get call. The consumer access the consumer doesn't have time to spend a lot of time just going to content and researching on the have already been done, right? There is branding out media or most other media. And all the platform is the content in the most relevant and maybe personal. Basically, probably basically interest that a person has with this platform, able to customize most relevant content for the product. The product is something that is something that is happening, but I think there is something to further evolve that. In order to there are other technologies that to explore and all. One thing which I think is one of the big ones, and for what is everything what is the contributor of the environment back into our community, right? And specifically, visual languages, as well as that is definitely something that you have to back and have immense potential to go. And there are some that is happening, but I don't think it's still as well and often there. But the area that I think that is AI, right? Again, AI is something, but understand and you want to see in your house AI becomes that we are able to actually visualize wherever you are. And even with the fact that it's really on the technology platform and we are these would definitely areas that this over.
Thanks, Shivam. I'm cognizant of the time, and as I know lunch is to follow. So I'll take up the last question, which is actually addressed to all of you all. Predict the present. I wouldn't say the future also. Predict the present and the future of mobile commerce. If you had to do that, what are the trends you foresee, and what is the future you foresee for mobile commerce? Just a note from each one of you all would help.
I think it's simple. What I said, I'll echo. Be where your customer is. Your customer is already on the mobile, but the channels have changed. Be where they are on their channels versus asking them to come where you want them to be. And then it just explodes the whole world of mobile commerce.
So as you mentioned, the customer is on the platform wherein he's having a lot of distractions. So try and give your messaging as quickly as possible. Try to make him comfortable with your particular medium. And I think that's the key for your mobile to be the future successful.
I think a lot of we all like to shop on our own, right? But I think large part of new consumers are not tech savvy. They don't know how to search. I think a lot of assisted selling / buying is going to come up soon, and it's already exploding in terms of social commerce. That people are helping others buy. They are showing how it looks when you use that product or you try that product. I think that is something which will help unlock the new shoppers and driving them back again, because right now I think most platforms are getting those shoppers for the first time, but having them come back is something which is what the social angle will give.
There's a lot to say, but I'll say only one thing. I look forward to the possibility that micro entrepreneurs, like for example handloom weavers from Maheshwar, from Sanganer, from Mangalgiri, will all have a fully national market without too many intermediaries in the way, and that will be wonderful for India. So that's one prediction I like.
Thanks. I think a lot has been said already, but I would just like to add that, a couple of things that again are emerging and would see explosion in the near future, in my opinion, is live commerce. Again, that's something that is happening on social media platforms, but on e-commerce platforms also. I think that is something that is exploding in India and it's doing well. In addition to that, I think for the future, right? I mean, a lot is being said about the metaverse and what's in store for that. I think that's what is there in store is still ambiguous. But I think if there is a possibility for m-commerce to give live virtual, experiences to consumers of shopping in a mall, right? Mall-like experiences to consumers on m-commerce. I think that could be something that could be explored. I personally don't think that it's going to happen in a jiffy. It's going to be something that is urgent, or this is something that is immediate. Could happen over the long term, but like you said, maybe trends for the future that could be explored. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Just to summarize and leave on a fun note, if you had to think of just one word that plays on your mind when you think of m-commerce or mobile commerce, what is that one word? Quick. This is like
ease, money,
accessibility,
convenience,
everywhere.
Well, that sums it up for us. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being so sporty, candid, and insightful. Thank you, Els.
Thank you so much, Hiro, for curating this excellent panel discussion. Let's give them a warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, the entire panel. And if I may have the honor of calling upon the Managing Director, Nielsen Media, Dolly Jha, to kindly join us and help us in felicitating all our panelists and our moderator today. Ladies and gentlemen, a great round of applause for Dolly Jha. Let's have the team to help us in the felicitations. Thank you so much, Shivam. Let's give him a warm round of applause. Great discussions going on. Let the applause continue. Yeah, you want that individual. And of course, to our moderator, thank you so much. May I request the entire panel to please step in the center, if we can have you all with a group photograph with Dolly as well joining in. These are the moments we savor, ladies and gentlemen. Hashtag Screenage. Let's give them a great round of applause. Is mobile commerce the future of e-commerce? And I'm sure you've got the answer right now. Thank you to all our eminent panelists on the same. And cheers, we'll network, we'll get to know one another better. But before that, we've got a great session coming up. Ladies and gentlemen, We've spoken about this topic a lot, which is embracing 5G for digital-first customers. For this session, we're elated to have someone who's got a career spanning 16 years with experience across sectors like consumer goods company, media, and overall corporate marketing. With a great round of applause, and I think it should be thunderous when we call her upon the stage, Vice President and Head Marketing and Communications South Asia, MasterCard's Manasi Narasimhan. Thank you so much, Mansi, for joining us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think the team at Exchange for Media for having me here. And apologies, I know this is the session just before lunch. I'll try and make it as interesting as possible. I believe it kind of ran a little late. So it was a very kind introduction. Yes, I have been at MasterCard for 5 years now, and I will predominantly talk about how the financial services industry and the payments industry is embracing, mobile technology to reach out to consumers, digitally savvy consumers. But a lot of what I'm going to talk about also is true across industries, because at the end of the day, people are people, consumers are consumers. Now, for many of you who follow advertising and marketing, MasterCard's tagline, actually since 1997, and it's kind of coincidental, this is the 25th year of Priceless, but the consumer insight behind it is there are some things that money can't buy, and the best things in life are often things that money can't buy. And it's interesting for the payments brand to go and say this, because if you talk pure business, MasterCard, all the networks, all the banks make money when we use our credit or debit cards, right? We have something called the interchange fee, and that's where we make the money. So to actually go out and say the best things in life are actually things that you cannot buy is very counterintuitive. It was actually in the US of the late 90s. It was a very countercultural nuance, but the fact that it stood for 25 years says something. But the fact is, if you look at it, and if you look at all of ourselves as people, for those of us who are parents, like I'm a mom, some of the experiences that you have in life simply cannot be bought with money. My younger son is 5 years old, and when he greets me when I get home from work saying, "Mama, I made this painting just for you," no amount of money in the world can buy that. And all of us have experienced things as children, as siblings, as friends, and there are some incredible moments. Now, you may wonder why I'm talking about all of this. The fact is, in the last 2 years, we've been through a pandemic that I pray to God none of us experiences again in our lifetimes. But what the pandemic has done is, from a consumer perspective, brought mobile technology front, center, and square in our lives. The fact is today, forget people like us. I mean, I am accused of living on my mobile phone, which is probably true. But even think of our parents. People who may not have used the internet earlier did not have a choice, right? We have young kids. My older son is 10 and he's pestering us to get him a mobile. So what the pandemic has done is it has temporarily substituted real human connections with mobile-based connections. And while as the pandemic recedes and the world gets back to a quote-unquote new normal, it is true that we all want to and we must get back to physical interactions. I mean, I'm very happy this event is happening physically and not virtually, not having us glued to our computer screens. But what the mobile technology does fundamentally, and that's the first point I want to make, is it enables experiences to be more vibrant, and it removes geographical boundaries from experiences. And let me give you a quick example. MasterCard is sponsoring the BCCI cricket matches, and it's been a phenomenal experience to get out there, watch the match live. Now, obviously, every stadium has certain limitations of capacity, and I'm just taking sporting events as an example. And not everybody can be at the stadium when a match occurs. But what 5G immersive technology allows you to do is to experience it as close as possible to what actually happens. Again, is this a substitute for actually being there? Probably not. But as a marketeer, when you're looking at scale, when you're looking at reaching consumers beyond what your on-ground activation can reach, this really helps you get there. And I think with 5G technology, with the seamlessness, with the convenience of it, it has certainly helped us both as people. So if I'm interested in ballet, for example, I can sit here and watch a ballet performance in the US far more seamlessly and with far better quality than I could earlier. And as a marketer, it helps you disperse your message to a much wider set of the audience. The second big area, and again, something that we are focused on, is when people buy high value items. So for example, if you're decorating your house, it's something that's high involvement, you want to discuss it, you want to get opinions. Again, 5G technology has helped us reach out to and bring the experience live. So if I'm sitting here in Mumbai, I have, say, a designer who's in Hyderabad, for argument's sake, this enables the process of engaging with the product and therefore the purchase journey far more seamless than it would be if you just had to either exchange messages or exchange pictures. There is something about the audiovisual medium that you can now personalize and bring to each person's house. And that's, I think, been the second area where a lot of brands across, not just restricted to payments, but across the spectrum have kind of engaged in this. Couple of areas very specifically where where the payments industry has sort of been forced to innovate, as they say, necessity is the mother of invention. In the start of the pandemic, we found that obviously credit card issuance, and overall in India, as affluence levels go up, credit card issuance is skyrocketing, nowhere near where it is in developed countries, but it's growing month on month. Unfortunately, come the pandemic, there was like a boom, just stop across the industry. And that was because traditionally, when you get a credit card, you fill up a form, you have an agent, they look at your documents, and then they give you a card. With the uncertainty that the world faced around COVID, and think back to April, May 2020, we had no idea when a vaccine was coming, what would happen. People were forced to get into eKYC, or online Know Your Customer. And while it started with necessity, because you have to, I mean, a bank cannot issue a credit card without seeing people's documents, they realized that this is efficient, this is cost effective, you don't need to send people out to tier 3, 4, 5 towns, you can do it online. And guess what? It's not like delinquency suddenly went through the roof. So sometimes I think, and I think this is a realization across, that we have, and sure, it's wise to be prudent. Nobody is saying, you know, throw caution to the winds and issue cards to whoever you want. But we realize that this helps all of us accelerate and ride the wave. Of credit card issuance in this country. And that obviously means more spends. It gives people a chance to, you know, get an unsecured loan and all of it. The second area, again, from a pandemic perspective, is the other side of payments, which is the place where you spend, which is the merchant. Now, again, all of you have seen those traditional point of sale machines, same situation as credit cards. You needed extensive documentation, you needed a person to visit, make sure there's a shop there, not there, etc. Again, come the pandemic, no one's willing to step out, shutters are down, so on and so forth. So again, get down to eKYC. We've got a bunch of fintechs working in that space. And again, it accelerates the process of getting more and more shops to embrace digital payments, makes it smoother, seamier, and faster for the industry overall. So these have been, I think, a couple of areas where this industry and the pandemic, horrendous though it's been, has kind of forced innovation, which even after, you know, the pandemic has receded and life has kind of become normal, are places where, you know, we see digital first consumers kind of being out there. I'll now quickly switch on to a second part of the digital first consumer experience, especially the age of millennials and the generations that follow. Now, as I said, this is an age of consumers who've grown up on the mobile phone. I mean, they cannot imagine a time where mobile phones did not exist. I mean, I have seen this with some of the kids of today. You see the old landline phone, and then they'll be like, "Oh my God, what is this? Like, is this a piece from a museum?" Kind of stuff. That generation loves to voice their opinions, okay? And they rightly, and it's a joy, you know, as someone who's older than that age bracket, it's a joy to see their views. And especially on topics of tremendous interest, like, for example, travel. With the resurgence of travel, thankfully, you see a lot of what we call user-generated content out there. For a brand which is into enabling priceless moments, it's a great way to partner with some people and get that kind of real-time, on-the-go content that would not have been possible had mobile networks been kind of, you know, patchy and glitchy. Likewise, you see some great and honest consumer reviews, right? The advantage of technology is as it becomes better and more fail-safe, the better it is for people to honestly share what's going on. If you'd pardon my French, the ability to bullshit goes down a bit if, you know, if the networks are clean and clear and people are allowed to sort of voice and display what they actually see. So I think those have been some of the real benefits, some of the ways in which brands, MasterCard and several others have kind of tapped onto the new era of 5G and payments and so on. The last bit, and I notice I have 6 minutes left, but I kind of try and stop a little earlier, and happy to take questions. So MasterCard's ethos, as I mentioned at the beginning of my talk, is about enabling priceless moments. I mean, the joy, as I said, for me as a mother, when my son comes and gives me that rather not so well drawn picture, which he says, "Mama, is just for you." Or indeed, you know, the first ad we ran in India is about a son who takes his parents on an overseas trip, and the sheer joy on, you know, his parents' face when they kind of see, and it was Singapore, so it was not like it's the most exotic destination in the world, but just the sheer joy of enabling that is what MasterCard is all about. And let's face it, payments are ubiquitous. Sadly, we do spend a fair number of times each day, and nobody likes to think about the actual process of spending. If you think about it, nobody gets up in the morning and says, "Hey, great, where can I use my credit card today?" But what they do think of is where they are going to spend and what does that spending do for them. So for example, if I'm planning a vacation for the December holidays, I'm debating with a few friends, with my husband, and then I say, yeah, I want to book XYZ place. It's the process of what you get out of paying that really gives people joy if they are following their passions. So again, if you are a soccer fan and you want to watch the UEFA Champions League, can MasterCard enable you to get there and live your dreams? When people make payments, let's face it, every one of us wants it to be unobtrusive, effective, quick, seamless, and absolutely safe. The last thing you want to hear is, "Oh, my card has been declined," or even worse to say, "There's been a fraudulent transaction. Please contact your bank. Please block your card," etc., etc. So that's a very fine line that we have to walk. There is a lot of joy in spending on the things that you want, which is really to live your passions with the people whom you want to spend it with, whether it's your family or your friends or whoever. But at the same time, the process of payment has to be absolutely unobtrusive. You don't want it to take more than 30 seconds, and you want it to be absolutely safe. And the advantage, again, of 5G technology, and as mobile technology improves, it enables seamless payments in every part of the country. We've all been in situations, you're in a holiday in the Himalayas and oops, OTP nahi aaya. Hopefully, as 5G technology improves and spreads across the length and breadth of the country, that will hopefully be history. And that will mean more and more people embrace digital payments and continue to partake in it. Because the honest truth is, especially for the first-time user, and I'll again talk of the previous generation, my mom in Chennai, for example, who had to use digital payments for the first time, one bad experience and they're gone for good. So it's imperative that, you know, as technology improves, and that to me is the greatest enabler of mobile technology for digital payments, which is to really make it accessible to everybody in tier 6, 7, 8, and, you know, even in rural India. So that's what I had to share. Happy to take any questions. Thank you. Sure. Sure. Good day. Yeah, sure.
Hello, yeah, great, ma'am. 5G is faster than 4G. Great. How about call drop and cyber crime? Even for 4G, there's a hard to stop the cyber crime because everything is linked. Aadhaar card is linked, that is linked, so all linked. I'm really, I don't know what are the measures taken by the government. Technology has limitations. I know about the technology. So what are your views on these two things, especially the card? When I give my CVP number and all, like the cyber crime is going to be faster. My wallet is going to get faster empty.
Okay. So absolutely appreciate your concerns, and see, cybercrime or any other crime for that matter is a reality. And I'll be honest and say, as much as there are great brains working to keep digital payments safer, there are also equally intelligent people working on the next way of siphoning off yours and mine and everybody else's wallet. Having said which, I would just say a couple of points. I think the government and the RBI and all the players in the payment space, be it banks, be it fintechs or networks like MasterCard, are working very closely to make payments as safe as possible. And a recent example is the RBI's directive on tokenization, which is nothing but storing your card one time at a merchant, let's say Flipkart, and your 16-digit card number is then masked. So even if somebody hacks into it, let's say, despite all the safeguards that you have in place, some criminal manages to get there, they will have a set of numbers which have no meaning. And it's encrypted at the back end. Is anything foolproof? Sadly, no. But I think there is a lot of push on the government and and the RBI, and especially the current ruling regime, to really make this safer, because that's the only way digital payments are going to grow. The second point I would say is MasterCard and a lot of players are working on the latest technologies, using artificial intelligence, using machine learning, and so on, to try and stop breaches before they happen. Because from a consumer experience perspective, yeah, once your card is, and I had a fraudulent transaction myself a couple of weeks ago, had to block my card, had to reissue it. It's not as fun as trying to block it before it happens. And I think that's the second one. Sorry?
With the bandwidth issue.
Yeah.
No cross questions.
Yeah. No, so see, there is, yeah. And as you said, sometimes the fact that an OTP doesn't come, right? If there are bandwidth issues, it leads to criminals having a field day. We have known of cases where somebody calls and says, oh, I'm calling from so-and-so bank, or I'm calling from the RBI. Okay, please give me your, give me your card details and we'll make the payment. But that brings me to my most important point. Technology is there, policy is there, regulation is there, everyone's working towards it. But finally, you need consumer education, because no amount of technology can save anyone if people fall for this, oh, I'm calling from the RBI, please give me your details. That's it, matter over, because you're then literally you're handing them your locker and saying, please take it. So that is again something, and as a marketing function lead, that is a large part of my work, to educate people.
Sure. Just one final question from the lady out here, quick. Can we just get the mic passed?
Thank you.
Yeah, just allow us a moment.
Yeah, because
if you could just have your introduction to Mansi, and then we can quickly do it. Yeah.
My name is Shalini. I'm from Lakshya Media Group. I just wanted to ask you that pandemic has also changed the way people spend, right? We have UPI, Google Pay, which are digital different formats, which has come up. So how has that, affected MasterCard? Because I'm sure there has an effect. So,
of course,
so how it has that? I just want to know that.
Of course, it has. And again, as I said, we have a government which is very, very committed to driving digital payments and moving India a little bit away from cash. I don't think it'll ever be completely away, because cash is very cultural to us as a nation. But yes, UPI has been a great sort of form factor of digital payments. But remember one thing, and I'll share this fact with everyone in this room, despite all of the growth of digital payments, 85% of transactions in India today are still done in cash. So there is monumental headroom for this industry to grow. And I think the more people educate, the more people realize, the more players make people realize the benefits of digital payments, I think it's only good for all of us. And that's really kind of the common sort of goal that we all have. Yes, spending has grown. Digital payments overall grew monumentally in the pandemic. As I said, you didn't have an option because physical stores were not there. You had to sit at home and order. I can still remember my mother cursing, saying, why am I having to do this? But it is what it is. And yes, so I think there's enough room and more for UPI, for cards, for all the fintechs, all the modes of payment to all coexist. So, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mansi. We just request you to please stay on the stage as I now call upon somebody who's behind the wonderful event today, Priyanka Badoria, the Assistant Director, Events and Marketing, e4m, to kindly join us and grace us with her presence while felicitating none other than Mansi. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm round of applause for Priyanka. Thank you so much. Well, with this, we break in for a short and a quick networking lunch break. Let's all resume. But before that, we've got the AVs in place. Let's get that AVs on the stage of all our partners. Co-powered by partner Pocket APAC's leading mobile advertising platform, co-gold partner Magnite. Let's get all the AVs in place. Thank you. And of course, Bobble AI, world's largest conversational media platform.
Bobble Keyboard, the highest rated keyboard app on the app stores. Let's find out. You can share stickers with your very own face and any custom message. Have a big laugh or scare with big anger. Well, Bobble gives you big emojis. Regular black text? It may work for some. We don't judge. What works for us, though, is the pop text. Bobble lets you use personalized branded stickers, GIFs, by strategically and contextually integrating brands and conversations happening on WhatsApp, Facebook, and other social or chat messaging platforms across the country. An average smartphone user spends 25 minutes of their daily 3-hour screen time on their keyboard. Since you spend
Hello. Hello.
Check. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the post-lunch sessions at the 5th edition of Screenage 2022. We're talking about India's biggest mobile marketing conference. And of course, it's going to be followed by the awards in the evening. And we look forward to your participation. Well, to kickstart with this event, and I feel that post-lunch, the topic is going to be very interesting. We're talking about 5G in India, a consumer POV, and we're talking about how do consumers feel 5G is going to impact them in the near term, and what can be possibly done for the long-term solutions that 5G could enable. On this front, we're going to be joined by two dignitaries. First up, Dolly Jha, Managing Director, Nielsen Media, India. She's somebody who's got 25 years of rich experience and leads the media business for Nielsen in South Asia and has stirred the Nielsen effects in providing entities across the South Asian media, marketing, and entertainment industry. Let's give her a warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And joining Dolly, would Prithvi be joining right away? Perfect. So we do have Prithvi Raj, Director, Strategic Client Leader, Nielsen Media India, who's also going to be joining us. Let's give him a warm round of applause whilst as we welcome him on the stage. So I think you might have to use this mic.
No, that's okay. That's okay. Okay. Thank you for that introduction. Hi, everybody. You mentioned a post-lunch session a couple of times. So Prithvi and I have a tough task of actually engaging with all of you in the post-lunch session. Hopefully, we've got some, interesting stuff, which is going to be keeping all of you engaged. So when I was asked to speak on this topic on 5G and, where are consumers on this, the immediate sectors which really sprang up in my mind were things like gaming. How is it going to be altering the gaming landscape? The second one, which really sprang up was around metaverse, right? Because that's a new thing which is really coming up. And I said, how is all that going to be changing with 5G coming up? And what I did really was that I decided to speak to a passionate gamer in my team, which is Prithvi. Okay. Now, and I know Prithvi considers himself to be a pro at following the telecom sector. He's been doing this for a long time. He's an active gamer and all of that. So when I spoke to Prithvi on gaming and, what does he think about 5G and how is it really going to be altering the world of gaming, etc., I was really surprised by a very mixed perspective which he had on this. So here I was thinking that Prithvi is going to be gung-ho about, how the world of gaming is going to be changing and all of that. But he did have a very mixed view, in terms of which are the areas which are really going to be changing with the coming of 5G and which are the areas where there could be certain things which need to be addressed. So what we are going to be covering in this session between us is that, how much is consumers' awareness about 5G, which are the areas where they really believe that 5G is going to be changing things for them, what are the kind of challenges which they anticipate, what do they think about their handsets? Are their handsets really going to be supporting this new technology which is there? And where are marketers on this? Now, before we start the session and before I hand it over to Prithvi, just starting with a couple of data points. So the first one really, and this is not a new one, but nonetheless, it's good to start with some numbers, which is that where are consumers in terms of their usage of mobile devices, right? So if you just look at that, on an average, we are seeing about 4 hours and 15 minutes, which Indian audiences are spending on their smartphones, okay? Now, this data is only for Android smartphones. This is NCCS ABC. We are media researchers, so we always have to talk in the context of a target group. This is 1 lakh plus audience, 15 to 45 years. So that's the kind of stuff that we've seen. And what we've also seen is that this time which is spent on smartphones has actually seen a whopping increase in the last 2 years, right? So if you just see, there's a 28% increase that we're seeing. We compared this with the kind of data, on this metric with a couple of other countries. We've seen that for a couple of other countries, for them to see this kind of jump, it's taken them about 4 years. In our country, not surprising, this has really happened in 2 years of time, right? So rapid adoption, fueled by pandemic, a lot more activities happening, a lot of free content available and things like that. And you also have on that chart that, in terms of share of various activities, what are the kind of activities which consumers are doing. Now, just let's see that in terms of our evolution, and, I like to do this benchmarking across markets. So I just thought that in terms of share of time, how does share of time which our audiences are spending on smartphone, how does it stack up, with say the most mature market, which is US? See, what's really happening there. So there are some differences that you see there. So for example, if you look at social media, the share of time which US audiences spend on social media is far higher than us, right? But on the other hand, if you look at VOD consumption, our share of time is higher. And the reason for that is that there's also a lot of connected TV consumption which happens there. So it's not that incidental that they want to see less of their smartphone, but the fact is that they have access to connected TV, and that's the reason that we are seeing a difference there. Again, gaming, if you see here, they're far ahead of us. Okay, so this is the kind of landscape that we have. 4 hours on a day is being spent, a massive increase in terms of time spent, in terms of share of time. This is how various activities stack up. And if you just go to the next chart, Prithvi. Yeah, and here is where I'll hand it over to you to build from here.
Thanks, Dolly. First, I'm passionate about gaming, but I'm not good at it. So I'm just want to set that disclaimer out there. But as Dolly said, gaming, right, in 5G. So just before we start, just by a show of hands, how many people play games on their mobile phone? Wow. Okay, are your bosses aware about this? Just checking. Yeah, okay. So of these, how many of you play your more competitive, say, first-person shooters, your more high-end graphics, like Call of Duty, Free Fire, Battlegrounds Mobile? Anyone in the group? Okay, so far fewer. So I'll tell you, so for me, now I primarily play these games and I play them a lot, but I play them on Wi-Fi because quite often on cellular, on 4G, I have this issue of latency, which is, sorry, we're going to get a little technical, but it's about maybe 40 to 60 milliseconds sometimes, especially when you're traveling in traffic. So by the time I see the other guy and I aim down sight to shoot, the person has moved and is shooting me. In the game, not in real life. My life is not that exciting otherwise. Tough crowd. So, so basically, with 4G, the experience on these games to me is not that great. So what was fascinating is when I looked at the smartphone panel data, and yeah, we have an in-house smartphone panel where we track consumer behavior. So we found that, so about 30% of the panel plays games every day. And some of the most popular games they play are Free Fire and Battlegrounds Mobile. So again, fairly competitive first-person shooters. So to me, okay, there's clearly demand, and maybe with a 5G network, that's going to get better. But as Dolly said, I did have my apprehensions about what 5G is really going to change. And maybe I had a very pessimistic view to Dolly's optimistic view. So we said, let's split the difference. Let's do a consumer survey and a marketer survey and get other people's perspectives, wisdom of the crowd, so to speak. So we'll start with the consumer bit. So the first thing we see is, in terms of broad awareness, most consumers were aware about 5G. About 77% said they were aware about 5G and aware about the launch of 5G. When we probed a little further, 9 out of 10 said that, yes, they know it's a new mobile network that's going to come across. 1 out of 4 actually said it's a new software or a new app, which I just palmed off as, that's just people who are just unaware. But then I thought about it. Actually, that's not wrong. Because yes, 5G is not a new software, but to access 5G, especially you have a Samsung or a Apple device, you need them to push the OTA update so that you can activate 5G. So if you think about it, even the 1 in 4 is not necessarily wrong. So I was quite impressed with the knowledge of these consumers. And we asked questions about what do you think will increase with 5G? The first and most obvious thing they said is speed. So 88% said that the speed of 5G is going to increase. 78% said that the call quality is going to increase. I'm not sure about that, but again, I don't know enough about that, but that may be true. A good 70+% said that the price of phones are going to go up. So that's interesting because they're aware that the price are going to go up, and later on we'll revisit this point. What's really intriguing to me, it's a small number, bear with me, but 1 in 10 said that battery life and network coverage will actually get worse. Now, if you think about it, this actually happened in the early days of 4G. With 4G, there weren't enough towers. Your phone will constantly use more battery to latch onto network. You had worse coverage, battery life will get worse. We may see something similar on 5G. So it's nice that some people have already anticipating that on the consumer side. So we asked questions on what activities do you think will be most popular? And intuitively, they said video streaming, browsing, mobile gaming, and I'm trying to do some memory, even though I've got screens on either side, which is silly. Yes, video calls. Yeah. But what's also interesting is phone usage as primary internet, which one can think of as using your phone as a Wi-Fi hotspot. So this is, and a lot of us have done this, right? We're out somewhere, we don't have Wi-Fi access, we have to get onto a Zoom call. we have to tether our phone to our laptop, and you start sharing your screen, sharing video, running audio, things get very laggy. So this is something that should get much better with 5G. So I see a lot of optimism from consumers on these activities. Now, when it comes to purchase of device, what's interesting is nearly half of them, actually a little over half of them, said that their current phone doesn't support 5G and they're looking to buy a new one. Now, again, realistically, this number might be eventually far less, but it still shows optimism for buying new phones, awareness that the existing phones might not support the network. And what's also really interesting is that chart on the left, which is on your 5G dongles. So a lot of homes, not just here, but even in smaller towns, and specifically in smaller towns, don't have a fiber connection to the home. So if they have internet or wireline internet, is not that fast. But with potentially 5G hotspots, you can get extremely high-speed internet at home. So again, multiple devices can connect to it. So the fact that 9 out of 10 said that they're looking forward to that and they're open to purchasing a 5G dongle is remarkable to me. Now, when we ask them about their consumption behavior and their spend patterns, so pretty much everyone said that, yes, we expect our consumption of data to increase on 5G. And that differs. So again, it's evenly split between 31, 31, 31 across the 10 to 50, 50% to maybe 2x. And we found a similar story when it comes to how much they expect to pay. What's nice is pretty much everyone feels that, everyone we surveyed feels that, yes, the prices of data is going to go up, but the amounts they're willing to pay may not be exactly proportional, but at least it shows you that a 10 to 50% seems to be most preferable when it comes to a price point. But again, this is a very small, quick and dirty survey. This is just to give you just indicative data. And this is the last bit on the consumer part, which is essentially trying to gauge how much of an impact they felt a network upgrade had for them. So going from 2G to 3G, 3G to 4G, and 4G to 5G, which is a guesstimate. So again, 20% said that 2G to 3G was a big impact. About 47%, or nearly half of them, said that going from 3G to 4G was a big impact. But a whopping 88% that expect that going from 4G to 5G is going to have a tremendous impact on their behavior. So that's remarkable to me, just showing the level of optimism that consumers have for 5G. It also means that we as an industry probably need to set realistic benchmarks on what 5G will and won't achieve for them, because we don't want to leave people hanging. So now I'm going to shift gears a little bit and talk about what marketers feel. So basically, marketers were far more aware about 5G than consumers. So 93% were aware that what 5G was, as well as when the launch happened and more details about it, which makes sense, right? We would be more aware than the average consumer. 1 in 2 of them said that 5G will significantly impact advertising spends, which is great. But again, what was the number? So 3 in 10, or 30% said that it won't impact. 30% said that it will impact, but it needs additional, say, support or tools. And I'll talk a little bit more about this. But when you think about it, 5G is one part of the puzzle, but you also need, say, VR headsets. You also need great virtual experiences to really experience the metaverse. So again, by a quick show of hands, how many of you have tried the Oculus Quest 2 or any VR headset? Wow, seriously? Okay, this is impressive, but okay. So I know I've tried it as well, and I was really impressed. I know the resolution wasn't great, and this is a very good number of you that's tried us. I'm really impressed with that. So kudos to you all for being extremely tech savvy. I was very impressed when I tried the Oculus Quest 2. I was really found that immersive. Dolly, I made you try that as well, and you were a little disoriented at first, but you did like where it went. So it's great, but it has to be accessible. You need great networks for it. You need virtual experiences, and that could potentially leapfrog advertising. We'll double click on this in a moment. When it comes to impact of advertising, what advertisers felt was it was actually split. So a large portion felt that it's going to revolutionize advertising. It's going to be a big jump. Another equally large segment said that it's not going to make too much of a difference. It's going to be big, but not that big. And about 1/4 said that, it's not going to make a difference at all. So that's a very odd view, right? For a group that's fairly consistent in other surveys we've done to have very different perspectives. So we thought maybe it's a sector play. So when we went a little deeper to see which sectors, which sectors were really driving this, we found intuitively marketers and advertisers felt that mobile gaming, OTT, e-commerce. So these are going to really benefit the most, which makes sense. Faster networks, better experiences, pages load faster, no friction for consumers. So from that perspective, I get that. Banking was interesting. I don't know enough about how 5G will impact that, but the fact that marketers feel that is something definitely worth looking at. And EdTech, which makes sense again, because seamless content. And again, if you add VR to that, then it's a great experience. Now, what I took from that survey is actually some verbatums from marketers, and I've grouped them into 3 buckets. So the first, we have marketers talking about how ads will get more targeted, it'll be gamified ads, richer content, seamless advertising. So that was interesting in its sense that they feel that 5G is going to enable that. The second, and I like that particular comment, and again, it was anonymous, so I don't know who put that. Maybe one of you gave that survey, so if that's the case, thank you. But esports. Now, esports is really big internationally. In India, it's big in the sense that there's a lot of demand. If you look at the amount of content consumed, number of Indian YouTubers on gaming and mobile gaming, it's massive. But again, most Indians don't have access to Wi-Fi, so they have to rely on 4G. So with 5G, competitive gaming could mean it could open the doors for more people. So I'm excited to see what esports can do potentially for us in the future. And the last bit is this big chunk of comments on metaverse and VR. And there's so much, so many different views, all talking about metaverse, augmented reality, virtual reality. Yes, that's definitely going to happen. And I'm very enthusiastic to see that so many people believe that. It's going to be a tough journey, though, because you need hardware to come together, you need software to come together, and you need the network. So it's not just 5G alone, but if you get those 3, then that would be easily realized. So summing up, last 3 slides. So summing up, what makes 5G exciting to me? So one is Internet of Things. And I know we're not spoken about that, and that didn't come from the surveys. It's just, from what I read online. So Internet of Things enables multiple different devices beyond smartphones to connect, which is connected wearables, connected cars, connected home automation. And why 5G is important is because it, as a carrier wave, it can have more simultaneous signals versus a 4G network. So you'll have far less network congestion. So thereby enabling a really comprehensive Internet of Things. AR and VR we've spoken about, and obviously there's so much potential in gaming, in content, in entertainment, in education. So I'm keen to see where AR and VR goes. 5G Wi-Fi routers, and this is specifically for smaller towns and places, again, which are currently unconnected. Potentially, this could bring a lot more people on board and get them connected to a very high-speed internet. Next-gen mobile gaming, I spoke of from the esports side of it. So we see this internationally. In India, I feel this will start picking up. So maybe some of the casual games might get replaced by some of the more active and more entertaining games. And the last bit is network congestion, which again, as I spoke about 5G, because of a higher frequency, greater carrier wave, more signals can go simultaneously. So that's all good. But there are a couple of watchouts that I feel I want to talk about. And I'll just spend another minute. I just got about 2-3 minutes left. So when we went from 3G to 4G, right, there were genuine pain points on 3G. So videos would take a while to buffer. Web pages will take a while to load. So your overall internet experience on 3G was interesting at the time. It was novel, but it's nowhere where it was today. So 4G enabled a whole transformation of the web, right? From text to rich media. I'm not sure personally whether 4G to 5G will have such a large transformative effect for 2 counts. One is most games people play today are your very casual games, which don't require high-speed internet. And even in terms of video content, videos still load fairly quickly today. Yes, with 5G, your resolution might get better, but would you really notice that on a small phone screen? I don't know. So I'm just putting that as a watch out. The other piece is price. So while consumers are aware that the price is going to go up, the degree of how it goes, or how far up it goes will probably impact adoption. And speed. So here's the thing. As I said, for certain content, in a 4G or 5G network, the video will take the same amount of time to load, because largely we don't download too much content, so we won't really notice the benefit of speed. And for games, if you're playing your very casual platform games that don't need a high-speed connection, you won't notice a 5G connection either. So maybe the speed might be an issue. And coverage. Initially, when launching any new network, it'll take time for coverage to build. I know the telecom operators are doing a fantastic job of rolling out the network really fast, but it will take time. So initially, network coverage might not be great. Having said that, I still want to end on a very optimistic note that we believe that with 5G, you will get more usage, more devices, newer experiences, and newer advertising. Yeah. With that, I'm on time. Dolly, is there anything that you want to end with?
I just wanted to just add a point on metaverse because, a couple of months back, I was asked to, sort of opine on the fact that is metaverse really going to be taking off and all of that in India, right? And my view on that was that it is purely a function of use case, and brands will really have to ensure that is there a relevant use case that we are able to build for the consumers. It's as simple as that, right? Because technology is just a means to a particular objective that we want to achieve. So to that extent, of course, in terms of concept, very, very gung-ho about it. And I do think that with the advent of this technology now in India and the fast adoption that we are seeing, some of those inhibitions which would have been in minds or, some pockets where we would have faced impediments around metaverse, those should be overcome. So net, we feel quite buoyed about this, right? Though you've purely, you have truly called out that, just for content consumption, I don't necessarily need to have a 5G network, or for some simple games, I don't need to have a 5G network. And it's also heartening to see that, Airtel is also already talking about some 1 million 5G users, which they have on their network. Let's see how this adoption journey really goes. So let's see how things really evolve. Thank you so much for listening to us in a post-lunch session.
Requested to be in the center, yeah. Thank you so much. With this, if I may request Vishal Singh, India GM and Global Marketing Head of Mocha Technology, to kindly join us. Vishal, please do us the honor of joining us on the stage. And once again, a big thank you to Dolly and Prithvi. Thank you for sharing your knowledge today on the forum. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm round of applause for Vishal. Thank you for joining in. And of course, our speakers, Dolly and Prithvi, thank you for your time. One more for Dolly. Oh, I think he wants you to pose as well. Since it's a mobile marketing conference and awards, we want the perfect shot before it hits on anyone's mobile. Thank you so much. Thank you. God bless. So with this, it is time for us to revamp the stage as we're going to be heading towards the panel discussion. Let me see if this mic is on. Just turn this mic on. To this mic, it's okay. Mic check one. Check one, check. Well, with this, we have an experts panel, ladies and gentlemen, on our next topic, which is making video marketing work for your brands. I'd just like to take a moment to thank all our panelists before we call them one by one on stage, because the stage is taking a while to get ready. On this platform and next forum, we're going to be having the founder and executive chairman, Bang Bang Media Corp, Rupak Saluja, joining us. We're going to have the founder and editor-in-chief, IWM Buzz, Siddhartha, joining us. We have the head of Media Brands Content Studio India, Siddhant Mazumdar, who's going to be joining us. Co-founder Earn Lee, we have Ankita Jain. We have the head e-commerce and digital marketing, TVS Eurogroup, Siddhartha Venkataraman, joining. We have the chief content officer, Wavemaker India, Karthik Nagarajan. And this entire session is going to be curated by Suvir Bajaj, co-founder, Zoom Media. So a lot of rich content coming in on the forum in some time. I just request the ones who are standing on the side, on the aisles, if you want, there are a few chairs if you'd like to be more comfortable and be seated. Just for your comfort. If you'd like, please do join us. All right, I think without further ado, let's call our eminent panelists one by one. Ladies and gentlemen, on making video marketing work for your brand, first up, It's my honor to invite the founder and executive chairman, Bang Bang Media Corp, Rupak Saluja. Let's give him a warm, warm round of applause as we welcome him. Thank you so much, Rupak. Joining Rupak is going to be the founder and editor-in-chief, e4m Buzz, Siddharth Talaik. Thank you so much, Siddhartha, for joining us. Let's give him a warm round of applause as he joins us on the forum. Hi, Sid, how are you doing? Pleasure. Next up, I'd like to have the honors of inviting the head of Media Brands Content Studio India, Siddhant Mazumdar. Let's give our man a big round of applause. And Siddhant, quite a bold choice of color to wear this. I love that. Next up, the co-founder only. Let's invite Ankita Jain to join us. Let's give her a big, big round of applause. Ankita. Thank you so much, Ankita, for joining us on the platform today. Next up, the head e-commerce and digital marketing TVS Eurogroup. Ladies and gentlemen, Siddharth Venkataraman. Thank you so much, Siddharth. Next up, if I could have the Chief Content Officer, Wavemaker India, Karthik Nagarajan. Thank you, Karthik. And of course, to curate and set the tone right and moderate this entire discussion, our session chair, co-founder, Zoom Media, Suvir Bajaj. Thank you so much, Suvir, for joining us. And of course, it's going to be a great discussion. We've got such an immense, this is amazing what you've done. Perfect. Thank you, Suvir. With this, the stage is all yours. Unless you accept cash. I said, unless you accept cash.
Hello. I accept everything besides crypto right now. All forms of payment are acceptable. Should we do a mic check with everyone before we start, just so that we're not interrupted midway?
Hello.
I think it's time to bring in the cash. Yeah, good.
Hello.
Superb. Okay, let's get started while we get the rest of the microphones live. I mean, we are at a conference called Screenage, fortunately, which is not streaming on a screen for you guys. So the one mic not working won't necessarily be a big problem. But ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome to the last panel of Screenage. Last, because probably this is the biggest panel with 7 panelists, all who love the sound of their own voice, myself included. I think it's going to take us about 40 minutes to get through just introducing who's here. So I'll save everyone some time. Meet Siddharth, and Suvir. No, I'm just kidding. We got a bunch of Siddharths here, and just to make it more exciting, they put the bald guys on either side. So let's have some fun. We'll try and make it not confusing with too many Siddharths. Of course, we have the pretty lady right in the center. So Ankita, we're going to kick off today. But because before we kick off with you today, Ankita, of course, we're here to talk about video. Yes, we're in a post-COVID world. Yes, content consumption has gone through the roof. Yes, OTT platforms are recording groundbreaking numbers. We know all of this. We're going to talk about all of this in detail. We're going to talk about the role that different platforms play. We're going to talk about the role of the creator. And we're also going to talk about the role of 5G in video. Although, Dolly, we were paying attention to your presentation, and we did realize that you say that 5G isn't really going to change the landscape in video too much. So I guess the panel is done. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, cool. So let's get this show on the road. Panelists, thanks so much for taking time out today and joining us and sharing your insights with the Screenage group that's gathered here today. So of course, in this post-COVID world, in this mobile penetrated world, content consumption has taken new dynamic and new paradigm. And having said that, we're going to try and debunk a few myths over here, break down a few facts about how the content landscape is evolving, given mobile phone penetration, given the fact that OTT is reaching new heights. Now, let's start by trying to understand, Ankita, we're going to start with you as the only woman on our panel. We're going to start with you. Let's start by trying to understand why video has taken off so rapidly and aggressively, as opposed to other forms of content, other mediums, etc., that haven't necessarily seen this kind of exponential growth over the last few years. What is it that has really thrown fuel on the video fire?
Hi. So I think great questions today. So I would say that games are appreciated and taken into consideration emotionally. I mean, yes, there are being ones, yes, there are emotional patterns as well, but it takes a lot of whether you just can do it, just can't do that with any of them. I think pretty much I think that video has made it big because of creating an impact in the community. That was what it is.
Cool. So Siddhant, sorry. Sid number 3, let's call him Sid 3. Let's do Sid 1, Sid 2, Sid 3. Okay, so Sid 3, of course, we've seen the advent of so many new video platforms also pop up, specifically during COVID, where every second person with a smartphone in their hand has become a creator as well. Now with the advent of short form content consumption patterns have also completely changed, right? How do you see brands or creators being able to harness this strategy to create video ecosystems that pan to a variety of audiences across platforms?
Firstly, thanks for having me here, guys. So I think that's a damn good question, right? Because we're currently seeing an explosion, right? Anyone, like you said, anyone with a smartphone is essentially a creator, and their smartphone is basically a moving studio. I think for brands, it's important to firstly understand that each platform exists for a certain reason within their category, and if your audience is there, you better be present over there, right? And especially, I think a very important point is to ensure that you don't have a singular message or a singular format running across every platform, right? Each platform for your category has a certain nuance. We play within that nuance, address the kind of metrics that work over there. And I think it's also important for brands to perhaps let loose a little bit, right? Rely on the creator to take your brand forward, right? I think creators do quite well when they're given that freedom to express themselves, right? And take a little bit of ownership away from the brand, saying, let me also define what you could be on this platform, right? And if brands are able to live with that courage, saying, let me rely on this guy, he or she has amazing creativity, and let them figure out, what my brand can be over there. So make them part of your content strategy rather than, just working with them and telling them, like, please speak about my brand or speak about the, my features. This is, I think, what is perhaps very, very important. You have to be active on those platforms, and you have to rely on those creators on those platforms to take your brand message forward and not just dictate terms to them.
Interesting. So you spoke about the authenticity of the tone of voice. You spoke about the brand's openness to let creators be co-creators of the brand and help define their narrative and help define their landscape. Let's hear from one of the brand guys, actually. Sid 1, you're a brand guy and you've been on the brand side for a while. You guys have been championing video at TVS and of course worked with a number of creators. Why don't you talk about your experience in terms of how creators are able to retain the ethos of the brand and still do justice to the various different platforms that they specialize on while distributing to their audiences?
The other thing is TV video content is very important. It actually into our happiness, all this what they get over in terms of what they learn. So, which has a variety of stakeholders. We have learned that we really need to look at video content at multiple levels and define the objective very clearly. There are certain video content which we create purely with the need to build our brand presence and brand awareness, whereas there are a certain types of videos which we create, which is very, very clearly targeted at bottom of the funnel, sales-oriented activities. The other one which to maintain the brand essence and to maintain the ecosystem's respect for the brand, what we have figured out is more than just talking about us. We create content where our ecosystem is recognized and they believe that they are being talked about, and our ecosystem partners, our influencing partners, who could be our mechanic partners or could be retailers, they become the champion and hero of the video. And in this way, we are able to actually, I would say, scale up our brand through our stakeholders and not just us keeping on harping about what we do and how we do.
That was brilliant, Sid. You said so much. You spoke about the role of video in the life cycle of the brand. You spoke about the consumer journey. You spoke about the video format to meet its specific goals. And then you spoke about real-world influencers. 4 bookmarks on that one, Sid. I'm going to stay on platform a little bit before I come to consumer. Rupak, let's talk about a different kind of platform. Now, you guys at Bang Bang have been medium agnostic and platform agnostic with a lot of the content that you guys have created. Of course, a lot of us in the video space started with TV and eventually evolved to digital. And with digital, we don't have the same restrictions that television would provide for us, 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. Even with digital now, we started by doing editorial content, then moved into branded content, and now we've moved into OTT with brand integration coming into OTT content as well. So why don't you share some of your experiences that the flexibility of digital has really given creators and brands alike?
Thanks, and we have how presidents pay advertisers wait at night as well as how platforms. I think with Netflix turning on the tap of advertising in India, around the world, and yet to do it in India, but in general, I think that question perhaps, answering that question perhaps becomes a little less urgent, but it's urgent nonetheless, right? And I think the particular thing, and this goes back to the principles of branded entertainment and branded content, as was being spoken about initially, right? People come onto these platforms, especially if they're paying to be on these platforms, they're going there because of the integrity of the content. So their tolerance to put up with brand messaging goes down tremendously. However, people aren't averse to brand messaging. They're only averse to irrelevant brand messaging, and that we've proven time and time again. If you've got a fabulous piece of branded content, and by fabulous piece of branded content, I mean one where, there's always a balance. Branded entertainment, there's brand, there's entertainment. And as long as you have the balance, tipped in favor of the entertainment, not just entertainment, I use that as a proxy for all kind of value that you can get out of it. It could be entertainment, it could be education, it could be utility, it could be information, whatever it might be. As long as they're getting that value exchange, essentially they're giving you their attention, so that you are able to, provide that brand message. I think that works fine. And that's something that brands are training themselves to do better and better. Agency partners are training themselves to do. But at the end of the day, remember that you're competing not just with other brands, you're competing with Stranger Things, you're competing with Family Man, you're competing with Sacred Games, you're competing with everything, right? So that's something that has to be particularly kept in mind. I think that you're just starting to see the beginning of it, actually just scratching the surface. There are brands who've done that quite well. But also remember, everyone can't be Apple and Nike. And so brands need to know where they are, what they're doing, what their ability to do things is, and so cut your coat according to the cloth that you have as well. And the ambition shouldn't get the better of you. I think that's very important. And I think finally, the last part of it is that, often enough when you look at this stuff, people often ask the question, and I highlight this in particular because when suddenly the stakes are higher because you're competing with not just other brands, but all content that's available out there in the universe, then it's about the quality, right? And I think people often ask, why can't we produce content of a certain quality in India when we're competing on, let's say, branded entertainment forums or Cannes branded entertainment lines, whatever it might be? It's not about the people often think it's about the budget and the money that we have. It's not that, right? Because there are brands who actually spend disproportionate amounts of money or when it needs to be spent or have the ability to spend it. The answer actually is time. And that's where we get caught off guard in India, is that we often don't have enough time. And if we're able to do that, that's very important in order to provide that quality output.
I actually want to circle back and debunk that myth, because there are a lot of people who say, look, budget kitna hai, hum log content aisa banayenge. And I want to come back to that because we're all on the agency / creator / brand side who have this restriction and limitation, but are still able to work within our means. So I want to come back there. And Rupak, you said something very interesting, which is a bookmark for the audience as well, saying that effectively you need to be conscious of the fact that you are comparing for share of time of that user that he's spending in front of that screen, whether it's his iPad or whether it's his cell phone or whether it's his connected TV in this case, right? Which is all trying to eventually reach an audience. And the second bookmark I want to make for the audience over here is Netflix turning on the tap as far as advertising is concerned, right? That's a bunch of red flags and a bunch of green flags, depending on which side of the fence you're looking at this from. And when it comes to advertising, let me now come back to Karthik. Thanks for being patient with me. And ladies and gentlemen, I promise you, Karthik's hair's not turned white while waiting for his turn here. It was white before we got onto the panel. But we will come to advertising here, Karthik, you know, given the fact that you do come from Group M and you got a wealth of experience there. Everyone's talking about, you know, segmented audiences, and everyone's talking about the most effective way to reach these audiences. Now, platforms keep playing around with the algorithms, and as a result, the concept of organic reach is continuously challenged time and time again, right? Influencers themselves, creators themselves struggle sometimes to keep up with this algorithm to make sure that they can maintain their reach and be relevant to their audiences. But having said that, what is the boilerplate advice that you have in order to meet these goals of letting brands reach audiences organically without falling into the trap of asking media plan mein budget kitna hai?
I think algorithms will exist as long as we're around, and there's no point in trying to limit. And what you're trying now will be very different 2 years down the line. I think from a boilerplate perspective, to me, that's very clear, right? I think whenever, you know, like Rupak said, we all invest 3 minutes, we all decide to invest when we start a video, right? And at some point in time, we want that content to resonate, either or because that we feel very strongly about, or is it someone that we really like, right? So for a brand to be able to demand that sort of a time investment from the audience, you need to be on top of what is that peg, right? Why am I going to resonate this? Why is the audience going to resonate with this? And for that, I think it's very important for brands to understand different subcultures, right? If you're creating something, attitude, you need to understand, is the audio okay? Yeah. You need to understand what is working in gratitude. If you're trying to create something on hip hop, you need to understand what's working in it. If you're trying to create something on, say, sports, you need to understand, you know, what is that subculture? How are people likely to enjoy it? And then sort of go into the ideation phase. So to me, decoding the subculture ahead of time is that boilerplate.
So I think classic advertising 101, everything starts with the insight. Understand your audience, get the insight right, double down on the insight, and the idea, the messaging, everything stems from there. Sid 2, you said, sorry, Sid 1, you said something very interesting about the role of content. I'm actually going to loop Sid 3 into this conversation as well. I know it's really confusing to keep up. Let's just call them Sid. So Sid 3, I'm going to loop you into the conversation. You come in from the publisher side, right? For publishers, your balance sheet depends on the strength of your community, right? It's all about the size of your community for you. And I want to talk about the role of content here, because as far as community is concerned, when you're a publisher yourself, you're very conscious about how many audiences you're reaching, how relevant these audiences are to recruit them into the community, because eventually you have a very different challenge from the rest of us. We are trying to buy media for our brands. You are trying to sell media to our brands. So you're looking at things from a very different lens altogether, right? So when we look at it as role of content, top of funnel, middle of funnel, bottom of funnel, we're very clear about what that content needs to do for the brand basis the life cycle of the journey. You don't necessarily look at it the same way. Why don't you shed some light on that?
Thank you. So I believe the biggest challenge that we have faced is there's an audience, but the audience attention span is very limited. And one thing we need to understand that for anything to be popular, you need mass acceptability, which essentially video as a medium grew thanks to TikTok. So TikTok was your first, it's banned in India now, was your first shot to fame. You know, suddenly you put a TikTok, you get followers, and you realize that you can become your own star in your locality without visiting maybe the YRF or a T-Series office for an audition. So, like I was saying, when we created content, action, emotion as means of content ingredient played a major role. Secondly, the challenge for us was with the short form increase. Brands tell us 1 minute देख रहे कि नहीं, 2 minute देख रहे कि नहीं, 3 minute देख रहे कि नहीं. The dropout rate was so high because people are used to the short form content consumption, be it on Reels or TikTok or ShareChat, etc. So how to map that audience and increase the audience attention span being spent so that they go to that moment where the brand messaging is there is very, very important. Secondly, if you can use UGC content for integrations, that really helps, where we have done campaigns for brands where we have said, why don't you make a reel with a brand messaging? And if it's cool enough, we give it to the same jury who's maybe adjudicating a Netflix kind of entry. And if you have made a good reel on a creative reel, you get to win an award. So that's how we have integrated some form of brand messaging, which is very, very organic. Thirdly, like I mentioned, I'll take 2 minutes more, that in the past, we have had experiences where every brand consumption pattern was different. In YouTube, we put up a talk show with a very popular TV celeb, which got a lot of organic views, but on Facebook, it was not getting. When we reached out to the Facebook guys and what's happening, they said, why didn't you put subtitles in it? So we realized that on Facebook, a lot of people were not listening to the video, they were watching on it. On YouTube, they were watching and listening together. So for us, the internet audience, the consumption audience is very, very fleeting, and the feedback is instantaneous. You know, if they like it, they like it. If they don't like it, they can go to the comment section. No matter what you do, there are multiple platforms where they come and say, you know, you're crap, then your business is gone. So it's very important that when you think about content creation with a brand, you should think of all the things that can go wrong when you put out that video. If you think of all the good things, then it's not going to happen. You should tick box the good and also the feedback part, which is absolutely negative, and then create plans around it.
That was amazing, Sid. Actually, you said 3 very important things and 3 bookmarks there, right? I think this is the second time that we're reaffirming that content is about co-creation, whether it's co-creating your brand, whether it's about co-creating your narrative, which was amazing, right? The second thing you said is that the Indian audience is very fickle. And I'm going to come back to that because we can dissect that and slice and dice it, very interestingly and have some fun with it. And the third thing that I'm sure everyone has fun with on a Sunday afternoon is scrolling through the comment section of sticky content. So I'm definitely going to come back to that. Sid too, I'm going to tag you in, right? Yeah, you're Sid too. I'm also going to look at you when I call you out. So, you know, eye contact and all. Okay. Anyway, so Sid too, I'm going to tag you in. We're going to talk about, we're going to come back to the comment section of sticky content. But what is sticky content? Let's talk about a few examples. Stuff that you've watched. It could be editorial, it could be branded. What is sticky content? Stuff that's jumped off the page, stuff that you said, man, I wish I made that piece of content.
So I love brands that can entertain me.
And tell us why.
Sure, yeah. So I'm a big fan of brands that choose to entertain you frequently. Like if there's something that's every day or maybe weekly. I'm not a big fan of brands that only wake up, let's say once in a quarter, do one campaign and they move on, right? And I think a good example of brands that do that well come from sports, right? Because, you know, while sports is very seasonal, they may, I mean, let's say Rajasthan Royals is the brand that I want to talk about. They may be very relevant during IPL, right? But outside of IPL, they also need, you know, reasons for someone to actually come back to them. And the reason I like what they do is because, you know, they're able to create a robust content calendar that goes beyond IPL and is able to perhaps also circumvent a lot of challenges that can come, right? Like, you know, you may think that a sports team has access to players 24/7. That's absolutely not true, right? And there will be a lot of lots of other challenges, based on whether your team performs, doesn't perform. So the way a sports team is perhaps able to, still trap you, keep you hooked, irrespective of how well they're performing, right? Because let's face it, RR, I don't think has, won in a long time, right? But it is one of the most well-loved sports teams in the world, right? And the way they're able to do that, right, is through constant fan engagement, is through ensuring that there is a very loyal base that will keep coming back to this page, irrespective of what happens on the ground, irrespective of which player has said what, or whatever other news may be circulating. I think they get it right every time. And there's a lot of learnings that perhaps we can take from sports brands and apply onto other brands that are interested in sports. And we've done that actually with brands like e4m. e4m is one of our brands, which recently partnered with Gujarat Titans. There was so much that we learned from what we did on RR that we put into our partnership over there, because we were able to perhaps use, if you have taken up a sponsorship, you get certain entitlements, right? You'll get 3 hours with the player, and those 3 hours with the player will perhaps go like that, right? And you've practically shot nothing. So it's learnings from how they were able to use those 3 hours, right? That made a lot of sense to us, because we got a lot of amazing, funny, scripted content featuring comedians, which otherwise would not have been possible. So I love brands that can do that, brands that are active throughout and don't just wake up on a certain day. And I think RR Rajasthan Royals is a good example of something like that.
And you guys, e4m did a pretty cool metaverse experience as well for the IPL this year.
Yes. And in fact, we have a lot of entries in the evening. I'm very excited.
Amazing. We did that metaverse experience. Karthik, you see a lot of content as well. So a couple of examples from your end.
What kind of examples?
Of content that's jumped off the page, content that you said, I wish I had made this piece of content, and why?
We did actually make that piece of content for Mondelez. I think the one that we did for Diwali with Shah Rukh Khan. And again, it goes back to what I was saying earlier. Like what really worked in that was at a mass scale, if you're able to personalize content like that, right? And of course, we used technologies like deepfake. So that really works. I'm also a huge fan of internationally what brands like Tide do, which is take something that is on television and make that an experience, right? I like I'm talking about it's a Tide ad commercial. If you haven't seen it, it's a great case study. So to make television an experience is really a challenge, isn't it? Otherwise, it becomes this static thing that you watch once in a while, and then you sort of move away from that. But to make that an experience, to bring that to life on digital and even to on ground, I thought that was fascinating. I'm sure I'll think of more.
So two things to bookmark over there. Very interesting, right? You spoke about aided content. Aided content is AIDED content, as in aided with artificial intelligence, aided with machine learning. We're going to come back to that. And you spoke about cross-media content as well, picking up a television asset and having fun with it on digital. This was a formula that we all had to do 7-8 years ago when we didn't have budgets, which we're going to come back to very quickly, to decode budgets on digital. But now, of course, if you have the ability and the flexibility to build differently for different mediums, how do you retain that authenticity and that consistency across mediums? And that's a great bookmark, Karthik. Sidwan, I'm going to come back to Karthik's first point. He spoke about aided content. He spoke about using tools. Today, there's Jarvis, Copy AI, Rephrase, bunch of stuff that gives you so much technology to create dynamic content. Now, I would imagine in a rich ecosystem like yours, that creates immense opportunities to be able to dynamically manufacture this content for a variety of different purposes. Coming back to what you spoke about, I had bookmarked real world influencers, and I know you guys have done some superb work. Why don't you tell us about that?
Yeah. So this is an example which we had done using artificial intelligence and machine learning. So answering two things. One is how, without asking for a media plan, how do you organically make something actually create the impact? And the other one is how do you actually have actual real world impact creators as the influencer? So what we had actually done was we partnered with CSK as principal sponsors last year. So what we got was we had a chance to actually record one of the superstars, and we had a 1-hour session with him where we actually created an avatar out of the superstar. And then what we did was we were able to make customized ads for 30,000 of our retail and mechanic partners, customized for each one of them. And we had done this in about 4 or 5 languages: English, Hindi, Tamil, Malayalam, Bengali. So we had done in a variety of languages. So it became their own piece of ad. And we were very clear. So we did not endorse our brand or our product. So most of our retailers are actually multi-brand, multi-product retailers. So it was an ad for them where the superstar tells them that if you want these products, you go to this person's shop. So this actually, at the bottom of the funnel, helped us activate 20% of the inactive counters. And also from the retailers and mechanic partners perspective, they felt very excited and happy about the whole thing. So I think from a brand perspective and from a bottom of the funnel perspective, I think it helped us a lot. And we didn't spend a single buck on media promotions. It just happened organically.
Lovely. I think this is the third time for the audience's bookmark. Rupak brought it up the first time, Sid 2 brought it up, Sid 3 brought it up the second time, and Sid 1. We spoke about the role of programming, right? I think Rupak spent a lot of time on that. And then Sid 3 spoke about the Bollywood show that they made, which obviously had a few popular faces. And now Sid 1 spoke about the partnership with CSK, which obviously had a popular face as well. And thanks for that, Sid. You also spoke about without spending any money, you were on paid media, you were able to activate 20% of unactivated offline channels. And we're going to come back to metrics, right? But Ankita, I want to tag you into this conversation here because, of course, when you throw star power into a video, it's going to shine, right? You put CSK superstar and no prizes for guessing who that could have been, and you put Bollywood actors, Sid 3, and obviously these videos are going to shine. But when you don't have the flexibility of using these large-scale celebrities, and you need to be more nimble, you need to be more agile, you have to get faces or personalities that are closer to the ground that will appeal to people on a slightly more realistic basis, right? And I know that you guys do a lot of work with micro, nano, on the ground that will create large-scale content, which may not necessarily be supplemented with technology, as Sid 1 just spoke to us, but supplemented with great audience connect. Why don't you tell us about some of the work that you're doing with micro, nano to get this great audience connect and wide distribution at the same time?
Sure. So I think at Only we always say that we help you find your Mr. India. So that is not some celebrity, that is not some influencer who's become a celebrity, but it is that one influencer who's sitting in probably some a place in Kerala which you might not even know of. But when this person talks about your product will definitely get sold, because of the factor of the resonation. So we did this one campaign called Dabba Maddo. And this was a campaign during Raksha Bandhan. And we actually broke the norms of actually gifting gifting your fashion, personal care. We rather focused on gifting a DMAT account. We rather focused on gifting a course by Udemy. We rather focused on gifting a bank account, SIP. And these products, which did not sell during Raksha Bandhan, saw 32% hike in their sales without any celebrities. So we tapped around 500 micro-influencers from various regions like Gujarat, South, Kerala, and even up in East. And these influencers actually did the talking and they actually resonated with it. Yes, why should we give something that is perishable? Let's give something that will last long and something that the person will remember you for life. Okay, I started investing because my brother gave me a DMAT account. And that became a conversation starter. Once you have a conversation starter between your families and you discuss that, that is a campaign I generally resonate with. I want to sit down with a campaign and talk to my father about it. Why don't we do that in our family? When you do that, I think that's a campaign idea I would want to resonate with rather than any superstar campaign. And at Only, we have 2.5 lakh plus influencers. And these are all nano, small, micro influencers. We have housewives from Kerala. We have housewives from Gujarat who make the vlogs. But the kind of conversion, the kind of loyalty that the audience has, even unsubscribe to them is a big pain. They actually come back to us and tell us that, ma'am, this content is not working. Should we tell the brand and work on this content that will work out better for the brand also, and audience will resonate as well. So yeah, I would always want to tell brand that it should be open to ideas, because every content is different, every creator is different. You don't know what the creator's audience is wanting to listen to. And nobody, not me, not you, it's the creator who knows the audience best.
You know, you said that so matter-of-factly, Ankita, as if like everyone knows this, but thank you for those valuable insights. And what I really liked about what you said right now is that, you know, when you're trying to activate an audience in Kerala, you're bringing micro-influencers from Kerala that people relate to. And in all likelihood, they're not the influencers from 3 and 4 years ago, pre-pandemic, who are speaking English, right? If you bring influencers from the South, they're going to speak in regional languages. And you see all languages, right, from Malayalam to Tamil, having exploded in terms of their content creation abilities, creators gaining mass populace, you know, on the various different platforms. Karthik, can you throw some light on how regional content has now started overtaking this homogeneous old world advertising English medium that we knew 15 years ago?
There are many examples. For example, I don't know how many in the audience know, but the most listened to podcast today in the country is actually in a South Indian language, right? And some of the engagement rates, you know, that you're seeing there, and it's not just South, East, Marathi. Some of the creators, and Ankita will know this really, really well, some of the engagement that you see with a very small subgroup, a small language, a small region, is the engagement percentage is just amazing. Right? In fact, in regional content, another thing that we are seeing is also that, you know, while engagement with brand handles on social media has come down drastically, you look at interest groups, right? You look at interest groups for like technology or cooking or home improvement or beauty for that matter. Beauty is just through the roof, right? There, a lot of the content is regional in nature, and some of the engagements you see there is just phenomenal. Right? So very clearly today, you know, these are bubbles sitting here in Bombay, in Santa Cruz, we really don't know about. Right? So it's important for data to sort of show you the way in terms of what's going on, and then sort of penetrate and infiltrate these communities.
You know, that's really interesting, because you said how to as a category, and how to is actually the second largest search term on YouTube, right? For a fact. And Rupak, I know you guys have also now branched out into creating a lot of how-to content, explainer content, small, you know, pieces of content that actually influence the consideration side on the buy side, whether it's on commerce, D2C, so on and so forth. So can you talk about how this small snackable content that's called A+ content or how-to content really impacts consideration in the buying cycle?
Oh, tremendously. I think in my other company, Jack in the Box, where we work with a lot of clients to do various things in the digital space, but in particular, one of the areas of focus over the past 3 to 4 years has been on e-com content specifically, right? So we work with Unilever, for example, to create all the content for their specific e-com pages on Amazon and other platforms, for example. And video in particular, and the evolutionary curve of how this has been impacting the consumer journey and consumer decisions is the evolution is tremendous over the past 4 or 5 years, especially. You know, you can see how, you know, little tweaks. And as you all probably know, Amazon doesn't give you specific data on consumers, obviously, but there is a fair amount of insights that you can glean from overall consumer behavior, and we feed that into what we do and make those specific iterative changes on a regular basis to videos, for example. And it's phenomenally interesting to see how one little tweak can make such a difference on buying, let's say, I don't know, Lipton green tea bags, for example, just by changing one word or one sort of change, and you don't even realize it. So it's really a great example of real-time understanding of feeding back into the loop and iterating from there, especially because these videos are not really high production, or, you know, sometimes they have a concept behind it, sometimes it's really functional and how to in that respect. So it does work, and it actually has a direct impact on that last stage of the funnel, which is the sale.
Well, we're at time. Sid, two concluding remarks from you. 5G is around the corner. We're here to talk about 5G today. Gaming is going to go through the roof. As a result, streaming will go through the roof. We spoke about hyper-personalization around the corner. There's an advent of technology and automation that's going to penetrate this video industry. Your thoughts, concluding remarks on behalf of the entire panel.
I think the one thing that I'm excited most about 5G when it comes to video is gaming live streams. I'm a gamer myself, right? And I don't think it's going to impact anything else as much as gaming, because, you know, you do need a very, very high bandwidth. Otherwise, you're basically looking at pixels. And the thing I love about gaming live streams is that it's not just about the game anymore, right? Like people come with their own passion projects. Someone may be taking an interview while playing chess. Someone may be talking about life or politics while playing a game like Among Us. And if we are able to I think what 5G will allow us to do is turn gaming into a platform which is far bigger than just gaming and get more people into the mix, right? Because so far, I think gaming, as a gamer, I can tell you that we've been asked a lot of questions. Saying, "Tu gamer hai, tu kabhi chodega? You're almost 40 now. Why are you still gaming?" Right? And there is that certain stigma, but I think with stuff like this, with live streams becoming really popular, we would expect everyone to look at gaming as a much bigger place, right? You have Coffee with Karan, where you're just having coffee and you're talking about life. You can do the same over gaming. And I think if 5G can democratize that, then nothing like it. That's the one thing that I am very excited about, looking forward to it. Yeah.
If I can just add to that, not as a non-gamer, but the parent of two gamers, I actually see that, and through the pandemic, my entire impression of that changed. And I think the killer app and the killer combination here is 5G with gaming engines that you have. And that really changed the game for not just gaming, everything around it. That's all.
Well, thank you, panelists. It's been a lovely 40 minutes. Thank you, audience. We hope we were able to shed some wisdom and entertain you in the process. Back to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a warm round of applause. What an excellent panel. Well, to felicitate our entire panel, if I could have the honor of calling upon the CEO and co-founder of e4m, Deepak Khurana, on the stage. Deepak, we'd request you to do the honors of felicitating all our panelists. Thank you once again to each and every one of you for being a part of it. Let the applause continue. Thank you, Siddhant, Rupak, Siddharth. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ankita. Thank you, Siddharth, Karthik, and of course, at the end, Mr. Suvir Bajaj. So with this, we request you to please come together in the center. Of course, Deepak, if you could join them for a group photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, the hashtag Screenage moment right there. Let's keep applauding the entire panel. Thank you so much. So well, as the buzz continues and we can see a lot of traction on social media with regards to the content coming out, it is time for me to move ahead to the next discussion. With the stage being set up for a standalone session, we're talking about our next session being Meet the Screenagers, and that's going to be by the Chief Marketing Officer of Oppo India, Mr. Daman Singh Kanoria. Somebody who's got over 2 decades in the brand marketing space and the first 6 years being spent at ad agency. And most recently, he's taken over as the Chief Marketing Officer of Oppo India. Let's give him a warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. A great brand. And I'm sure Damant is going to be doing an excellent job leading the same.
So mic check first.
Yeah. Could we do a mic check for him?
Can you hear me?
A little more louder, yeah. Perfect. Yeah, now, I mean, for them. For you.
So really kind of get on to the next few minutes. So the feedback about kind of talk to you guys about creative.
Get to the next slide. So if you think about just the context of what these young people are living through, right? India is invincible, right? Forever. This has been the promise of India. I remember I was just out of college and we were one of the 4 nations that was supposed to really lead the world into the next century. It's not kind of panned out that way quite the way we expected it to. But we're in a situation today where India is the world's 3rd largest economy. We're the fastest growing large economy. And you think of all of the things that are happening geopolitically, we're still fairly optimistic as a country about what the future holds for us. We're 3rd on the Startup Nations Index, and we've produced billionaires by the hundreds now. Right, so it's a really, really interesting and promising time to be young in India. And if we think about just the digital ecosystem, I don't need to talk to you guys about that, but just to flash a slide so that you guys understand, I've done a little bit of homework on this. If you think about just the scale of what the digital audience in India represents, we talk about more than 170 million users on the internet, and they're spending in excess of 7 hours, right? And as we think about the screenagers, I also felt, so just keep moving, yeah. I also felt the term screenagers was a little inappropriate. It was a term I first heard when I was working in Adidas in 2005. And our CEO in Adidas back in the day used to describe us as digital virgins, right? So a term which was literally 17 years back used to describe people like myself doesn't seem as appropriate for a generation that's literally born in the digital age. And so as I kind of went through a bit of research, I bumped into this word called True Gen. It's not a new word. It's something that was used by Hemingway back in the First World War, and it represents really meaningful intelligence vis-a-vis gossip, vis-a-vis hearsay. And I think if you look at what the True Gen really represent, it seems to be a very appropriate description of what this generation of youngsters is really about. So we say hello to True Gen, and I'm going to share with you a few, or my take on what True Gen really represents. The fact that youth really influence in deep ways society, culture, politics in deep ways is not new. It's happened generation after generation. So what really makes these youngsters different? Why are they being called True Gen when our generations were called X, Y, and whatever? It's because what they have in their hands is the power of the internet. As a kid, my biggest dream as a school kid was to buy the 24-set encyclopedia, right? That was my ultimate dream. That kind of knowledge is today available on the palm of your hands, right? And to kind of have access to that information, that knowledge is what really transforms how these young kids behave and interact with the world around them. So what I have for you in the next 11 minutes now is what I feel are the 5 distinct features of how this generation behaves. And the first one is they're obviously hypercognitive. Just to call out over here, I've borrowed heavily from an Instagram handle of a young artist. I've given her credit. She doesn't know I'm using her pictures, but there are some really, really amazing pieces of art that really describe her generation in such a beautiful way. So the first thing is really they're hypercognitive. They kind of are getting information from all kinds of sources. And imagine you being a young kid having to deal with all kinds of inputs in terms of how society is evolving and changing, pressures, peer pressure, parental pressure, education, career. And so these guys are essentially dealing with a whole lot of information and kind of churning it in their minds real time. The other one, which is really unique, is their identity nomads. I think when you look at the previous generations, you kind of stuck to a set definition of what you stood for or what you wanted to be or what you think or what you thought you were kind of pursuing. What's unique about the younger generation today or this generation today is they kind of experiment with their identities. They might be students in the morning, but they go out for a meal, suddenly they're an influencer. Their influence base might only be a few hundred people, but they're suddenly becoming photographers. Move to the evening, they might be pursuing music or whatever. So they're basically kind of really experimenting with what the true best versions of themselves is. And that makes them really interesting because brands then can kind of really talk to them and relate to them in many different ways. The third thing
And I just have a couple of, so if you just go down a slide, if you just kind of look at the scale of what this has meant, I've just got one example to kind of share with you guys. If you just look at the scale of the creative community today, there are over 240,000 content creators. I believe there are about 40,000 content creators in India who have more than 100,000 followers. They're delivering 5.2 billion unique video views in a month, right? And the scale of this creator economy is about 6,800 crores. So if you think about it, this is no longer a side hustle. This is really mainstream, and this is deeply impacting the way young kids, of course, are buying and shopping, but also about how cultures being influenced in deep ways. If you move on, this is a generation, to use a term that they use, this is also a generation that's woke. And what that really means is they have a very powerful point of view. And this point of view is something that they aren't shy from sharing. Where they share this could be from WhatsApp to Twitter to Instagram, wherever it might be. But this is a generation that's ready to kind of offend, if that's what it means. So they aren't really kind of shy of expressing themselves. But what's really important is this isn't just about kind of making someone feel offended or whatever. This is about expressing a point of view in a very powerful way. If you again kind of go back a few decades, when there was a coup in a country, in a banana republic, the way the army would take over the countries, they would kind of go to the TV station, they would take over the radio stations, and that's what represented power. If you look at what the current generation's got, you have a thought, you have a point of view, you just open an app and you put it out there, and you suddenly have a bunch of like-minded people really kind of coming together. And the way this is kind of shown up is, of course, them taking to the streets. And again, I haven't put pictures that are kind of politically motivated, because I kind of wanted to kind of keep away from having a political leaning in this conversation. But think of all of the things that have happened in the last 3 or 4 years. You know, back in 2019, when there were a few questionable decisions kind of being put out in the world, I was so glad that we had the young people of our country taking the streets to express a point of view and standing behind what they believed to be true. So it's really an amazing generation from that point of view. Moving on, it's also uniquely a generation that's self-immersed, self-obsessive, that isn't shy from kind of spending money on themselves and kind of expressing their individuality. And one of the very unique ways in which this kind of shows up is this notion of sneaker culture, right? I worked in Adidas, and I remember back in 2015, when we started launching the Yeezys in India, they used to cost 23,000 rupees a pop. And I remember we got 7 pairs down in India in that year, because I couldn't believe there would be more than 7, maybe 8 people who would spend 23,000 rupees on a pair of shoes. But you cut to today, in 2022, the Adidas website literally crashes every time there's a Yeezy release, because there are kids chasing this product, right? So it's really an amazing transformation of kids really wanting to kind of spend on either borrowing an identity or just kind of, you know, backing themselves to being who they are. Moving on. So if you go to the next slide, please. Yeah. And so what all of this kind of really has meant is this is also a generation that's extremely anxious. Now, if you think about it, they're worried about their careers. They're worried about peer pressure. This is also a generation that is pursuing success in many different ways. This whole notion of being woke, this whole notion of, you know, being in touch with who you are, puts a tremendous amount of pressure on young minds. And again, being in India, we don't really kind of spend too much time on thinking about anxiety or depression, etc. But this is also a generation that puts an extreme amount of pressure on themselves in representing their true selves to the world around them. And imagine, like, every picture that you put out is literally asking for a judgment on how you think and how you feel and how you dress up. So this is also a generation that's extremely anxious, and we'll see how that kind of resolves itself over a period of time. But this is something which is very, very real as well. So what does this really mean? I mean, all of you guys are marketers here, and you've not come here to kind of listen to me talk about something which you can Google. But really, I think I wanted to kind of share my perspective on what this means for brands and how did this play out. So if you look at it, you know, one of the big challenges I think for our time now is we've all leaned very heavily on digital media in the last few years. And I think there's increasingly a sense of frustration with how digital media and just digital platforms behave and kind of the news that they put out. And this is something from, no, just stay on that slide, sir. And this is something from the MTV Atmanirbhar study earlier last year. And it really tells you about the overall decline in interest and trust on digital platforms. And that's worrying because maybe at a level, what this means is young people are moving away from social platforms the way we moved away from news channels, right? So it's an interesting challenge for all of us to really wrap our arms around and wrestle to the ground, because this could again kind of, put a very powerful medium really low in the pecking order of trust. Moving on. And so this is what it eventually translates into. People are putting up ad blockers. They're kind of, basically putting a palm out saying, no, this is advertising. Don't talk to me like this. I'm not silly. I'm not foolish. I'm not going to believe every single thing that you tell me. And so what this kind of translates into then, so you'll have to just go a little faster. Yeah. So what they really want, right? And I think the one-line summary of this slide really is they want authenticity from brands. What they want is a believable storyline. What they want is not advertising, but for brands to live what they say, right? And so as things kind of evolve, as the role of media evolves, and I think the people who were on this panel just before me spoke about the role that influencers will increasingly play. I think it's important for us to also evolve in the way we kind of relate to the true gen. So what is this true gen really about? I mean, they are relying ever increasingly on content which is broadcast on OTT platforms. I don't know how many of you are from the OTT platform world, but that really is the go-to destination for young kids, right? It's the reason because it's believable, they trust creators, and it's a point of view that they feel is not being pushed to them, but is being more relatably told. So what exactly is the marketing imperative? I'm going to hurry through because it's 3 minutes for my session. But so what's the imperative for us from a marketing standpoint? I think the number one is draw them in. Stop annoying them with content that they don't want to kind of see. Create stuff which is interesting, create magical work that they kind of really can kind of lean into. Collaborate with like-minded brands, with like-minded influencers, with like-minded initiatives, so that they can relate to your brand stories. Third would be to kind of simply tap into the passion. It's the oldest formula in the marketing playbook, but one which is increasingly as relevant as anything else. And lastly, always be authentic, be true to what you stand for, and live that promise consistently. I have a few examples of brands that do this really, really well. And pardon me for kind of borrowing examples from brands that I worked in the past, but it's baggage that you carry throughout your life, right? The first example is Adidas Parley. I don't know if you guys have heard of this, but the younger generation cares deeply about the environment, cares deeply about climate change, cares deeply about environmental issues. And what Adidas has done is brilliant, amazing, and just so right. They actually use ocean plastic to create products. And this is action which is not just about advertising. What they also do is, and this is the next picture is actually from Bombay. They actually work with local NGOs in cleaning up beaches. So you not only have like a macro view of saying, we're going to create products with plastic. It just doesn't end there. The brand also locally works in making a difference culturally, locally, right? And the plastic that they kind of get from these beaches is shunted to a factory that recreates this plastic into fabrics, which is then kind of created into apparel, which you guys then buy. So an amazing end-to-end storyline that Adidas does. The next example is actually a brand that deeply resonates with me. It's not in India yet, but the brand is Patagonia, and they actually actively encourage you not to buy their products. And it's not to say that you shouldn't buy their products. It's more about do not buy a Patagonia product if you already have one. Don't fall for this storyline of you need something new just because it's a new year. It's about if you have something from Patagonia and if you can repair it, we actually have a corner in our store. We can fix your zippers in your jackets. We can fix the shirt that you bought with us. We don't want you to buy more. We want you to live sustainably. And the last example is from Oppo. I work there. And I think this example is simply about how can we as a tech company give back to the environment. And so our tech team, our engineering team's been really working hard and bringing together a proposition that not only makes sense from a product KSP or USP standpoint, where instead of the usual 800 charging cycles that most smartphones live up to, we actually build products that answer to a 1600 charge cycle expectation. And so what that translates into is your phone battery is going to be good as new for 4 years. And that is a small step that we as Oppo have taken in kind of making sure that we as a brand live in a sustainable way and kind of practice what I'm preaching here. So yeah, that's that. I'm in time. Anything that you want to kind of talk about, we have 60 seconds. Any questions? You can go to the last slide. I've put a nice looking logo there. No? All right, cool. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Well, that says it all. Absolutely.
Yeah, okay, cool. Thank you. Thanks.
So with this, Damayanth, we just request you to please stay back if you could. Just for a moment, we'd love to felicitate you. And for the one who initiated the compliment, I'd request the CEO and co-founder we serve, Deepak Khurana, if you could just join us on the stage and probably compliment in person as well on the stage on that. Let's give them both a warm round of applause.
I'm sure if there were teams in this room, we would have like a
Fan following for him, absolutely. Vote for Damayanth. No, but an excellent presentation right there. Thank you so much, Damayanth, and thank you so much, Deepak, on that. Thank you. So with this, we're moving to yet another great topic. We're talking about AI in marketing, the pros and cons. Next up, we're joined by somebody who's ranked amongst the top 50 of Fortune India's most powerful women in business 3 times in a row, from 2017 to 2019. She's also been bestowed with the most influential women by the Business World magazine with the prestigious award for a CA Business Leader Women 2017. A woman with a lot of accolades, but more importantly, with a great experience, ladies and gentlemen, the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, India First Life Insurance, Vishakha RM. Hi, Vishakha. Great to have you. What would you like to
I thought maybe a hand mic is fine. Hi, good evening. I really don't know what I'm doing in a group full of marketeers, because I think the CEOs probably are the worst enemies of marketeers. So tells my CMO to me. So this is, and then on top of it, a CEO with zero background in marketing, who looks at everything in marketing and says, "Wo sab theek hai, but please tell me what's the value you're going to get from this." So what I'm trying to do here is I'm not being a tech expert. I'm not being a marketing expert. I'm actually trying to give a CEO perspective to a room full of people who will probably listen to me without frustration because I'm not impacting your budgets. I'm not approving your proposals or otherwise. I wanted to bring to focus some of the incidents that some of the experiences that we're having in terms of using AI in marketing. And I think people have been talking about mobile marketing, expertise, data, crunching, analytics, third-party data, first-party data. I think all of you are the experts. So I'm not even going to go touch that area because you know best what all that is about. But what I do really want to talk about is look at it from the perspective of the CEO who's actually signing off the budgets. I just wanted you to step back and see whether there's any way you will be in a position to address that particular objective. Look at it from personal opinions. Okay, at a personal level, I think AI is fascinating. As somebody who started working in and yes, I'm not all that ancient, but I did start working in a pre-digital era. Okay, we actually had ledgers. Any of you know what ledgers are? Yeah, seen them in some Google search somewhere. But yes, we used to actually work with physical ledgers in banks with, we used to have notes. When you had to do a consolidated balance sheet, it meant taking such a huge paper with columns and plotting numbers and totaling them. Okay. So that was the era I started from. So looking at the way digitalization has moved, computerization has moved, technology has moved, has been fascinating because I didn't take anything for granted. Unlike all of you and unlike some of the people who are born into digital, and what was it that he called them? The previous presenter? What did he call that generation? Trojan. Unlike the Trojan people, who probably take a lot for granted, I take nothing for granted because I actually know what it was like to have nothing. What it was like to have to coordinate with your boyfriend before you leave your house, before he leaves his house, because you only had landlines. What it was like to miss a bus and then figure out whether is he going to be waiting for me or am I going to be reaching there without him standing at the bus stop for me. So we're talking about, so I take nothing for granted and I'm extremely appreciative and I'm as fascinated with AI like a child is with a toy. Having said which, you have to put on your pragmatic hat, right? And then you put on and say, okay, all this is fine, but how are you going to be getting any results? What are we seeing? What are we seeing in terms of the way AI models, so-called AI models are being implemented? And I want to really differentiate here between what we're calling as data modeling, and which has got nothing to do with AI, which has got everything to do with an ability to define the tree to the last mile possible. And as detailed as you can make a tree, it's that detailed is the app that gets generated. It is not AI. You can put in machine learning there on top of it, and then the machine learning is a whole different ballgame altogether. Are we really using AI models which are interactive in a real time? Is a big question mark that I've got. Are we actually spinning off, just data models that are built on logic and tree as AI? I see more and more of data models being spun off as AI and not real AI. Real AI, I think you don't have. If you really look at it, and again, I'm telling this is not a tech view. This is not a marketing view. This is somebody who's looking at the ROI, somebody who's looking at what is the bang for the buck that you're getting and that perspective. And then I'm giving you that perspective and I say, okay, I've got this whole bunch of rules and then you define it and then you have some more. We're talking today of, on one hand, hyper-personalization, where we say, the 50 people in the room, each of you have got a different preference. You may be of the same age group, but you will have different things. And then we go and put an entire Trojan community and say all Trojan is going to behave like this. No digs at you, but I'm just trying to figure out, how is this entire dichotomy being managed? And that's where I genuinely believe AI is a solution where you can actually interact with the individual, see and categorize them into their own unique segment. There is no group that you're categorizing them into. I mean, data just does not mean that if you had an earlier, classification in marketing, which was probably broad at 3 levels, or then it became 9 levels, then became 18 levels. Now it's become 300 levels because you can model that much. I don't think so. The moment you're categorizing anybody into a model, honestly, that's not AI. AI is about the ability to personalize at that individual level that you're talking about. What's the big other concern that I have when you're talking about technology and marketing? Look at the two groups, right? Look at all your data scientists. How many data scientists in this room? No. How many marketing people in this room? A whole bunch of you. Because you're social. Because marketeers like talking and meeting people and interacting. They find human behavior fascinating. They like exploring the emotions that go into it. I mean, they can create a huge difference between Pepsi and Coke, but at financial services, we struggle to create the difference between a participating and a non-participating product. And I bet none of you here know it. I just won a bit. Oh, you know it? Is there anybody here who understood what I said when I said par products and non-par products? No, so I just won the bet. So I'm just telling you, these are two broad segments of life insurance products that are available in this country from time immemorial, okay? And we're not, and they're completely distinct from each other, totally, different, but we won't be able to create the distinction but we can create the distinction between Pepsi and Coke. Because you're not selling on facts, you're selling on emotion. Am I right? Now turn it around to data scientists. What are data scientists doing? They're only crunching data. They're only crunching data and then going around giving you prediction. The more data they have, the more prediction they can give you. The more prediction they give you, the more precision they give you. And the more precise they are, it means it enables granularity. It enables that all of you as marketeers can decide whether customer A is charged differently from customer B, whether a green color suit is charged differently from a dark blue suit, and so on and so forth. I am told, and you all must be already aware of this, that the entire Uber pricing is on AI, right? It's all on the basis of data analytics, not AI. Sorry, I take back my word. It's all on the basis of data. Now, if data scientists are doing this level of change, are marketeers geared up to really move with that level of detail? Are you in a position to change every communication point, every single way you talk to the customer on the basis of this granularity of data that you're getting? Are you able to then tone your messages on the basis of the fact that a 25-year-old in Calcutta at 10 a.m. will respond like this, versus a 25-year-old in Bombay at 11 a.m. will respond like this? And can you change your communication? Because that's what data scientists are giving you. Data scientists are giving you that last mile of granularity. But I don't see marketing being able to really gear up like that. I don't see product being able to gear up like that, or pricing gear up like that. And then I wonder, are we trying to put the cart before the horse? Because do we even have the capability to really take so much of data analytics, so much of insights, and do something different with it? Or are we taking all of that and then dumping them into 2 or 3 broad segments that we understand? So that's a big question for me when we're talking about, because none of these are cheap. Data science modeling is not cheap. And if you get it wrong, the cost of misalignment is very high. So you need to make sure that you got it right before you deploy it. And then after you deploy it, the ability to communicate back to the data scientists every single movement of the customer, so that they can then make corrections in their modeling and redeploy it. And then you again test it out and then you send it back again. And both of you are so different. Data scientists are so different from marketeers. Do you guys even have a common language? You know, we're talking about, I come from the financial services. I work in life insurance, and I've been in insurance from '87. So insurance is something I breathe. And I feel insurance is so alive. I haven't found a marketeer who's able to create differentiation in insurance between the 24 companies. You can pick any ad of any company, take out the name, and it could be anything. You could replace it, right? That's how, what do I say? Non-creative our products are. They're so challenging for marketeers to create anything different, right? So I said, all right, you know what? Forget it. We're not going to use marketing. We're going to try and do AI modeling now, because individuals can appreciate it. You know, there's a young mother who's going and buying stuff from First Cry. She will definitely be open to thinking about a what if, you know, are you guaranteeing your certainties? You know, you are going to live and your child is going to grow. Are you planning for your child? She'll be open to it. So I'm going to go talk to her. But do you even know that every young mother wants to talk to you? No. There are probably a lot of young mothers who are like, please, can I just manage my baby and me and my postpartum depression, please? I don't want anything else right now to be discussed about. How are you going to get those nuances? And that can come through with a lot of data tracking and data analysis, for sure. And the misalignment, the communication between both the technology team and the marketing team, I think that's something that I really want to draw attention on. If all of you are planning to work on a lot of data, please make sure that you find a fantastic two-way communication with your technology team. and your data scientists, because if you don't have that, you can come back and visit me, but I quite guarantee you that none of your models are going to be successful, because the amount of feedback that's required to tune those modeling is not a joke. The last 3 minutes, so I'm going to talk about one more, since I heard the earlier panel, and I was hoping really to hear the other panel also, which was supposed to be a complete tech team, right? And I thought I'll hear this marketing panel. My big concern in the way in the way people are brand marketing today is I don't think we are measuring the dissonance. All of you today probably have measurements of the effectiveness of your models, right? Right? You know the measurement through clicks. You probably do it as a social media to hear customer voice. You're probably doing the mobile on track. You're doing the measurement using user engagement. How many people are actually, you know, what you showed beautifully in your slide, are just blocking out videos. They're not looking at ads. They're just moving on. And how many of people are just allowing it to go on? How many of you have been chased literally after you've gone to a website? Yeah, all of us, right? We just get chased. And I'm like, oh my God, this guy is wasting his time and his money. Why is this brand wasting their money? I just went and bought 5 pairs of dresses. I am not buying right now. Why are you sending me new dresses every hour of the day after I have bought 5 dresses? And when I see this kind of marketing efforts going on, and I experience them as a user, and then I come back and put on my CEO hat and say, I don't want to do this. Because I don't think I'm unique. I think I'm the norm. I think if I don't like it, I think a lot of people won't like it. And if this is what mobile marketing is all about, and this is how data is being used, this is how first-person data, that website had first-person data. I mean, in this world of data privacy, do we even know how valuable first-person data is? And you're taking that valuable first-person data and converting someone who was your brand ambassador into someone who is never wanting to come back to your website again. And there is no measurement of this at all, because there's no way anybody is tracking how people are reacting to this constant following. There's a word for it. I'm forgetting the word, but it's that whole retargeting, right? How are people reacting to the retargeting? And there's no measurement of that at all happening today. So I think with this, I will close my speech. I hope I left a lot of questions in your mind. As I said, I'm like a child with a new toy as far as AI is concerned. But when I put on my pragmatic hat and I don't see the benefits as yet, I think there's a lot more work that marketing teams and tech teams have to do together for AI in marketing to be a reality. Thank you very much.
So firstly, a brilliant, discussion right there. If I could request Vishaka, if you could please join us. I know you've already stepped down, but I'd like to have the honor of inviting you once again on the stage. And of course, if I could have Vaibhav Bodekar, the co-founder and CEO of Pocket, to kindly join us and help us in felicitating, ladies and gentlemen, our iconic lady right there. Let's give it a warm round of applause, Vishaka. Thank you so much for the excellence you've endowed us on the stage today and the forum. Thank you. With this, at the 5th edition of Screenage 2022, ladies and gentlemen, we're moving ahead to our technology panel. Leveraging mobile technology for marketing, a great topic right there. I'd like to introduce our panelists. Of course, we'd request our team if we could get the stage ready at the earliest so that we can have them all on the stage. Joining us on this panel is going to be Naveen Murali, the VP Head of Marketing, Pepperfry. We have Sonam Pradhan, the Head Integrated Media and Advertising, Mahindra & Mahindra Automotive Division. We're going to have Vidya Hangal, the consumer digital lead of Maddies India. We're going to have Vishal Singh, India GM and Global Marketing Head, Mocha Technology. We'll have Shitanshu Dikshit, lead digital communication, Pernod Record. We're going to have Vaibhav Odhekar, the co-founder and COO of Pocket, and of course, the session chair who's going to be moderating this entire conversation. We're elated to have the head of mobile and emerging tech, Group M, Neeraj Ruparel. So just allow us a couple of minutes. I don't want to be rude by calling our panelists on the stage when the stage is not ready. So just allow us a moment on that while as we get them to be on the stage. Meanwhile, Sagar, if we could have our AV. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, keep tweeting. We're at India's biggest mobile marketing conference and awards. So of course, the tweets are only going to encourage the content.
A name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media, and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print, and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers who are the first to receive breaking news in the industry. The buzzing website not only covers the news, but goes beyond the obvious to bring in a fresh point of view. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade, with in-depth analysis and news-based features providing perspective to key happenings in the industry. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, Exchange for Media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi, and Bangalore, making it a powerhouse of information and knowledge sharing. Exchange for Media has curated and launched some of the most successful IPs across marketing, digital, TV, print, radio, mobile, OOH, and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, Exchange for Media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, Tech Munch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Primetime Awards, Indian Content Marketing Awards, Golden Mics, NBAR are some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters, and opinion makers. They are the perfect networking platform for the entire media and advertising industry. No wonder Exchange for Media Group publications and events have high credibility and reach, and are the destination of choice for agency, brand, and media professionals across the industry. Exchange for Media.
Well, with that in place, it is time for us to leverage each other's company. We're talking about leveraging mobile technology for marketing. It is now my honor to call on our panelists one by one. First up, the VP Head of Marketing, Pepperfry, Naveen Murali. Let's give him a warm round of applause. Come on, Mumbai, you have to be louder than this. Such great dignitaries, such great leaders. You know, it's so tough to meet so many, great leaders in one platform. And I think, thank you so much, Naveen, on joining us on that. Well, the head integrated media and advertising, Mahindra & Mahindra Automotive Division, Sonam Pradhan. Let's give our lady a warm round of applause. Thank you so much, Sonam, for joining us. Next up, the consumer digital lead, Maddies India, Vidya Hangal. Can we have a warm round of applause for Vidya? Thank you so much. With this, if I could have the India GM and Global Marketing Head, Mocha Technology, Vishal Singh. Thank you, Vishal, for bringing in an excellent smile while you join us on the stage. The lead digital communications Conrad Ricard, Shitanshu Dikshit. Thank you so much, Shitanshu, for joining us. The co-founder and COO of Pocket, Vaibhav Odekar. Vaibhav, time to have you back on the stage. And someone who curates excellent and great discussions. Ladies and gentlemen, the head of Mobile and Emerging Tech Group M, Mr. Neeraj Ruparel. Neeraj, I won't squeeze in any further time from you. I think let's have the conversation started.
Thank you so much. You guys can hear me? All right, I think, so Screenage this year, and we guys were thinking what should be our topic because everyone's covering various disciplines and practices. And we said the technology interventions on mobile marketing are kind of all-time high. So it requires us to stitch a panel and talk about all the technology stack that goes into creating a media plan these days, right? So mobile marketing clearly is a 1 billion story in India. I mean, absolutely anyone who's got mobile phone can be reached through various technology interventions. I still remember one of my early campaigns, and I think all of us coming from SMS era. So Lays Khao World Cup Jao was one of the early campaigns where everything used to get stitched on short codes, right? People used to actually take a lot of efforts, buy the pack, call on a number, or maybe just SMS and keep participating on contests. From there, we evolved and we started running campaigns on Apple's platform, SMS 2.0, which was more richer in that sense. And that's where Google RCS was being much talked about in that era. From there, I think I did my first campaign on IPL 2009, where we ran a campaign for SBI, which was a video ad on IPL inventory, right? And it used to buffer. So my client used to actually wait for the ads to load. And from there, now we are talking about the entire boom of app economy with the 4G era, which is what Vishal is going to talk about. He's kicked about that topic. You can already see that smile on his face. And now we are moving into a 5G era where things are going to be transformational, right? From someone who's created using site builders, I created my own site, neerajruparel.com, ages back, to me creating my own MetaHuman on Unreal now. And now MetaHuman's running Keynote. So you can already see a lot of technology stack which goes into creating these transformations, right? So in today's topic, we've got partners, platform players, marketers who have done some phenomenal work in mobile marketing space using technology. So let me just give you a quick landscape of mobile marketing or mobile landscape of India. That'll set the context for us. Would that make sense? I mean, just a quick recap. Yeah, I saw 5 thumbs ups. That was equivalent to 5. Okay. So super. So we're talking about 1 billion active SIMs in the Indian market. And we are seeing still record number of SIMs are on dumb phones, which is close to 300 million SIMs are still on dumb phones or feature phones, as we call it, right? Is technology playing a role and to address audiences out there? The answer is a big yes. So we create smart solutions for dumb phones where the user would stick to the regular dialing pattern of giving in a missed call. But now guess what? When the call comes back, the user can start talking to the phones. And that's in fact, the big techs like Google did a tweak in India where Google Assistant on Vodafone was available for feature phones as well, right? And there are a lot of innovations which happened in that space. And there's a record number of smartphones which are making inroads in the tier 2 markets and rural India. There are an array of applications which are picking up in these markets. The usage of augmented reality is all-time high. So the industry is being around for more than a decade or maybe 2 decades now, but the industry has only gotten shape in the last 5 years. And I would say augmented reality is really, really ripe. I mean, all our panelists here and all of them, almost all of them would have a case on augmented reality, right? So it's so ripe. So we'll talk more about augmented reality. We'll talk more about AI in this session and synthetic AI and generative AI, which is what's going to drive the transformation in times to come. The entire future of content marketing is going to get driven by that, right? Now to begin with, we will spend some time and take up some use cases on the rural marketing side. how technology levers are being used in the feature phone segment, and how are we engaging with an audience who are totally living on voice. They don't interact with any banner ads. They don't go to Play stores and download fancy apps. They are the ones who are completely passive. People reach out to them, or marketers reach out to them. They create advocates. They engage with them. And how they do that, we will look at a fascinating example on Mondelez. We'll start with Vidya first. And Mondelez, I mean, doesn't need any introduction, right? Mondelez this year has been like the brand of the year on this planet, the kind of work which Mondelez has been doing. And India is pretty much leading the charge with all the can glory which we got on not just a Cadbury ad. But would love you to take a use case on what have you done for the rural segment on feature phones. Yeah.
Thanks, Neeraj. In fact, I think it's interesting that you bought the feature phone upfront, because I think when we talk about mobile technology, etc., there is a tendency to get very enamored by the tech that's available. But at the end of the day, as marketers, what's important for us is how does the technology serve a brand or a business objective, which is rooted in insight. So the case I'm going to talk about really is the work that we did on brand Bonvita around COVID times, where we knew that there is a conversation around immunity. Parents were concerned about immunity levels of the children, and how could brand Bonvita play a role there, both by providing information as well as partnering. And in one of our markets, which is Bihar, where there is the penetration of media itself is not very high, and the fact that feature phones were, like you rightly said, the number of people on mobile phones is far higher. What we essentially did was we used the feature phone to sort of reach out to folks who had consented to receiving communication, the TRI database. And we sort of sent a piece of comms to them saying, which is just a message saying, would you like to know more about immunity? And if yes, we can reach out to you. And a lot of people who consented, we had a celebrity call them back. So while the celebrity message wasn't pre-recorded, the very fact that Ravina Tandon was speaking to you on immunity meant that we wanted to initiate a two-way conversation. But it didn't stop there. What we essentially said was, look, if you want to know more, you could get on to a conference with us where we could talk about immunity and this particular thing that's capturing everyone's minds, especially in this COVID time. And effectively, all those folks who had consented got on to a sort of bridge call. So it was like a conference that we enabled for, think of it like a Teams call without the video on a feature phone where thousands of people are just joining in. I think when the idea would have first come in, and I'm now speaking on behalf of the brand team, I'm sure it would have sounded very, incredulous, saying that are people really going to participate in something like this? But on topics and contexts that matter to them, which is immunity in times of COVID, coming from a trusted brand like Bonvita, this particular vehicle really gave us a chance to interact with folks that we were otherwise not able to reach. Television or the fact that they didn't have a smartphone, a gimmicky phone, where you could do a whole host of other things which a feature phone doesn't allow. So I think the partnership again with WPP on this one, on identifying the right and just reaching out to those people truly stands out when you're dazzled by the whole the technology bit that you see these days in the mobile.
So, I mean, just to add to what Vidya said, can you guys hear me? I mean, just to add to what Vidya said, this entire platform was inspired by PM Modi's Main Bhi Chaukidar, where he spoke to 25 lakh people. All the sarpanchas were connected on a call, right? So, and then he reached out, he did a massive outreach where he was running a live Q&A on audio conferencing. So even if you have a drop dead feature phone, you can still connect and run a seamless Q&A. And with Mondelez having so much brand power, all it makes sense is to get folks like Ravina Tandon to interact with their popular celebrities in the rural belt out there. There's a question on gaming, right? And when you see most of these feature phones are now upgrading to smart feature phones, which is those Carbon, Lava, Geo, Nokia kind of phones, right? Where gaming remains a number one thing out there. So the question is to Weber in terms of how are you seeing gaming evolve for feature phones and all the entry level smartphones? And I can see this very interesting use case that was being done on Geo games with Pepsi on Mountain Dew Arena. The entire console was being ported out there.
So that's pretty interesting because, you know, the perception continues to be that, you know, gaming is all high end and, you know, the best of the smartphones. And that's I think it also, to us as a platform, also comes from certain, you know, feedback from marketeers at times that this is how it's bucketed. But as you rightly said, like when we work with even telcos like Jio, who have massive, you know, feature phones or dumb phones, as we call, the users are there. The fundamental to gaming remains the same, which is it is a immersive and engaging platform. And if presented in the right fashion, the audience is there. They are spending disproportionate time. Also, we believe that's the right time to connect with them because it's not from a pure disturbance, you know, so they have time at leisure. So the audience remains to be there, but to be honest, it's to us, it's a largely untapped audience from a monetization point of view. So that remains to be one audience which is probably most neglected. Now, they might not be on priority for a lot of brands or marketeers, but we do believe it is, you know, it's not a small number. It is of relevance to a lot of folks, and certain amount of priority should come back. Plus, just an additional point from, I think, from tech in terms of it, tracking or even other, you know, fundamentals like measurement and all. Today, technology is equally compatible with both. It is not to say that only, you know, per se, smartphones are trackable in a lot of sense. So that's something which should be explored. But I think it's a mindset issue more than anything else, where those are continue to be a neglected audience.
You want to add to this?
Yeah, I'll just like to add to this, and purely talking from Mountain Dew Arena, the difference a couple of years back when it was only done on ground and it was on mobile, but not with Jio and not on a mobile platform. The year that it went to the mobile platform, there were at least 600% increase in the user. Yeah, and it was done in the Hindi heartland, in the rural areas of UP largely. And so there were two legs to it. One was a professional leg, one was an amateur leg. 80% usage was on the amateur leg.
Thank you so much. That is what I was expecting you to cover, because since you managed the account for the longest time and drove that campaign, ladies and gentlemen, Vishal, for all you guys. One more use case coming up on Pepsi from Vishal next. All right, let's just change gears and move on to smartphones now and talk about the most ripe practice on technology. And that is, I would say, augmented reality, which is like really upbeat. And augmented reality is pretty much firing up on all three categories, whether it's web AR, which is being driven by platforms like Niantic's. Niantic's acquired e4m. We just did a quick pilot in our commerce event a couple of days back. We launched VPS. Yeah, and with 5G coming in, the browsers and the experience of the browser are going to go more powerful. So whether it's web AR, whether it's in-app AR, or whether it's social AR, AR is pretty much firing up on all segments, right? And it's getting layered on top of media. It's getting layered on top of brands' existing real estate and making those conversations with the consumers more engaging out there, right? So this would be for Naveen, who's been doing some fabulous work using big data and AR to drive commerce. So let's hear it from Naveen.
Largely is you must prefer to build on build by. And at least on the e-commerce platform, journey was how do we really get into the problem? While we tackle a lot of the journey there, what AR did was the fundamental problem we really to shop from e-commerce and the problem which we make, right? Or what you see is what you get. And fundamentally, what we wanted to attempt to solve was that when we launched AR long back, because when we've done multiple use cases with AR in brand, where it's more, I would say, playful, gimmicky, interactional. What we tried to do was for a consumer till that time who's not used to buying a 30,000 rupee product online, or I would say highly non-standardized, high-value product. For someone like that, AR that we brought in was to tell them or tell her in her room how would it look, right? A particular sofa if it's yellow in color against my green wall, how does it really plays out? So that's largely the journey that we were trying to build. I would want to add that today where AR is, roughly 1 in 5 every add to cards for us happens through a consumer who's gone through AR, right? So that's the journey in which they add. And the reverse is that for a lot of the others who don't, because all said and I start off by saying 85% of the people are still buying physically, going to a furniture shop nearby or a carpenter.
In fact, they use AR to place it. They put it up on the cart. They go to the store and then they say, "This is what I want to buy. I want to have a look."
Exactly. A lot of them end up adding to cart, going to the physical store because if they're still not convinced, they still want to knock on wood, so they go there. While like I said, I was talking to somebody that I don't know what happens when I knock on wood, but it's just that something rings directly to my heart, right? So they still go to the store and then they add it. So what AR has done is one, help us get consumers faster. And what we are also talking about today is if you go to any of our physical studios, like the physical store, which we call a studio, we don't sell a single piece of furniture that's in the studio, right? Every sale happens through the mobile device or the tab in the store. You don't pick up anything from there when you walk out. So we've been trying to figure out that the store is also used as a recruitment to come back to the online journey or the mobile journey. And hence, where we are putting our thrust and might next is using a mobile device itself, if not a headgear. How do we move people to experience VR maybe, right? And the other way to put it is, as we've quoted before, our ambition is to build a furniture-less store. Like walk into a store and there'll be not a single piece of furniture, right? And that's something hopefully soon we get to, right? So that's the journey.
So what do? They walk into the store, there's nothing. So they use AR to place it and see how it looks.
So the idea was a lot of time for a store. Let's imagine you come to this place, right? If that sofa was not there, but I can still sit here and see the sofa when you talked about metaverse earlier. Yeah. But the idea was if I place the exact sofa, the exact way it appears, right? I've not built it using any other software, right? If I, that's a good question that you've asked, because what that enables for us is today, for example, our stores would be 2,000, 4,000 square feet. I can have a 200 square feet store tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
So it's going to be transformational in the way we reach out to the, I would say, the deepest part of the nations, right? It enables us to scale faster, get more people to get to this. So I would say technology would be a core. I wouldn't say a provider, but I'd say at the core of getting people to furniture and a better home for us.
Shatanshu, you've done some fascinating work. Have you moved in from a category which is completely easy to deploy campaigns on, CPG, to an alcohol brand now, where there are a lot of restrictions out there? So what's been the kind of work which you've done on the technology line, especially on AR? Let's just
By the way, while you were asking the question, I was thinking of this idea. It's a fabulous idea. Pepper Fry mini stores. Sorry, it's a fabulous idea, by the way. But yes, I think it's been a fab journey. ITC Foods was more consumer out. And right now at Panurika, it's Alco Bev. While there are restrictions, but frankly, where there are restrictions, there are challenges. Where there are challenges, there is excitement, right? Because you can push the envelope and make things happen. Let me give you an example of one of the brands and kudos to the brand team who actually did the campaign. The context is ICC World Cup. Not that we did well, but it's a festive of ICC World Cup. Brand is Royal Stag, which believes in making it large, right? And what we realized is, how do we drive conversations between the product and the sports fanatics? Using our products, how do we bring about and amp up the so-called fanfare and glory? So we created these packs, which are the AR packs for ICC World Cup. We had two things in it. Number one, people could experience all the World Cup moments, right? Right from the winning World Cup of 1983 to 2011. They could experience everything. There were certain moments which were highlights as well, wherein the team couldn't make it through, but there were some fabulous innings, which people could kind of scan the pack and kind of experience those moments. Second, the trophy. I think it's a moment of glory, right? To have a picture with the trophy. The trophy by the way, was kind of circulated physically across the world. Being the beverage partner for this event, what we realized is that you can take a selfie with the trophy, right? So there were two-pronged approach. Number one, to kind of have a pic with the so-called trophy, and second is watch the so-called moments. What did we achieve? Of course, the time spent was more than 1 minute, but frankly, we penetrated more than 380 cities in India, right? And I'm hopeful that as we progress in the later half, this campaign is going to win a lot of awards as well, because it was done really smartly, right? Using the product as the key hero. How many times can we think of the product as the key hero? We normally look at events, we normally look at circumstances, but making product as the hero and using the festive occasion of ICC World Cup and marry both using the technology of AI, I think it works really well. So that's one thing which I thought I'll bring to the table.
Yeah, I think I was just going through a report which says about 50% plus CPG brands in West, they lean back on connected packaging. And they're actually getting geared for the ID-less world, as they say. So you need to actually work towards creating one PD and then channelizing it well to deliver campaigns, and AR on the pack and gamification kind of helps you create that. Right. Another technology which is kind of underrated when it comes to mobile marketing is this entire space of audio and voice. Not much is being done in that space. But there's some fascinating piece of work which has happened in that space. So Sonam here did a very interesting campaign on for Mahindra. I mean, another very interesting point is you don't need to spend millions of dollars to create a super innovative campaign, right? The most awarded campaigns, they would come with least amount of money which gets spent on it, right? So totally, all the brands, when we look at them, they are up for test and learn when it comes to technology. But folks like Sonam, they are very clear when they are getting into test and learn. They are very clear in terms of what they want to learn from that experiment which they are doing, right? And that campaign, which is on Sound Map, if I'm not wrong, that was fabulous. So I thought we should talk about it on this panel.
Thanks, Neeraj, for giving me this opportunity. So everyone out here, if you could just close your eyes for a second, go to that one place in your mind and think about that one sound that is close to your heart. I mean, everybody, I'm asking you to do this.
Now wake up, some of them slept, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want you to sleep for a long time, but just go, close your eyes and think about that one sound that's actually close to your heart. Now take that sound, marry it with millions of others, and create a music video out of it. This is exactly what we did for XUV500. XUV500 was a brand which wanted to connect with people on an emotional level. Buying a vehicle is not just, making a money investment. It's more of an emotional investment, not just for you, for your entire family. And how do you connect at an emotional level with people to make them feel that, this is what you need in your life? We were not selling a vehicle. We were not even promoting the brand. All we wanted you to do was to send us a piece of sound that is close to your heart, tag us on the location that you are, and we will create a video out of it. All of this done through this simple piece of, plastic or metal that is lying next to me, that is going to be with me. That's all I'm asking. And this is what helped us get so many 5,000 hours of content, of user-generated content, which was unbelievable. The amount of consumer engagements that we had was just send off this entire campaign off the roofs. I mean, as he rightly said, some of the surprising campaigns come with the least of budgets. And trust me, this is where we realize that we connect with consumers at a very different level when we do emotional campaigns, when we're not pitching or actually selling a vehicle. And this is where mobile technology came into rescue. It got us all of those emotional connects with the consumers. We got them with a music director, made a music album out of it, saw to it that we promoted them, and there was an emotional connect, because the minute you see your voice that you have shared on a platform with Mahindra coming in a music video, that's a part of me in that music album. And that is the kind of connect that we wanted with our vehicles, because your vehicle is a part of you. And this is exactly what the entire campaign was all about.
Oh, isn't that fabulous, the way they thought about it? And I think you're giving an interesting example that you move into national park, and if there are monkeys making some sound, a lot of people actually posted that. A lot of people posted their wives yelling at them.
That's an emotional sound for you.
I don't know whether that's when they do the main footage or not, but yeah, it was quite a lot of fun. Now, just taking this audio conversations ahead, how many of you heard about this campaign which Mondelez did, or what Pepsi did, which was a rap challenge with Badshah on Google Assistant? Or Mondelez did a fabulous campaign. They've got this property, Do Nothing More, which with their kind of champions, and there was this voice skill which was being created, which was top trending globally in terms of one of the unique voice assistant deployments, right? Where we made Google do nothing. So when you ask Google a serious question and you are into the do nothing mode, Google is going to give you a quirky response back and not the answer to the question which you asked Google. And to extend that, Vidya has gone ahead creating a lot of mobile first experiences on do nothing mode. So why don't you take us through all the experiences which you've created?
I think the most unique thing about do nothing work that we've done in the last couple of years is that one, these are mobile first experiences, but two, they would not have existed if we did not have mobile technology. So it's not possible to do some of this work on, let's say, a desktop or a website version. So you spoke about the Google Assistant piece. The other work that we did very recently, I think, if I'm not wrong, last year, was that the proposition of 5-star is basically, to say that we want to encourage people to do nothing, have that downtime, and enjoy their 5-star at that time. And we literally wanted to reward people for not doing anything. And we wanted to see that, can we create a sort of gratification for the amount of time that people are doing nothing. And the only way to do that was to say that, through the pack, again, a connected pack that takes you to a site where you don't do anything on the mobile phone, right? You keep the mobile phone and the site sort of tracks any movement that you've done there. So whether you're opening any other site or any other window, etc. And if you're not doing it for long periods of time, you obviously get coins. So there were people who did nothing for half an hour and got like some 3-4 coins and so on and so forth.
Almost like crypto mining.
Exactly. So, while the coins were not crypto, but it kind of brings together the Gen Z passion points. It also stays true to the philosophy and it leverages mobile technology because this would not have been possible with anything else that doesn't capture, let's say, movement or, activity. And it's so personal, right? If I want to offer a hyper-personalized experience, mobile is the only way I can do it. And it works very well here because going back to your original point of, how penetrated mobile is in India, anybody can do it anywhere.
Yeah.
It just fits every single aspect of the activation that we might want to do.
Absolutely. Give me that. I think that's my lucky one. All right. So another subject which is core to mobile marketing is this entire space of app economy. And Vishal is itching to talk about it. So I would let him do the talking on app economy. How has it boomed in COVID era, in 4G, and how does he see it evolving in 5G?
Yeah, well, let me try and raise the bar because Neeraj has been talking about 1 billion consumers and how such sexy technologies like AR, VR, metaverse, they're all getting the consumer, giving them an immersive experience. But what has happened because of that in the last 2-3 years, because of 4G and then COVID, and because of these technologies, consumers have actually started using a lot of apps and a lot of new categories have come in. It's not just e-com anymore. There are lots of categories. It's gaming, it's lifestyle, it's wellness, it's education, it's learning. And what has happened because of that? So we're talking about 1 billion. If you look at 2021, there were 30 billion apps which were downloaded in India. If I look at 2022, till now, the number is around 35 billion. We are the second largest in terms of app downloads in the world, second only to China.
So 70% churn rate?
Okay. So that's probably someone like app owners probably would give you that answer, but it actually depends on what they're doing on that app, and that is where I would come and I talk about what 5G would bring in. But what has clearly happened is that a lot of transaction that is happening on apps now is because of what marketeers have done with the consumers on those apps, and that is where someone like us isn't getting into a lot of sexy technology, but we simply have integrated our platform with all OEMs because around 45% of these downloads are not from Play Store, Google Play Store, but they are from respective OEM app stores. So we've just integrated it with OEMs. You can download, you can put your app over there. It automatically gets tested by all OEMs. If you pass the test, it's published on the OEM app stores and you simply promote it from there and you get your consumers. Now, what 5G would do is probably give a more personalized and more immersive experience to these consumers. And that is where I see the app economy getting another kick. And this 30-35 billion would probably go to a 50-55 billion in the next couple of years.
Okay, super. So since you mentioned metaverse, let's just switch gears and move on to my favorite topic. I mean, almost like all the panels I've been doing this year is on metaverse and metaverse marketing, creating my own meta movements, talking a lot about pixel streaming, which is going to drive those 500 million, and 65% of those 500 million phones, which are in the price band of 10 to 15,000, where data remains a bigger channel. So what 5G is going to do is, it's not to download apps, not to watch videos, but it's got to do some heavy lifting on computing. And that's where you will see telecom upgrading, like exactly what US did in 2014, the entire ROI model on pixel streaming out there. I don't know whether India is going to go that route, nor am I saying that all metaverse experiences are going to be backed with pixel streaming, because it's a very expensive affair. But definitely for the stuff which you see on what do you call a concert, it's definitely a better platform to try it out, right? So just to give you a quick metaverse story for India, we've activated about 12 plus brands in the metaverse space up till now. And I see a transformation every 3 months in terms of the tech stack and how it's evolving, right? From we conducting world's first wedding on the metaverse and getting Coca-Cola to sponsor it, to Holi on the metaverse, to Decentraland work, which we have done with Perfetti, creating a kids award show. And Shetanshu did something really fascinating yesterday, which is a zone which he's created on Decentraland again. So would love to hear
again,
about that.
It's an age of experimentation. We're still trying to figure out things. Of course, not do India's first, as metaverse is labeled to be. I think it has a lot of capabilities, and it's more about the mindset. What we did was for Lender's Pride iconic fashion series, which we do. We actually made this entire experience borderless for the lifestyle and fashion space. So what you do is, if you go into this space, this so-called Centerland, what you see is everything, right? From buying NFTs from the top fashion designers, to doing a live ramp walk, to kind of then getting certain exclusive passes for the physical event, right? So it's end to end. It's one of its own kind of space you are creating. And yes, happy to share. It went live. I would urge everyone to kind of participate as well. It's a sales pitch, but I think it's, as Neeraj, you would understand, we are still in the space. Most of the brands. In fact, when I was at ITC as well, I remember this wedding thing, and we did for Fabel. I think we were discussing with the brand team that what should we do, right? And the couples, right? We gave them a Fabel hamper, chocolate hamper.
Yeah.
Right. And it's one of the most costliest chocolate in the country, Fabel, from ITC.
They got married for that, I feel.
Sorry. No, so again, look, when things are happening, you're not sure how things are kind of going to be. It's good to kind of go in the motion, experience, test, and then learn certain things. I'm sure 80% of times you'll fail, right? But what is important is that gone are the days, I would say, the world is changing so fast. You can't label metaverse as India's first each time. Aise to there are 1,000 categories and everyone can say India's first, right?
Yeah, and
what's important is to have an objective.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah. And just to add, the hype cycle for metaverse is over now. What it needs is a real utility. That is what we are trying to crack with a lot of our brands, which is more sustained and long term. Everyone has kind of ridden on the hype cycle, created a lot of interesting experiences. Having said that, virtual world is here to stay. Experiments are here to happen on virtual world, and brands will continue to do that and learn, right? So now we have about 8 minutes, like each one of you. I would want you to talk about the most promising technology which you guys are foreseeing for yourself in the 5G era in 2023. So let's just start with Vaibhav. And metaverse and gaming is such a hot topic, with Roblox leading the charge, and the new age brand mascots. As I say, we created something globally called Wendy's. Wendy's is a virtual baby. She moves into gaming worlds like Decentraland, Minecraft, Roblox, and she challenges avid gamers like me. And guess what? She beats us at that. So you will see more and more AI mascots moving into virtual worlds, brand mascots, and engaging with the audiences out there. So what's your take on metaverse and gaming in the new 5G world?
And that's something very close to heart, because gaming is what we typically stand for in the market. And, so very rightly said by Neeraj that the sort of experimentation stage is gone, but the whole concept and metaverse is here to stay. And that doesn't mean, in future, everybody is going to just wear Oculus and just, that's not where it's going to evolve. But what we are seeing is this sort of gradual transition. So even in this larger gaming space, how it transitioned from pure just sort of advertising or banners or videos to then moving purely in game, as a stuff. Then NFT started coming in, tokenization happened. Eventually, stuff moving towards collectibles, also their engagement. So the fundamental to marketing in terms of the audiences, connecting with that audience, having an engagement are still the parameters which would remain. The space continues to evolve, and every year we'll start seeing more and more used cases for more, not just evolved people or avid gamers, but masses adapting to it. And that is where, from an experimentation, we'll start seeing much more. That's our, how we engage with brands today, where a lot more sustainable and continuous activity would start coming into this world. So it's not very far off from the way we look at it. Maybe, every quarter there would be certain development. Which will
And it
happen.
also needs a lot of evangelization. Like for the longest time, people thought that metaverse is a property of Meta. Like in old days, my bosses used to tell me that Yahoo belonged to Shami Kapoor. A lot of people used to say that in old days that Yahoo is owned by Shami Kapoor. That was not the case, right? So a lot of evangelization is also needed. I think Vishal said that.
Definitely. No, but the pace is going to be much faster this time.
Absolutely. So moving on, with NFTs, I would say the novelty value is perished, which means the true value is going to get evolved. And a lot of utility-driven NFT services are around the corners now. One of which is what Sonam has done, which is NFT for a social cause, right? We would love to hear that on the work which you did on Thar. In fact, that was the first NFT by any automobile brand in that category.
That's correct. In fact, it was the first Indian OEM to have NFTs in India. And this was done
Doesn't
by...
do anything which is second.
Well, Mahindra has been a pioneer for everything almost. And it was a privilege, to have superhero NFTs by Thar. We had a huge auction by that, and we were very happy to donate all of the money to charity Nani Kali. But Mahindra has always been a pioneer for philanthropic work. And that's the reason we did this initiative, so that, we could bring in the light in the, in the lives of so many other people as well. And we chose Thar as the brand to do that.
Clap, guys. It was such an amazing use case. All right, you did some experimentation on metaverse as well, right?
Yes, we are also in the process, and though that's, undercovers. But, as you can see, yes, undercovers. And that's the reason, we are moving into a world which is evolving day by day. So when metaverse was born, and now also that, we are still talking about the whole evolution about metaverse, we're looking the same change that is happening in the automobile industry as well. Today we're looking at hybrids, we're looking at EVs, and we're not just evaluating or considering, we're actually buying the vehicles. And that's where we have to see that, today's audience is changing. Today's audience is not looking at, probably just the gasoline or diesel. We are looking at sustainability in a huge way. And that's the reason where there is a marriage between metaverse and EVs and, whichever other new vehicles that are going to come, that's the thing. So there's a lot of evaluation that is going on. There's an evolution in the entire industry as well. And yes, as I said, there are things that are undercover, and probably just a little wait and watch till we see what happens next.
So we did Volvoverse, which is an XC40 launch on the metaverse, which was hugely successful. On a click of a button, you can enter the metaverse. You don't need fancy headgears to enter the space. That's another myth which is associated with the metaverse, saying that unless you don't have a Quest 2, you cannot enter. Right now, you cannot enter Horizon Worlds without a Quest 2, but you can enter virtual worlds, almost all of them, right? Yes, coming on to Naveen, how does you, how would the entire consumer experience when it comes to shopping change in times to come? Because when you see commerce today has got so many interventions. We're talking about WhatsApp commerce to voice commerce to gamification commerce to live commerce. And there are so many variants of it now. Or using synthetic AI, like what Deco is doing with Diya Mirza's synthetic avatar, right? Or digital humans, they are being used to drive commerce now. And just to give you a quick context on all the audience which is resting in your cart right now, and you mentioned a lot of them, they put the stuff on the cart and then they come to you, they want to see the actual stuff and then they buy, right? This is one of the innovations which we did on an audio platform, is when you put stuff on the cart and when you are then listening to music on an XYZ platform, the same product which you have placed it on the cart, those ads are going to play back at you, right? So that's one of the ways a technology hack to kind of coax people to increase the purchase intent and make them drive. So how do you see it evolving for your category?
So I'll take it from what you were mentioning, let's say the cart piece, right? And then I'll go to the others. I think the beginning at the core is getting your consumer right. I think understanding exactly what would the consumer do if, for example, they've added to cart, but not purchased and are 4 days since then, right? So I think what we do today extensively, I would say a reasonably good job at is maybe understanding this consumer right. So I think we spend a lot of our effort and energy, and I would say resources as well, to get this right. I think at the core of, if you ask me, how is my consumer who's added to cart and been 5 days since then different from 10 days consumer, right? And so we make a lot of plans around that. So fundamentally, to start off with, I think our journey is towards understanding the consumer better. If you are available online, luckily you have possibly everything barring for very personal details of the consumer with you, right? So you basically know how do they behave. So a lot of our interventions, journeys that we do is just to get this better. But that's it. I think our journey ahead is about removing all the barriers and the walls in the journey. And hence I talk about, if there is a physical space that we need to go to, how do we make it simpler for the consumer, right? We've built studios. We are in 100+ cities today with about 200+ stores across the country, right? And that number, I would say, literally doubled in the last year, right? Because we said that's important if we need to get to a tier 2 and a tier 3 store where people still want more support to make their journey. What we're now looking at is, if you really want to scale this up further, one of the things I talked about earlier, which is this entire journey of virtual reality assisting in this journey. But the other thing is, can we completely take this off? Can you be at your home and come to my studio, right? So that's the journey we're trying to make towards. So I think what we're betting on are two things, which is getting the consumer right, exactly giving them what they need. And number two is making it extremely simple for the consumer to purchase with us, and whatever aids in that journey, be it augmented reality, virtual reality, metaverse, whatever be that journey to do that, right? So a lot of our not getting into details, because again, it's maybe under the same wrap, right? But the idea is all our efforts currently are towards that, ensuring that the key metrics like conversion, right, and getting them to buy more, LTV, a lot of those metrics are what we are focusing on and getting that basics right. That's where our energy is.
So we've actually run out of time, and समय पे रहना हमें बहुत पसंद है. But we will still ask Vidya to round up the conversation for us, because she's been doing some fascinating work using synthetic AI, not just a Cadbury ad. It's not worth forgetting on this panel. We should call it out. And how do you see synthetic AI getting leveraged with your existing CRM or the entire wealth of 1PD which you are building to drive conversations, especially in the 5G era?
So I think I'm not the right person to talk about not just a Cadbury ad, but honestly, it doesn't need any more information about it than that's already there in the public. But it's a great example of how the right context and the right brand ambassador can just work wonders with an enabling technology that just transformed the piece of communication. But coming back to the question that you were asking, right? So, for example, look at the fact that let's take the example of our gifting site. So we have a personalized gifting experience where people can personalize their gifts and buy them. This is over and above our regular gifting assortment. Now, a lot of times we realize that, again, same thing, right? People add to cart and then not go ahead, or they're a little confused about what are they getting the personalization element about. Is it just packaging, or could they also, personalize the product and so on and so forth? And these are people who actually want to buy you over a host of other options. So clearly there is, and this is not something that we do on a regular basis. So despite the fact that, we this is not our core business. There are people who are wanting to do it. We clearly want to understand from them, what's stopping them, enable this journey a little better. And while there is WhatsApp, while there are chatbots, etc., that can anyway drive this conversation and convert, an element of, a human element, whether it is a celebrity or a regular human element, who can initiate that conversation, add elements of personalization, understand from you, you could be somebody living abroad, but want to send somebody to your relatives during Diwali, and you want to get that done in interior parts of India. That entire experience can be personalized the way you want, and you could bring a human element to it, which makes it that much more intimate. So for a CPG brand like us, we don't do personalization at that scale. We don't need to. Ours is about mass personalization. While it's increasingly getting hyper personalized, we still don't do one-on-one. But something like a digital human that we saw last week can enable that conversation. It could be a participation that a consumer is doing in an activation. It could be buying something from us, and we can actually do the transaction. We could also say that, hey, maybe we are not able to provide it to you, but you could go to this shop right next to your home, basis the data that you've given us, and we can, you can pick it up from there. So there is an element there.
Scared of her now.
Yeah, I'm gonna stop. So there is an element that the human, the digital human can bring, which is, which might be very useful to some of the other categories which are high value, but we see a lot of value in
This
CPG
is actually a very
experiences as
interesting topic on digital humans. So if e4m gives me another 10-minute slot at the end of this conference, I'll talk about that. Thank you so much, panelists. This was a highly enriching session which we had. Thank you so much, audience. You could mail us your questions because she's not going to let us take them. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a great round of applause. And thank you so much to all our panelists. If I may have the honor of calling upon the founder and CEO of Bobble AI, Mr. Ankit Prasad, to kindly join us and help us in doing the honors of felicitating all our panelists. Thank you so much, Ankit. Ankit, we'd request you to also pose for the camera. The camera would want you in the frame as well. Ladies and gentlemen, let the applause continue. What an excellent panel discussion it has been. We've had Naveen, Sonam, Vidya, Vishal, Shitanshu, Vaibhav, and of course, moderated by Neeraj. Some great conversations happening on the stage. Congratulations to all our esteemed panelists. Thank you, Vishal. Thank you, Vaibhav. Thank you so much, Vidya. And of course, a big, big thank you to Neeraj for curating this excellent panel discussion. Let's give him a big, big round of applause. With this, I'd request all our panel to please come in together for a group photograph. Ankit, if you could please join us as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, our technology panel on leveraging mobile technology for marketing. We've had such an excellent discussion. Thank you once again. With this, we divulge into our next category, which is the marketing panel. Once again, a big, big thank you to all our panelists. Thank you so much for your valuable insights, and thank you so much for your time. With this, ladies and gentlemen, can I have more audio on my mic? Yeah. We're moving ahead to the next one, which is the mobile marketing metrics that matter. I'd now like to have the honor of calling upon our panelists. Could we have the stage, please, ready? So before I call them, I'd just like to introduce them. We've got the CEO and co-founder of e4m. We've got the Chief Marketing Officer of AirAsia India. We've got the Senior GM and Head Marketing and E-commerce of Blue Star, and we've got the Chief Client Officer and Office Head West of Wavemaker India. So some great personalities who are going to be joining us on the stage. And I think with the stage looking set, it is time for me to call them on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, with a big round of applause, first up, let's welcome all our panelists. Mr. Deepak Khurana, CEO and co-founder, WeServe, Mr. Siddhartha Butalia, Chief Marketing Officer of Air Asia India, Girish Hingorani, the Senior GM and Head Marketing and E-commerce, Blue Star, and of course, the session chair being Shekhar Banerjee, Chief Client Officer and Office Head West, Wavemaker India. Thank you so much, Shekhar, for agreeing on being the moderator and curating this discussion forward. Over to you.
Yeah, this is up. Perfect. Two things before we actually kick into the panel. One is there were like 4 minutes more left for the match. So someone should say finally what is the outcome. I can see a lot of you actually watching the match on the screen. And that's somewhere relates back to the topic of the discussion, which is the mobile screen. And second is quite good that we are following through after the technology panel as a marketing panel, because we means just to set a context, when you look at it, means there are around 650 billion odd mobile smartphones in the country. And if you just leave the less than 10-year-old kids, almost every Indian has a mobile phone, not more than a meter away for almost 24 hours. So that's the kind of scale we are talking about of a device which is there in your life and for so much time, including now when we were listening to the panel, we are also watching the FIFA match. And I guess Argentina didn't get through with this match. So if that is the kind of impact, obviously marketers will also follow. Marketers will also follow where the consumers are. So they are doing it. But what is happening is the user journey or the consumer journey on this platform has become very, very complex, and which is making their life quite miserable. And actually marketers are asking more and more that how to actually demystify it, how to actually see the impact of it. Does it work? Does not work? And that brings to our topic that what metrics matter actually. So that's broadly the context. And if I can just pick up from the last conversation only, metaverse, then there is top funnel, conversion, commerce, then there is, I'm actually losing platforms, social, chatting, video, so much is happening. There's too much pressure on that one small screen, if you realize. And it's becoming quite difficult. So it almost sounds like chaos. Is it actually chaos or there is method to this madness? You want to take this actually?
Sure, Girish. Yeah, I think there are very few people here, so I guess we're going to just chat amongst ourselves primarily. But
we just
super.
want people to come closer.
But yeah, but clearly, yeah, you guys can come in and we can have like a great conversation. But yeah, so obviously there's a lot of chaos, as you say, but I think very exciting times. And as marketers, I think we should be, we should prioritize marketing first, not try to become data scientists, because the moment we get into too much of data, we lose focus of the big picture, right? Which is trying to figure out what our objectives are. And the objectives haven't changed over the years. Even when there was television advertising, print advertising, there's certain objectives of each campaign. So while there is a lot of madness out there, but I think we got to go one level higher and see it from a very broad perspective, a bird's eye view, in terms of what can one achieve. And clearly, these are very exciting times right now because digital can do so much than whatever. I think
yeah, the bells sound very well. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Better.
So there is a very exciting times ahead, as I mentioned to you, because as marketers now, you can achieve so much from digital. And it's no wonder that digital AdX is 56% of the world. It's either already overtaken or about to overtake television in the country, right? And I think the advantage of digital is you can do everything possible. You can do mass bombarding, right? So you want to create awareness, you create awareness, and then obviously look at metrics that help you create awareness. You can do limited bombarding. So you create a cohort, take Deepak's data of home loan customers and other fin customers, see their crystal data and then target them. You can do surgical strikes and then you can do micro surgical strikes, right? So you can do everything possible with digital. And the idea is you have to figure out what is the objective of your, what do you want to do? What do you want to achieve out of that? So if there's an objective of awareness, then you look at certain metrics. And I've heard of people saying that, on YouTube, my CPCV was 19 paise, it did very well. And my first question was on what cohort, right? Because that's what matters. Digital offers you a cohort, right? Filtration.
Girish, because you mentioned that point, I have to say that there's a very standard thing comes up. My CPC is X19 and it is above the industry benchmark.
Absolutely.
I really don't know what the
And
industry
what the
benchmark.
hell does that mean? Because what is an industry benchmark if you don't identify your target group? If your target group, for example, is really, really mass, you're just, doing geo-targeting, you're doing just male 25 to 35, then, 19 paise could be cheap or could work. I think it's still expensive. But if your cohort is very, very niche, you're talking of people who are following The Economist or who have iOS on their phone, etc., then CPCB of 19 paise would be like amazing, right? So metrics have to be just seen as a trend. They can't be gospel through. Gospel through should be that you look at data, but finally look at what you want to achieve and then take it forward. So there's madness, all right. But as marketers, it still boils down to that one simple, as we all say, the common sense. Have common sense, focus on what you want to achieve. Digital is right there helping you achieve whatever you want. It's like a magical, wand that you have on a hand. I think the bell keeps ringing.
Girish, that bell was for you.
Yeah. Maybe for me to stop, perhaps. Okay, but then we have a magical wand in our hand. I think we should use it to the best of our advantage, not get bogged down with too much data, use it to your advantage and make, magic out of it. So that's all I have to say.
Yeah, that's there. And honestly, chaos is good. There's no problem if it is chaos because after chaos, obviously there comes clarity. So there's no problem. Siddharth, what's your point of view on this one?
No, I agree with everything you're saying. So one, chaos is good. Chaos is what allows you to differentiate. If you're doing something different, then you have an advantage in a chaotic environment. And that happens at the very micro level, the personalization level, where you're bringing a differentiated brand experience onto mobile and therefore causing some stickiness with the customer. But it is happening at a very aggregate level. I mean, to play devil's advocate, this whole India e-commerce, mobile, smartphone penetration is growing, has been on for more than a decade, right? All the projections of Deloitte, BCG, Bain, McKinsey, etc., how fast it will grow and where India will get to. We've fallen, let's admit we've fallen behind those growth trends or expectations. So the projections or the optimism that is there has not panned out yet. Now that leaves a lot of room for opportunity. Ultimately for large organizations to consolidate. The war has not ended over here. It is actually, this is the battleground for the world. And we've seen that happening from the stage at which innovation has happened, let's say with a player like Jabong, who then get acquired by a Myntra. Then a Myntra gets acquired by a Flipkart. And then a Flipkart gets acquired by Walmart, right? And ultimately, the game is going to be in those large 2 or 3 players. If you're innovative enough, you get a sufficient degree of valuation, which allows you to be acquired and the initial guys to exit, or you're differentiated enough with sufficient cash flows, which very few organizations across the world are, to win that battleground in the end. I mean, that's where the chaos will ultimately settle down. So we need to be aware of what our roles are in that larger chaotic environment.
In fact, you just defined the method in that chaos already by saying how consolidation will be one of the clearly emerging method in the absolute madness that we are seeing, and consolidation of matrix also maybe because there's too much data. There's too much of data flowing in. Actually, we often say that digital, we don't understand what works, but it's very contrary because the amount of information that comes around, signals that comes back to agency or to the marketer is not funny. It's a data overload. The information overload. I often use a phrase which is called the data dump that is coming in is actually making us data dumb. So, and because we really don't know to do anything. So with that data. So what comes in is that, is there a way to simplify it as simple? Can there be like, you can say 3 things to look at it, or if I'm oversimplifying it, then make it a bit more complicated because I know there's too much of data, but something, a simplifying that with all this information coming in, if you have to step back, how can we help marketers to do that? And maybe first, you're the master or champion of all the data that is there. So
I like the context setting out here where you guys have created the chaos and told me that, listen, just
now clear the chaos.
now clear the chaos. No, I think we are living in times where if I were to just, probably just dumb this down and probably say that I think we all, when we look at from whatever roles we play today, we are curious enough and we are asking ourselves a lot of questions. Right from simple thing like, okay, did my, ad which I played on video, did it generate enough recall? Did my ad go to, whatever campaign I ran or whatever, creative I ran, was there the right kind of awareness for my brand? Did it create any lift for consideration? So these are points which are always an interest point for all of us in the practice in which, we pursue today. Yeah. And all these now, so that's one. So curiosity for us is increasing. Okay. On the other side, technology companies, when you call technology companies, when you call platforms, what we are trying to do is that try to answer that simple question. Try to bring in technology, data, right measurement, and try to just answer those questions and hopefully, answer it with a higher degree of accuracy. Okay. So that is where the importance of data comes in. Okay. So I think, if you probably set out an objective, and I'll probably use some examples out here. Okay. Like when a brand would say that, look, looking at driving sales. Okay, I want to do performance marketing. I want to generate people who are coming onto my site and purchasing my things. Obviously, there are a couple of ways in which you could possibly navigate that journey. You could probably say, look, you know what, I have outsourced this to my partner or I'm doing it internally and I'm going to run performance marketing campaigns on Facebook and search. And in that process, when you decide the channel, then you look at the key data points or the key matrices which matter to you. You closely look at very simple funnels. You will say, okay, let me look at my click to lead ratio. Let me look at lead to quality quote. Okay. And if I'm in the business of selling used cars, then I'm further looking at quality quote to inspection ratio as a business. Okay. So that's really one way of defining the journey. And at that point of time, you are consciously muting all the vanity metrics. You want to avoid what is the impression cost out there, or what is the CPM out there, what is the click-through ratio out there. Those are not priority data points for you, when you're going down that path. So I think one part is that we constantly have to ask ourselves that information and data will be available with us. How can we just simplify it, prioritize what matters to us, and try to address that part. Another example I'd like to talk about is, and we've done this at VServe, where we basically bring alternate data to marketers. And we basically had a use case where a fintech company, which is basically selling cards, and we came up with a strategy with them that, look, we'll pick up alternate data from our platform and we'll first expose those 10 million customers from our platform on YouTube. And we'll run an FCAP of 1 or 2 on that. So that campaign was executed on YouTube first. Then from that same funnel, there were people who visited the website. And what we also did was we aided the YouTube campaign by targeting the same 10 million users by deploying our 10 million customers on Facebook, and then nudge them for a sale. So the consumer was nudged at that point of time again. And we saw almost like a 5x lift on the conversion funnel. So what people who finally, had filled up leads. So the lead to the application ratio jumped by almost 5x for us. And so when we put all of this together, whilst we were working with the brand, it started getting established with the brand that it's important to do a full funnel campaign where you're integrating, say, a video campaign. Along with that, you're running a performance campaign in a very cohesive manner. So in that scenario, again, it was a learning out there where the brand was only doing performance marketing, but not really executing something cohesively on 2 platforms. Yeah. So I think there again, now someone would say that what is the data which matters, right? Okay. So you really will have to look at saying that, look, fine, I get the right customers. I target the right customers from a platform. And then I'm following through the funnel to see what is the business impact I get. You know, whether it is people where I can directly see the conversion, whether I look at assisted conversions from my campaign. So I think we are all blessed in an environment where we have to cut the noise and focus on key data sets.
I want to add to that because very interestingly, Deepak mentioned about performance marketing. And again, performance marketing is typical, right? We do a lot of e-commerce advertising. E-commerce is 100% performance because you're in market, you're doing a search campaign, you're obviously throwing your impressions. If somebody's typing the word air conditioner, you're obviously bidding for that keyword, which is air conditioner, there'll be impression served, there'll be a CPC bid. Finally, the CPC will convert to a CTR. That CTR will convert to a product page view. The product page view has to convert. It's a long cycle that you measure. Obviously, in a performance marketing campaign, you'll imagine that, you know, what is your investment, what conversions had happened, and what is your ROAS, as they call it, right? Return on your advertising spend. We'd see it like that as a marketer and say, okay, this campaign worked or not. But very interestingly, we should also see one more thing, right? Because when you're going on Amazon or on Flipkart, you're searching for air conditioner, you may have seen my sponsored listing. You may not have clicked on it, right? You've gone ahead and done that. Your entire performance marketing, funnel doesn't measure that impression that I served onto you. You saw a Blue Star air conditioner, for example, my sponsored listing. You didn't click on it. My entire funnel didn't capture it at all. But so many million impressions got served at no cost for me. So many people saw it. Only when you clicked is when I paid. But when you didn't click it, it didn't get paid, right? So that's one more thing you got to consider beyond the funnel, because these are impressions served. You have created equity. Everything will not get converted there and then. They take a 14-day attribution, somebody takes a 30-day attribution, things like that. But always also treat performance marketing, and I've heard this quite often saying performance marketing does not go with brand building and brand awareness. Actually, they do, because you're creating impressions in your consumers actually searching for a particular product or a service. And again, within performance marketing, you have branded keywords, you have generic keywords, and you have competitive keywords. And again, it's very easy because if somebody is searching for a Blue Star air conditioner and I'm doing a sponsored listing there, obviously my performance matrix will be great. And then the agency would say, wow, you've done a super job. We've done a superb job that, see your ROAS and see your ACOS is gone down. But finally, the proof of the pudding would be the competitive mapping, right? When somebody's just typing a generic keyword or a competitive keyword like an LG AC or a Voltas AC for me, and then me getting that customer to click and that customer eventually buying, that is the proof of the pudding. So we've got to look at it all holistically. It's not like white or black, it's all gray out there. And like I said before, let's not put a data lens to it. Let's not become data scientists. Let's look at marketing, in the true sense of it.
For this group, I must tell you, we were there in another room waiting and watching the football match there while we were waiting to come on the stage, and we were cracking a joke about how the first kick or the first click was amazing. After that, the assist actually failed and the final conversion completely leakage bottom funnel. There was a one goal which was happening and they made a mess out of it. So we were joking about that. So yeah, it's almost, visualize it like a football. If that assist is not there right, if the right person is not there at the right place, it will never going to convert. And that's basically the summary of the long discussion we had. Watch football. So yeah, which is okay. Moving from there, actually, this is Siddharth, absolutely down your alley. I wanted to ask you because you're working in one of the most complex marketing ecosystem when it comes to digital marketing itself. There you have like demand creation in a different platform, demand conversion on PCs and laptops versus creation will happen mostly on mobile, the browsing and all. Then obviously the super complex business structure also that we were talking about it. So when it comes to heart matrix, business, brand matrix and all, are we seeing mobile screen actually standing up because we're expecting a very small screen to make a very huge impact? Are we seeing that?
It depends on how you want to look at the data and what the metric is ultimately that you're focusing on, right? If you look at it with a longer 5-10 year horizon and you see what is the digital spend I'm doing, do I want to spend on say performance marketing for something as simple as Delhi-Bangalore flights? Or do I let the aggregator, who is also not going to get a return on that investment, but will drive his valuation by user acquisition, right? So it's what the telecom companies have gone through over a period of time, right? Your ARPU or your acquisition and number of users is what is driving the valuation. It's not profitable. If somebody else is willing to invest money to grow the market for me and bring in more consumers, they're more than welcome to do that, right? Unless it's at the cost of a long-term stickiness to that aggregator or platform. And by aggregator, I include the Googles and the intermediaries of the world, right from the thought that occurs in the consumer's mind to the actual booking. If you look at the initial months just after the first wave of the pandemic, purely because of cash flows, our entire industry stopped spending, right? There were no flights being booked, so we stopped spending. Which meant we stopped spending on performance marketing and digital advertising, consolidated across all of us. Nothing changed in share of search or market share, right? When one player starts spending, everybody has to spend to stay alive. But if you step back from that, you realize actually there is no value being added by Google outside of the core value of organic search. Beyond that, yes, they will say, okay, fine, now I have search results. Now you pay me to display your ad higher, and then I'll get somebody else to pay to display their bid higher. So ultimately, what really matters, is
created a BD explosion.
You've created something in the middle, sucking money away from the ecosystem, from the consumer as well as from the brand, right? Which in the long term you don't need. What you do need, therefore, is a stickiness with the experience that you're able to provide. Because as a brand, you stand for some experience, you stand for some product or some service quality that you want to be able to translate, which is not there in the mobile screen of today. It's an undifferentiated booking journey. If you actually want to stand for something, create a differentiated booking and search experience, which is a transference of what you want to deliver as a brand. And that's your pure metric. What is the NPS score, for example, of my loyalty member on my mobile app versus the score of the same member booking me through an aggregator?
This is one of the most fabulous and real life example you can actually get to, because in such candidness, nobody will talk about what it does in short term and long term. So thanks for sharing this. That's a very powerful one. Moving on, I can see the time ticker has been suddenly reduced, I guess. Yeah, but nonetheless, I will try to speed it up and close on this one. One of the important point is when we talk about this entire mobile marketing ecosystem, so much of muscle memory that we have built over a period of time. We know it's getting a bit disrupted now with a lot of policy changes, whether it's by platforms like Android, Apple, or by government policies coming in, and it's going to change a lot of things around. And marketers are likely to lose their edge in how they actually market in future. For all the sexy things on technology, it can actually impact a lot. So maybe Deepak, you can actually touch upon it a bit in terms of how they actually maintain the edge. What is something they need to do now that they are compliant, at the same time they don't lose the edge?
See, I think, every time when we speak about any change, and when we go through some big shifts in the market, it presents a new opportunity, so I think the opportunity is massive there. Obviously, when you're talking about it, you're talking about a future world, which is a privacy first ecosystem and a privacy first ecosystem, which enables you to do responsible digital marketing to your consumers. That's really by and large what we are looking at. And when you talk about any global platform or any particular platform, whether it is a global platform or a local platform, I think at the first level, the platform and the consumer, the relationship which exists between a consumer and a platform needs to be respected. And that respect will start off with a fairly explicit consent of how the consumer's data is leveraged by the platform. Okay, like for example, if I were to just, and there is a bit of consumer awareness which is needed. If we were to probably ask anyone on this room, and if I can probably ask people on the same panel itself, that how many people would have cared to read the privacy policy on Amazon when you go and shop? Has anyone read the privacy policy of Amazon when you go and shop on Amazon? None of us, or maybe one of us. right? So now you're basically saying that, so what does the privacy policy of Amazon really say? You know, when you go and shop on that platform. Yeah. So it really calls out that, look, guys, as you spend time on the platform, we are organizing, you know, customers in an anonymized manner, and we are creating a cluster called interest-based ads. Okay. Now they go ahead and define that what is interest-based ads. And they also mention that on the platform that, look, we will do collaboration and partnerships with marketing technology companies, where we will share with them anonymized profiles of customers. We would not share your PII information. We would not share your number, name, anything. It is just interest-based cohorts which are anonymized. And that is, those interest-based cohorts will be leveraged by them and the marketing technology partner to serve you with ads, not just on Amazon, but off Amazon. Now, this is what is mentioned there. Okay. Now, similarly, practically any other platform will have their own privacy policy or terms of service, and they would call this out. Okay. So I was coming to the point that, one, yes, the platform is engaging with the consumer and calling it out. On the other hand, the consumer, instead of complaining, should make the effort to go ahead and consume that policy. As an ecosystem, as an industry, as a responsible industry, we should all, it's like, you know, when Amphi runs a campaign and says, invest in mutual fund, but it is subject to certain risk. Fair enough. And everyone is aware about it. So I think at some level, the industry should come together and probably do a campaign with consumers. And in that case, whether it's government or any other body, which tells people and makes people aware that any platform, whether it is a telecom operator, whether it is a retailer, whether it is a utility platform, read the privacy policy or be aware about it. You know, I think in life, as people do that, that's when the trust and the consent comes in. And I know that when he's looking at me right now, he's saying that, Deepak, wrap up the question. But we will just attribute all of this to the e4m team because they dragged us.
He's also watching us very carefully.
So forth.
There's a timer which is blinking red here.
And suddenly the clock was like ticking very fast. You know, 30 minutes and then switch to 5 minutes.
We start. We were given 40 minutes.
We have a clock here which keeps telling us whether we're over time.
And yes.
Fine, but the 30 minutes, we take 10 minutes.
And I will also say that when we walked in, there were only 7 or 8 people in the room. So, you know, when we were searching for words, we said, listen, how do we engage with only 7, 8 people in the room?
Now we have
so as the crowd started building up, we said we are in a reset. We are in a reset mode. We got into the vibe of speaking.
On that lovely note, I think let's wrap up because she took another step out into the stage, making sure we just wrap up.
We've taken over. They can't do anything.
Thank you so much, everyone, for listening to us. And on this note, I will say, one thing on the last question that I asked, just to wrap up, the marketing people, how they get the edge. Maybe I can close on that note is there's a lot of the marketers need to invest a lot in their ecosystem to build infrastructure for the infrastructure to manage the consumer data. And once that infrastructure gets built up and connects back with the platform, they will be much more effective. Some industries are already ahead. And Siddharth, I'm sure your experience on this obviously will be very, very rich. But there are huge CPG world and many other categories where they have not even taken the steps. And if they don't, they will not be as effective marketers in future. So they need to start now. So
they need to invest in technology and capabilities.
Yeah.
Basically partner with people like us on technology and capabilities.
Don't do metaverse, but just manage your consumer data. On that note, thank you.
Thank you.
You know, I think, Deepak, when you were saying that there were few people at the start, but look at what you've attracted, you and your panel for yourself. You're seeing many more people right now, which just says, which just goes to say the power of your content. So thank you so much. On that note, if I could have this co-founder and CEO of Pocket, Vaibhav Udekar, to kindly join us and help us in felicitating our panel. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm round of applause for Vaibhav. Thank you so much. And if you could have the team to present the mementos. Thank you so much, Girish, for joining us, ladies and gentlemen, the Senior GM and Head Marketing and E-commerce Blue Star. Of course, Siddharth Butalia, Chief Marketing Officer, Air Asia Limited. Air Asia India. And then we've of course got Deepak Khurana, CEO and co-founder of VServe. And our session chair, Shekhar Banerjee, Chief Client Officer and Office Head West, Wavemaker India. And with this, if you could have the entire panel along with Vaibhav, if you could just come in the center for a group photograph. The hashtag Screenage moment right there for all of you. A big, big thank you to our entire panel for joining us. Thank you once again. On that note, no. You've all been very kind with your experience. Thank you so much. Thank you, Girish. So on that note, ladies and gentlemen, for our final session before we move ahead to our awards, and let me tell you, this final session is going to be impactful. We're talking about how can brands leverage their fan base to build a bigger brand recall. Now, this is going to be a small and a quick session, but a rather very impactful one. We're looking at calling upon the co-founder of Fandom, Samriddhi Katyal, and Senior Editor, Exchange for Media and Business World, Ruhail Amin, to join us. Ruhail and Samriddhi, we're looking forward to a great chat ahead. Hi, Samriddhi, I hope you're doing great. I'm good. So with this, ladies and gentlemen, requesting you all the final session, how can brands leverage their fan base to build bigger brand recall? Over to you.
So I make it, you have to answer yes or no, okay? So make like that, okay. So final, so we had a day long of, discussions, conversations. We have touched upon all the aspects of the mobile world, the streaming world and everything else. But there's one more connect, which is the fan, people who like, we all go to Insta pages, Facebook pages, Twitter, how many likes, isn't it? I mean, how many times do we visit our pages and see that how many people liked our content and shared our content? And that's a very critical part. How can brands, quickly coming to that question, leverage their fan connect to build greater recall? What is the Fandom story? What led to Fandom? How are you helping brands in that?
Thank you so much. These are too many questions in one go.
6 questions, yeah.
6 questions in one go, yeah. So thank you so much for this opportunity. See, the whole idea is from last 2 hours, I've been listening to the panel discussions and people presenting. Everybody keeps focusing on consumer as a whole, to map up for marketing, right? But the biggest difference is that 20% of people give you that 80% of leverage, whether it is for content or for brand, right? So why don't, this is an opportunity for brands. Fandom gives an opportunity to brands and celebrities and broadcasters to identify their top 10% or 20% of fans who are anyways doing free marketing for them, right? These are the people that you need to identify, recognize, reward, and learn from their behavior to do better marketing. There are no platforms in which you can recognize that who is a fan. Fan is a very different person from an audience, right? Fan is a person who goes and talks about your brand, who's an advocate, who's a defender, who's an evangelist about your brand, right? So that's the biggest difference between a fan and an audience. And in today's world, where there is this huge thing of being a goldfish, right? Where there is no attention span. You want to hold on to a fan rather than an audience, right? Nurture them, reward them, and learn from them to leverage marketing or make better content.
So if you see the existing environment and the way fans are being leveraged or engaged by brands, how is it like? What can be improved in your opinion?
So first of all, I don't understand that how do you define a fan and an audience, right? That's what fundamentally Fandom is doing. Differentiating a fan from its audience. Fans are these days creators and designers and community managers and these evangelists. These people have to be identified, and there's no platform. Instagram, there are subscribers and followers. They are not necessarily your fans. I may have liked something, I have become a follower, right? Not necessarily I'm a fan. So it's a huge difference. So the fundamental difference that Pantrum is trying to bring is to differentiate between this audience and a fan. It's a fully gamified platform to understand people who are engaging more, they get more points. Those points can be then redeemed for rewards. And on behind that, we can, behind the whole thing, on the data analytics parts, we are able to identify psychographically that who your fan is, what the need of the fan is, rather than just by saying that he's a 35-year-old male from Delhi. You don't get to know anything about that from Instagram or YouTube or Facebook for that matter, right? So this is where the fundamental difference is: knowing your fan, leveraging what they like, and building content or marketing campaigns around them.
So, what has been the fandom story so far? I mean, do people tell you that Samriddhi, you're ahead of your time and this is Greek to us? I mean, have you faced such issues while explaining to potential clients what you bring to the table?
So not really, we believe that this is exactly the right time with mobile internet exploding, data becoming cheaper, and people having a voice on everything, right? That's already be a part. Now we want to give them specific voice to the things that they specifically like. So people talk about content on various platforms. They have their own WhatsApp groups, they have their own communities, online forums and so on. But they are scattered and fragmented. Neither a fan gets validated for being a fan, neither a broadcaster or a marketer gets to know who's the person that they want to capture or target or identify as a fan. So in Fandom, what we are trying to do is make that difference, give fans their own platform to communicate, be a creator and have their own voice. And most importantly, recognize them for being who they are and validate them for delivering to their community, or the brand or the content or the celebrities themselves.
Two last questions. On this forum, fans and mobiles go together. That's what, we believe. Can you explain, how does it actually, how do they go together?
Fans and mobile go together because these days everybody is carrying a mobile, right? You are a creator by creating a photo. You are an influencer by making a blog, right? Or a vlog, as you say. So everybody is a creator. Mobile has become the most essential part of, become a most essential part of creation, right? So that's what I was talking about, that today's fan is not merely a hysterical teenager. He's a creator, he's a creator, he's a designer. That's the skill set that people have developed in the last 4-5 years, right? That needs to be validated. And they are anyways doing it out of love for the brand. But brands or broadcasters need to come forward and now validate them for being a fan. And it goes hand in hand.
Finally, how do you plan to make fandom a bridge between, audience and industry? Why do you see fandom over the next 2 years?
So it's a very good question. The whole difference is that, in the earlier days, there was this whole system where a fan could write to a broadcaster, where we had a PO Box number, right? And the broadcaster used to dedicate a full half-an-hour show to actually read out the letters that were sent to the broadcaster. So in today's world, the more communication is out there, the more lost the voice of a fan is. So we are trying to create that whole ecosystem where audience can have a better feedback loop with the broadcaster. And it's the need of the hour, less than 5% of content that is produced is successful, because we are not hearing the voice of a fan. We are not hearing what people are wanting to watch. So there is no feedback loop. So this is where the whole 360-degree ecosystem comes together, and we join through fandom.
Absolutely wonderful for bringing out the fan side of the conversation. I remember the SRK movie on that fan thing, right? Yeah. Anyways, with a round of applause for Simriddhi, and thank you, Simriddhi, for sharing your thoughts. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
With this, Ruhel, if you could help us to felicitate Samriddhi. Samriddhi, we cannot let you go without an official felicitation from our side. Can the team please bring in? Thank you. Thank you so much, Samriddhi. Always an honor. And thank you so much, Ruhel, for curating it so excellently. Thank you so much. God bless. Well, with this, ladies and gentlemen, we'd request you to please stay tuned, as we've got the Maddies coming up, which is the awards night. We'd request you to now, please, if you could take in your belongings. We are having the entire place revamped for the awards, and we'd request you to re-register for the awards as well. So thank you all for being such a kind audience. Let's resume back sharply at 6:30 Indian Standard Time. Let's network and let's celebrate excellence in our work. Thank you so much. edition of the E4M Mobile Awards, the Maddies 2022, requesting all of you to join us back inside. Check. Well, Mumbai is known for its energy, and I want all of you to join us back in the main area. We're going to be starting with the E4M Mobile Awards, the Maddies 2022. We request you all to please join us back. Check, check. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I was just looking at the clock, and the clock says it's time for excellence. Firstly, welcome to all of you, all our leaders, all our stars today. Before we begin Maddies 2022, I know we can see a lot of trumpets in the room, and it is time for us to put that to use. When I just say 3, 2, 1, and I ask you, are you excited? All you got to do is translate that excitement of yours by playing the trumpets. Mumbai, are you up for that? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, are you excited? Could be a notch better. Can we give it one more try? All right. Can I get more audio on my mic? All right. At the count of 3, 2, 1. Are you excited? Perfect. Thank you all for participating on that. And ladies and gentlemen, with this, it is time for us to move ahead with our awards. Check. All right, a very good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and a warm welcome to the 8th edition of the E4M Mobile Awards, the Maddies 2022. Well, Exchange for Media has formulated the Mobile Awards, the Maddies, with the aim to provide robust and an exhilarating platform to propel the mobile marketing sphere in India ahead, involving the industry in healthy competition. Maddies was established in the year 2015, and Exchange for Media Mobile Awards, the Maddies, acknowledges and recognizes all such marketing stories that employ an effective mobile marketing strategy done in India, and will be equally judged on innovation, concept, execution, and results by a highly experienced independent panel of the industry. Of course, it is aimed to rejoice teams, practitioners, and the organizations that have exceeded landmarks and have been able to deliver successful business outcomes with the help of mobile as a medium. As of today, Maddies is the most valued award in India and is considered as a true symbol of excellence. Well, we are happy to share that this year too, we have received an enormous response from advertising and media agencies, along with the brands, given their fierce efforts to grapple with the same. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you, with over 57 categories, we have received 650 plus entries. So congratulations to all the ones who've made it. Well, my name is Bhavna Bhatia, and it's an honor to be the host for the evening. I remember last year Maddies was great, and I'm sure this year the Maddies is only going to get a notch higher in excellence. As a courtesy to our fellow delegates, we'd request you that once you won the award, of course, keep hashtagging #Maddies, but also during the course of the event, if you've got any urgent call to take, you may step outside for the same. But before we commence, I would like to acknowledge our partners without whom this event wouldn't have been possible. Our presenting partner being ABP Live. Get latest updates on the fastest growing news platform of India. All you got to do is visit www.abplive.com or download the ABP Live app. Co-powered by Bobble AI, which is world's largest conversational media platform. We're talking about WeServe, with 550 million plus user profiles and 600 plus attributes. WeServe is India's leading audience data marketplace, bringing alternate and reliable data to enterprises for richer consumer insights and actionable marketing efficiencies across retention, brand, and performance marketing goals. Driven with a purpose to democratize the customer intelligence from any enterprise, WeServe helps an organization unlock the maximum value of data. Of course, we'd like to thank Magnite and our co-gold partners being Pocket Anymind, which is APAC's leading mobile advertising platform, our innovation partner being SWAD, the performance redefined programmatically, and our OEM partner being Mocha Technology. Let's have a look at the AVs.
Bubble Keyboard, the highest rated keyboard app on the app stores. Let's find out. You can share stickers with your very own face and any custom message. Have a big laugh or scare with big anger. Well, Bubble gives you big emojis. Regular black text? It may work for some. We don't judge. What works for us, though, is the pop text. Bobble lets you use personalized branded stickers, GIFs, by strategically and contextually integrating brands and conversations happening on WhatsApp, Facebook, and other social or chat messaging platforms across the country. An average smartphone user spends 25 minutes of their daily 3-hour screen time on their keyboard. Since you spend so much time with us, we understand you and work towards only showing you content that interests you. And before you say it, no, your privacy and security are not an issue. All your data is anonymized before being used, so you don't need to worry about a thing. Our wide array of patented and patent pending innovations in areas of content tech, language tech, and keyboard tech will help you stay hip to the ever-evolving language of the digital world. And we made sure you can use it in an expressive and personalized way. Bubble has made conversations human again.
We serve Audience Pro,
India's most authentic and holistic audience marketplace. vServe Audience Pro is the name of endless possibilities, giving you access to 550 million plus deterministic user profiles with over 600 attributes. And that's not all. Hear it from Vinja friends too.
We've had a long-standing relationship with vServe where they've helped us use deterministic audiences to scale our campaigns on Facebook with significantly better efficiency. We're now trying their self-serve audiences campaign, and the journey has been nothing less than spectacular.
Hey, we've been using vServe since quite some time now. Their precision audience targeting using rich data set delivers on the brand outcome across the category and across the campaign. Woo!
So, create success with Vinja today.
So with this, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause to all the partners who've supported us in our journey today. With a lot of conversation going on and the buzz being around, that's what Maddies is all about. I wish you can take this up also on your mobiles with our simple hashtag, hashtag the Maddies. And let's get that trending and let's applaud one another. Ladies and gentlemen, on that note, it is my honor to now firstly call upon and request Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, Exchange for Media and VW Business World, to say a few words. Let's give Dr. Batra a good round of applause. Now it's working.
See, I'm telling Bhavna, it is dangerous to stand between the awards and an audience. So would make my address very short. I just want to say that business is about disruption. Today, thanks to Deepak Khurana, I watched 30 seconds of a football match, and Deepak was supporting the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. That's why they defeated Argentina. But life is about disruption. Mobile marketing can help you do disruption. Our awards are done through a jury process. You'll see the jury AV and you'll know our jury chair and jury members have done the honors of selecting the shortlisted entries and the final winners. I want to, there are lots of friends in the room. I know Deepak started in mobile marketing even much before we started our mobile marketing initiative. But I have a global visitor here in Kerry. Kerry is the Global Chief Commercial Officer of Truecaller. Well, thank you, Kerry, for being here. I can see Deepak, I can see my friend Mandeep. Lots of my friends in the room, I won't take their names, but we had a day full of conversations, demonstrations, and examples and insights, right from Mr. Tyagarajan of Blue Star to Girish of PNG and so on and so forth. Startups like IWM Buzz, Fandrum, people are doing amazing work and some pioneering work in this domain, showcased what marketeers and brands are doing to build businesses. I think the future is changing every quarter. Mobile spends are growing. Next week, we launch our e4m mobile advertising spends report, and there are some predictable things and there are some new things. As I said, I'll keep it short. I wish you luck. Have a good time. Celebrate tonight. Meet your friends. Have a good time. For those who didn't win but were shortlisted, I'm sure when you see the winners, you'll get inspired. And our awards are honest, but our awards are done through scientific process, but they involve human beings. So they're close to perfect. Nothing in this world is perfect. I'm Hindu. The only thing perfect is Lord Shiva, right? He's the only Nirvikar. So really awards by nature are done through a process and we follow that process. Whatever comes out through the process is welcome. So all the best. Applaud louder. Have a good time. Good evening.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anurag Batra. Well, ladies and gentlemen, on that note, if I may have the founder and CEO of Bobble AI, Mr. Ankit Prasad, who's going to be joining us to sharing his view on building a future-proof digital strategy. Let's give Mr. Prasad a big round of applause.
Can I use this? Yeah, it's working now. Perfect. Okay. Good evening, friends. Good to see a lot of young marketeers here. The room filled of young marketeers. I thought I just wanted to share one fact from my life. I'm a college dropout. I dropped out from IIT Delhi, and you know why? Because I hate lectures, and that's why I don't just hate listening to lectures, but I also hate giving lectures. That's why I thought, क्यों ना आज यहाँ पे आप young marketeers के साथ एक बातें करी जाए, because that's what we do at Bobble AI. हम conversations को enable करते हैं, right? और Bobble AI के through कैसे हम conversations को enable करते हुए अपने brand objectives को पूरा करते हैं, इसकी आज हम detail में we are going to discuss about it. So, a quick introduction of Bobble. I don't know, it's not working. It's not working. Yeah. I think there's some lag or something. Sorry for the interruption. A quick introduction of Bobble. We are a conversation media platform, which is meant to enhance your smartphone conversation experience, making it much more expressive, localized, and intelligent. And we do that with a lot of deep tech innovations, right? अगर आपने अभी तक Bobble try नहीं किया है, तो you can download it on your phone and try it yourself. It's amazing. It's so much fun. You're going to love it for sure. Okay.
So when we talk about future readiness, right? From our perspective, and everybody has different thought process. From our perspective, we think that as a marketeer, we need a beautiful mix of data, content, engagement, and technology innovation. Until we have that beautiful mix, it is difficult to call ourselves future ready, right? And that is why we thought that why not start building strength around these 4 key areas, right? Data, content, engagement, and tech innovations. And I'm sure you would agree with it, right? We're going to show you, can you move to the next slide, please? Yeah. We're going to show you how a strong data strategy can be so much powerful, can be so much impactful in your marketing campaigns, right? I think when we talk about data strategy, one of the most fundamental question is, how do we identify a consumer uniquely, right? There are a number of ways to do it: phone numbers, email IDs, cookies, and whatnot. But in this changing world, I'm sure all of us are carrying a smartphone in our pocket. And that is why we believe that mobile ID is something which could be a deterministic way of identifying a consumer, right? Can you go to the next one? Yeah. And if you look at it, why mobile IDs? It's very simple. In the world of cookies, you can only track one session. In the world of mobile IDs, you can track across sessions, right? Mobile IDs comes for real users using the real handsets. Cookies can be for bots. And then it allows you to connect cross-device, understand the consumer behavior across the devices, be it smartphone, and across applications as well, right? The different applications that people use on the smartphone. And I think this is how mobile IDs provide much more reliability in order to identify a consumer uniquely, right? And we thought, given that in a smartphone, one of the most necessity tools, and I'm sure you would agree, is a keyboard, right? Har kisi ke phone mein keyboard to hota hai, it's a must. And keyboard is used across different applications for making searches, for cab booking, for ordering products on Amazon, for downloading applications on Play Store and whatnot, right? People are subconsciously investing their 30 minutes every day cumulatively on the keyboard. They're making more than 100 sessions on the keyboard, right? There's so much data that the keyboard generates, which is unbelievable, unmatchable, right? Just imagine if we can couple that mobile ID, because each mobile has one ID and each mobile has one keyboard. I'm sure you don't use 2 different keyboards at the same time, right? If you combine this mobile ID, the power of that unique identifier, and the power of a software which is omnipresent across all consumer journeys on smartphone, that's when the magic happens, right? Every input that goes through the keyboard carries multiple intent. I'm sure, there must be a WhatsApp group where we talk about spending the next long weekend in Goa. Of course, we're going to book a flight ticket, we're going to reserve a hotel, book casino, I don't know, right? So every mobile input carries multiple intent, which leads to multiple decision-making, right? And these keyboard intents can be processed to derive in-depth user insights, right? And this can be the source of fuel for your innovative marketing campaigns. In the interest of time, we cannot go deeper into how it's done, what tools to be used, et cetera. But I just want to leave you with this thought that just imagine how powerful the keyboard software, which is sitting in your smartphone, is, right? And how much value can be derived from this data, which is across different smartphone journey. And that's why at Bobble, we started making this data intelligence as a service, as an offering to the marketeers like yours, right? And this data is backed by 80 million plus users of Bobble portfolio of keyboard. I say portfolio of keyboard because we work with various smartphone manufacturers and we have multiple brands to cater to different user segments. We have got something called Bharat Keyboard to cater to tier 2, tier 3 audience. Bobble is more like a flagship product. We've got Mint Keyboard for all the Xiaomi devices, Gioni Keyboard for the Gioni devices, and so on, right? Consolidated 80 million plus users reach in our keyboard, which can be used to drive various things like market intelligence. If you want to understand how is your brand or how is your product, the market that you are catering to, how is it shaping up? How is it evolving with time, right? Or for example, how does your metrics benchmark against your competition metric? Predictive audiences, creating an audience cohort that can be used for programmatic advertising, right? Getting more return on ad spend, identifying users. Just imagine people who are searching for pizza on Zomato, and let's say you are a pizza brand and you want to target them during IPL on Hotstar inventory. How do you do that, right? Just imagine those users who are searching for pizza on Zomato can be created as an audience cohort, right? And given some other filters like, who have Hotstar installed on their phone, their cricket lovers, etc., and then doing their targeting on Hotstar. The results are unimaginable. We have seen increase in CTR as high as 4x, 5x, 9x in certain categories, in OTT categories especially. Data enrichment. I'm sure many of the brands already possess first-party data, which they cherish. I mean, it's an asset that they are building. And I think all of us are now very conscious about creating that repository of first-party data and trying to harness the maximum value out of it. But is your first-party data complete, right? Or can we make it even more holistic by marrying your first-party data with a keyboard's data and then letting you know how your consumers are behaving on smartphones, for example, which games are they playing, what kind of products are they purchasing, what kind of travel patterns do they have, etc., right? And finally, identity resolution. I'm sure unique identifier, cookie ID, phone number, email IDs, it's so scattered right now. Can we resolve this identity and do the data enrichment together using mobile ID as a key identifier across the 80 million devices where Bobble is present, right? So there are various use cases of that data as a service. Coming to the content part of the future readiness, right? I'm sure it's easy to understand the value of data because it's tangible, and many a times some things which are intangible, doesn't really click that easily. But if you look at the kind of formats of content available in social media, in conversations, in smartphones, there is a variety of format, right? And how do we choose which format is the best format? Nobody knows. It's debatable, right? It's never-ending debate which content format is the best format. But one thing which is tangible and which is factual is the fact that there is a format of content which has the highest reach, as high as all the other content formats combined together, right? You pick up Insta post or Facebook post, Twitter tweets, YouTube videos, and you combine the reach of all of this to get what we call as conversational content. The reach of stickers, GIFs, emojis, and memes. It's unimaginable, right? And if you look at these content which are, look at these conversations which are happening on smartphone, brands are already present. We don't claim that we bring brands into conversation. Brands are already there. I mean, when I used to chat with my friends in college hostel, we used to say कि मैगी खाने चलते हैं. ये नहीं बोलता था चल नूडल खा के आते हैं. या फिर अभी when I talk to colleagues, I don't say coffee, किसी coffee shop में चलते हैं. We say Starbucks चलते हैं, right? So brands are already there. What is needed is to amplify that presence, is to give some visual vocabulary to that presence, is to communicate the right messaging and core values of the brand to the TG who is talking about them, right? And this is what we do through a technique or a marketing technique, we call it conversation media marketing, right? Where we create branded stickers, GIFs, emojis, etc., that can be distributed on different conversation in a very seamless, recommended way, voluntary way, where people choose to share your branded content with their friends and family members. That's how you penetrate into their network. And okay, and it's easily doable through the portfolio of keyboard application that we have, right? And then memes, another content format which is very close to my heart. I consider myself as a strong memer, because it does not just carry the messaging, but it carries the impact along with it, right? I'm sure many of the brands are struggling with the trolls on social media, right? Every time there's some incident happens and it starts getting trolled. Are brands prepared to handle such threats on brand safety? And memes is something, if the brand has already invested into, to create that positive reinforcement into their consumer base, that is the way to tackle such brand perception threats, right? So content control on brand perception, making brand viral on social media, building recall and consideration, organic customer engagement. There's a lot of benefits of using meme as a content format, right? While you are thinking about your marketing strategy. So we have seen how we add value with data. We've seen how we add value with content, and then finally engagement, right? Once there is a customer on board, there's a need to engage with them deeply. There's a need to create a long-lasting relationship and connectedness with them, right? And that is where Bobble's technologies like conversational content integrated into chatbot, making them talk more human in the language that millennials and Gen Z speaks, right? Not just textual, boring, or rather catalog sort of a menu sort of messages coming from chatbot, but literally pieces of content which has the power to convert moments of frustration into moments of delight, right? That's what we were able to achieve with our content tech integrated into chatbots. There's another one. This is one of our favorite, and one of the first feature that we came up with at Bobble is selfie to bobblehead tech, where you take a selfie, we create facial, cartoonified avatar of your selfie in just few milliseconds. Unlike other avatar making technology available out there, where you have to choose your hairs and glasses and things, spend 5 minutes and then get something which doesn't look like you. Here you take a selfie, wait for a few milliseconds, which is literally you don't wait, you get it in real time, and that looks exactly like you, right? So this technology itself has been integrated in various in-app messaging of various dating apps, or various other places, wherever, or loyalty programs where you scan a QR code on a packaging and then you are taken to a landing page where you take a selfie and then create your personal avatar and then make that brand messaging viral with your friends and family member, right? And then tech innovations. We keep thinking of various tech innovations. How do we integrate brands seamlessly into smartphone experience? For example, one of the things which is very much talked about, especially during cricket season, is cricket. Of course, people talk about the performance of the favorite players. They talk about the emotions associated with that cricket, right? While they are watching the match, as well as beyond match viewership. So this time during T20 World Cup, we partnered with some of the large brands who were able to leverage this tech innovation. We call it live scorebar. And I'm going to show you a 30 seconds video to help you understand that.
Show me something Indians love the most.
Chai.
Even more.
Shadiyan.
Oh, even more.
Cricket.
Oh, yeah. My love for cricket is undeniable. Maybe that's why we are always texting and tweeting about it, from sharing frustration over a wrong move to celebrating one that saves the game. Cricket continues to be a part of millions of conversations. And guess what? This T20 season, TVS Eurogrip tires, thumbs up, And my 11th Circle became part of these conversations with Bobble AI's live score bar. These brands got right in front of cricket lovers and enriched all cricket conversations. But there is more. With Bobble AI's cricket-themed stickers, these brands captured true emotions of cricket fans, creating brand recall and delivering true expression to cricket fanatics. Well, we can say that TVS Eurogrip tires, thumbs up, and my 11th Circle is the perfect innings. Bobble AI.
Yeah, this is one of the many innovations that we have done for multiple brands, right? We have done an NFT campaign, for example, for Kama Sutra condoms, right? Which has also won various awards at various events. And then so many brands who have been trusting Bobble, power of data, power of content that can create an impact, the power of engagement technologies and various innovations on smartphones. So our team is right here, so let's catch up over drinks. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ankit, on that note, ladies and gentlemen. Continuing the journey from the inaugural edition of these awards, we'll now take you through a short audio-visual of the Mobile Marketing Awards, the Maddies 2022. Let's have a look.
Welcome to the 8th edition of Exchange for Media Mobile Marketing Awards, the Maddies 2022. The Maddies were established in the year 2015. Exchange for Media Mobile Awards, the Maddies, acknowledges and recognizes all such marketing stories that employ an effective mobile marketing strategy done in India and will be equally judged on innovation, concept, execution, and results by a highly experienced independent panel of the industry. As of today, the Maddies is the most valued award in India and is considered a true symbol of excellence. We are happy to share that this year too, we've received enormous responses from advertising and media agencies, along with the brands, given their fierce efforts to grapple the same. With over 54 categories, we've received 650 plus entries. The entries have undergone 2 phases of judgment. First, the selection jury board, which comprised of industry heads of brands appraising each entry and preparing a shortlist for further consideration by the grand jury. The grand jury then went through all shortlisted entries and chose the winner for the gold, silver, and bronze medals in 54 categories, and also named the winners of the Excellence Awards. The Exchange for Media Mobile Marketing Awards proudly presents the jury. This year, the jury was led by Rakesh Srivastav, Managing Director, Nissan Motor India Private Limited. And it consisted of some of the biggest names of the marketing fraternity, people who are respected and have in-depth knowledge of the mobile marketing industry. Deepika Warrior, Chief Marketing Officer, Diageo India. A.T. Singhal, Chief Marketing Officer, Vega. Pragya Bijalwan, Chief Marketing Officer, Crompton Greaves Consumer Electricals. Ranjani Krishnaswamy, General Manager Marketing, Titan. Sumit Singh, Group Chief Marketing.
To be part of Maddies, the Mobile Awards. It was very, very engaging, enriching for me. First of all, interacting with the jury, whose credibility was one of the highest, with the strength of experience, the expertise, the exposure across industries. The openness, the transparency, the fairness that the jury showcased was exemplary. And I'd like to thank the jury members for this. When we look at the entries, the number of entries was very, very strong. And the entries showcased the strength in terms of concept, innovation, execution, and also showing very, very strong results. Yes, it was a very, very difficult choice, But then as a jury, we were able to evaluate and come to a strong understanding in terms of the winners. I'd like to thank again the jury for a strong work done, for a credible work done, and would like to thank all the winners for their performance and coming out winners.
So it was. So ladies and gentlemen, on that note, it is time for us to start with Maddies 2022. I want the energy to remain within all of you. I want you all to blow in the trumpet. I want you all to applaud for one another. And let's recognize one another today with a big round of applause for each and every one of you present here. Come on, Mumbai, let's bring the roof down. On that note, we're going to be starting with the awards, the much awaited awards ceremony. Before we begin, I'd just like to make a very important notice. The ones who are winning the bronze, we'd request you to collect your trophies from the bronze booth outside the hall. Of course, the names are going to be announced, but for the trophies, you'll have to step out at the end and collect it from the bronze booth. Of course, we'd more than welcome the ones who are winning the silver and the gold on the stage. On the first set of awards, it's my honor to have our great dignitaries joining us for that. First up, our Editor-in-Chief, PW Business World and Exchange for Media, Dr. Anurag Batra. Also, if we could have Head of Ad Sales and Sales Excellence, Amazon, Jacob Kuruvilla. Let's give him a warm round of applause. Also, if we could have Deepak joining us. Do we have Mr. Deepak from We Serve? Yes, right there. Let's give him a warm round of applause. It's always an honor, Deepak, to have you join us on that. Thank you so much. So the first set of awards, ladies and gentlemen, our category is marketing strategy, and the first subcategory being brand recall. Let's find out who's winning the award.
The first subcategory under marketing strategy is brand recall. The bronze award goes to.
Congratulations to Mindshare and Ultratech Cement. Let's go ahead and find out our silver.
The silver award goes to.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mindshare and RKSV Securities. Let's give them a warm round of applause whilst as we welcome them on the stage. Heartiest congratulations. Come on, let the music continue. And with this, let's find out who bags the gold.
And the gold award
Yes.
goes to.
Ladies and gentlemen, Team Rajasthan Royals and Team Interactive Avenues, the Reprise Network Company. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, a big, big round of applause for Team Rajasthan Royals, Team Interactive Avenues, the Reprise Network Company. Come on, everyone, you're at Maddies 2022. Let's make some noise. Come on, everyone. Check, check. Well, bagging the first gold today at Maddies 2022. Well, ladies and gentlemen, on this note, let's move ahead to our next category, being lead generation. Let's find out the winners.
Next subcategory of the evening is lead generation. There are 2 joint silver awards under this category. The first silver award goes to
Ladies and gentlemen, Healthify Me and Moss platform powered by Apple in association with Healthify Me. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let the applause continue. And for our next silver.
the second silver award goes to
And it goes to Team Noise and Team Amazon. And with this, it is time for us to find out who bags the gold.
and the gold award goes to
And it's out there, ladies and gentlemen, Team We Serve and Max Life Insurance. Ladies and gentlemen, our gold winners in the subcategory of lead generation, let's applaud Team We Serve and Max Life Insurance. Hashtag Maddies moment right there. Let the applause continue. They've just backed the gold. With that, we move ahead to our next subcategory.
Next subcategory is launch of product or service. The bronze award goes to
Heartiest congratulations, Disney Plus Hotstar. Let's applaud them. With that, let's move ahead and find out our silver.
There are 2 joint silver awards under this category. The first silver award goes to
Team Truecaller LLP, Team Virality Media Private Limited. Well, they aren't with us, but let's congratulate them. And with that, let's find out our next silver winner.
the second silver award goes to
Team Hive Minds Innovative Market Solutions Team Flipkart Health Plus. And with that, it is time for us to find out who bags the gold.
And the gold award goes to
Ladies and gentlemen, Team Oreo, Team Bubble AI. Check. Ladies and gentlemen, our gold winners on the stage, let's give them a big, big round of applause. On that note, let's move ahead to our next category.
Next subcategory of the evening is relationship building remarketing. There are 2 joint bronze awards. The first bronze award goes to
Heartiest congratulations to Amazon Ads and ITC Limited Foods Business Division. Let's move ahead and find out our next bronze.
the second bronze award goes to
And it's right there, Z and Mall, Z Entertainment Enterprises. Heartiest congratulations to the team with that. Let's find out who bags the silver.
the silver award goes to
Yes, it is Team Amazon Ads and Nivea India. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, Team Amazon Ad, Team Nivea India. Heartiest congratulations. With that, let's find out who bags the gold.
and the gold award goes to
Yes, Team Interactive Avenues, a Reprise Network Company, Team Rajasthan Royals. Ladies and gentlemen, our gold winners right there. Let's applaud them. And on that note, let's move ahead to our next subcategory.
Next subcategory is best use of apps or games for marketing. The silver award goes to
And the silver award goes to Team Mindshare, Team Hindustan Unilever Limited. Come on, everyone, let's bring in more and more energy in the room with your hoots and your claps. I did overhear, I believe that's Ajay on the stage. On that note, let's find out who bags the gold.
and the gold award goes to
And it goes to, once again, Team Mindshare, Team Hindustan Unilever Limited. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let the applause continue. We're having them win both the silver and the gold. And on that note, I'd like to thank Jacob and thank you so much, Deepak, for joining us. Let's give both our dignitaries a big, big round of applause. Of course, we'll request Dr. Batra to please stick around for our next set of awards. To accompany and join Mr. Anurag Batra, Dr. Anurag Batra, we are going to be requesting the Chief Marketing Officer of AirAsia India, Siddharth Butalia, to kindly join us and honor us with his presence. Let's give Mr. Butalia a warm round of applause. If I could have the VP India Sales Pocket, Piyush, to kindly join us. Piyush Chaparwal. Thank you, Piyush. And if I could have the founder and editor-in-chief, IWM Buzz, Siddharth Lai, also as well. Let's give him a big, big round of applause. And with our dignitaries having shared pleasantries on stage, it is time for us to move ahead to our next subcategory.
Next subcategory is Most Effective App for Consumer. There are 3 joint bronze awards under this category. The first bronze award goes to...
And the bronze goes to Team Meta, Team Mindshare. Congratulations. With that, let's find out who gets the next bronze.
The second bronze award goes to...
And that goes to Team App Labs Media, Team One MobiQuick System India. Heartiest congratulations. With that, let's find out the final bronze winner.
The award goes to...
And that goes to Zapads Media and Team Tata Digital. Let's give them a warm, warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Such great wins coming on this category.
Award goes to...
And ladies and gentlemen, that goes to Team Mass Platform powered by Apple in association with Swiggy. Let's give them a warm round of applause as we welcome the team to join us. Heartiest congratulations, hashtag the Maddies. On that note, let's find out who bags the gold.
And the gold award goes to...
Yes, it's Team Mindshare, Team RKSV Securities. Ladies and gentlemen, the golden moment on the stage. Let's give them a big, big round of applause. Congratulations. On that note, let's move ahead to the next subcategory.
The next subcategory is Campaign to Drive Sales. The bronze award goes to...
Congratulations, Team Interactive Avenues, Team Titan Company Limited. With that, let's find out who bags the silver.
There are 2 joint silver awards under this category. The first silver award goes to...
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, Interactive Avenues, Titan Company. Let's give them a big, big round of applause. Well, they won the bronze as well as silver. Let's applaud them, ladies and gentlemen. Team Interactive Avenues, Team Titan Company. And the moment is right here. Come on, everyone, let's make some noise. And with that, let's find out our next silver.
The second silver award goes to...
Right on the screen, Team Flipkart Ads, Team Peter, England. Come on, audience, let's give them a big, big round of applause. Congratulations. And on that note, let's find out who bags the gold.
And the gold award goes to
Team OMD. Team OMD bagging the gold at Maddies 2022. Heartiest congratulations. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a big, big round of applause. OMD has won a gold at Maddies 2022. And with this, let's move ahead to our next subcategory.
Next subcategory is gender equity. There are 2 joint silver awards under this category. The first silver award goes to
Ladies and gentlemen, Team Lowland Toss India, White Rivers Media, Hershey India. Let's give them a warm round of applause as we welcome them. Come on, team, join us on stage. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let the applause continue. Heartiest congratulations. With that, let's find out our silver winner.
the second silver award goes to
And it goes to Team Mindshare, Team Hindustan Unilever Limited. And the golden moment is come. Let's find out our gold winner.
and the gold award goes to
Once again, Team Mindshare, Team Hindustan Unilever Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, the golden moment right there. Let's give them a big, big round of applause. Team Mindshare, Team Hindustan Unilever Limited. And on that note, let's move ahead to our next subcategory.
Next subcategory is amplification. The bronze award goes to
Congratulations, Team Mindshare and Team PepsiCo for winning the bronze. Let's find out who bags the silver.
There are 2 joint silver awards under this category. The first silver award goes to
Team Disney Plus Hotstar. All right, we have the team out here, Disney Plus Hotstar. Please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have the entire team out here. Let's give them a big, big round of applause. Congratulations, Disney Plus Hotstar. Arias, congratulations. I won't say the all-women team. I'm sure there would be a lot, but then when women represent, it brings a lot of energy and exuberance. Let's find out the next silver winner.
The second silver award goes to
And that goes to Team Wavemaker, Team Perfetti, One Malay India. Let's congratulate them. Yes, we have the entire team joining us. Let's amp up the music a little higher. Come on. Let's bring in more energy, Mumbai. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let's create waves. Ooh, Team Wavemaker, Team Perfetti, One Malay India. Congratulations. And let's find out who bags the gold.
and the gold award goes to
Team Mindshare, Team Ultratech Cement. And the moment is right here. Hashtag Maddies. Come on, everyone. Let's make some noise for the gold winners. And with that, let's move ahead to the next subcategory.
Next subcategory is community building. There are 2 joint bronze awards under this category. The first bronze award goes to
Congratulations, Team Shebang and Johnson & Johnson India. That's for the bronze. You don't have to come on stage.
the second bronze award goes to
Team Hershey India, Team Love Lintas India, White Rivers Media. Let's applaud both our bronze winners. With that, let's move ahead to the silver. And that goes to Team Mindshare, Team Castrol India Limited. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, for the silver, Team Mindshare, Team Castrol India Limited, heartiest congratulations. And with that, let's find out our gold winners.
There are 2 joint gold awards under this category. And the first gold award goes to
Team Mindshare yet again, Team Kimberly Clark India. And with that, let's find out our next winner.
The second gold award goes to
Team Mindshare once again, Team Hindustan Unilever Limited. And on that note, I'd like to humbly thank Dr. Anurag Batra. Thank you so much. Let's give him a warm round of applause. And if you could all stay back. Let's come on, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Dr. Anurag Batra. On that note, let's move ahead to our next subcategory.
Next subcategory is social impact or not-for-profit. The bronze award goes to
Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen, to our bronze winner. Let's move ahead to our silver.
There are 3 joint silver awards under this category. The first silver award goes to
Team Mediacom, Team Mars Pet Care. Let's give them a big, big round of applause. Congratulations. Do we have them here amongst us? I believe not. Let's move ahead to the next one.
the second silver award goes to
Team Z Anmol, Team Z Entertainment Enterprises. Let's give them a big, big round of applause as we welcome the team on the stage. Congratulations. On that note, let's find out our next silver winner.
and the third silver award goes to
Ladies and gentlemen, Team Tata Consumer Products, Team in Mobile. Let's give them a big, big round of applause. They've bagged a silver. On that note, let's find out who bags the gold.
and the gold award goes to
Team Tonic Worldwide, Team SBI General Insurance. And on that note, I'd like to humbly thank Piyush, Siddhartha. We've got two Siddharths actually, Mr. Butalia, Mr. Laik. Thank you so much for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a big, big round of applause. They've been so kind. And of course, the stage would be incomplete without calling the next set of dignitaries. I have the honor of first of all calling upon the Senior Manager of Media, Mondelez, Anjali Krishnan. Let's give our lady a big round of applause. Anjali, you're only going to add more vibrance to the stage. Thank you so much. On that note, if I could have the Marketing and E-commerce and Modern Trade Blue Star India, Mr. Girish Hingorani. Thank you so much, Girish, for joining us. With that, it's my honor to have the Chief Commercial Officer of Truecaller, Kari Krishna Murthy. If you could have him as well to join us, let's give him a big, big round of applause. And joining our dignitaries on stage, if we could have the Managing Director, Asia Magnite, Gavin Buxton, to join us on the same. Thank you so much, Gavin. And with all our eminent dignitaries on the stage, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to move ahead to our next subcategory.
Next subcategory under marketing strategy is maximizing mobile advertising. The Bronze Award goes to.
Congratulations, Team App Labs Media. With that, let's go ahead to the silver.
The Silver Award goes to.
Team Madison Media, Team Cipla Health. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, Team Madison Media, Team Cipla Health on the stage. And let's find out who bags the gold.
And the Gold Award goes to.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Team Zapat Media, Team Publicis Media, requesting you to please join us. And the gold right there, let the applause continue, everyone. Congratulations on that note. Let's move ahead to our next subcategory.
Next subcategory is digital influence. There are 2 joint bronze awards under this category. The first bronze award goes to.
Congratulations, Team Mindshare, Team PepsiCo. Let's find out the next bronze.
The second bronze award goes to.
Congratulations, Team Interactive Avenues and Team Titan Company. Let's find out who bags the silver.
The silver award goes to.
Wow, Mindshare is sweeping this. Team Mindshare, Team Kimberly Clark, India. Come on, Mumbai, you need to bring in more energy with your huge round of applause. Let's get the trumpets in play. And it's time for the gold, and we want the biggest applause when we get that announced. Let's find out who bags the gold.
And the gold award goes to.
Team Mindshare once again, Team RKSV Securities. Well, Mindshare, after bagging 3 medals in this category, you definitely have to share what's happening in your mind, but off stage. All right. Okay, on that note, let's move ahead to our next subcategory.
Next subcategory under marketing strategy, best mobile messaging campaign, SMS, MMS. There are 2 joint silver awards under this category. The first silver award goes to.
And the silver goes to Team Z Anmol, Team Z Enterprise, Z Entertainment Enterprises. Let's give them a big, big round of applause as we welcome the team to join us. Come on, Mumbai, the stage can't be louder than you. There are so many of you in number. You got to show it up. Let the hoots happen. Let the claps continue. And joining in the celebration with our next award is
The second silver award goes to.
Team Mindshare, Team Hindustan Unilever Limited. I need the symphony of claps. You need to support each and every winner like it's your win tonight. Come on, Mumbai, let's make it fantastic. Let's hoot. Let's get the claps on. Come on. Yes, Girish, I love that energy from you on the stage. On that note, let's move ahead and find out who bags the gold.
And the gold award goes to.
Goes to Team OMD. Brownie points for all the ones who use the hoot tonight. Come on, everyone. Let's get the trumpets in play. Congratulations. And with that, it is time for us to move ahead to the next subcategory.
Subcategory is most engaging mobile campaign. The bronze award goes to.
Congratulations, Team Mindshare and Team PepsiCo India. With that, let's find out who bags the silver.
The silver award goes to.
Team Interactive Avenues, the Reprise Network Company, Team Amazon Prime Video. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let the applause continue. We've got the team. We've joined us, Interactive Avenues and Team Amazon Prime Video. And on that note, let's find out who bags the gold.
And the gold award goes to.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Team Mindshare, Team RKSV Securities. Congratulations. Well, on that note, firstly, a very big thank you to Girish, Anjali, and Kari. Thank you so much for joining us. Gavin, we'll request to please stay back. Meanwhile, a big, big thank you to our dignitaries. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a big, big round of applause. Thank you so much. Girish, Anjali, and Kari, Krishnamurthy. Thank you on that. Thank you. To join Gavin on the stage, if I could have the honor of calling upon the co-founder, Mob Avenue, Tejas Rathore. Thank you so much, Tejas, for joining us. If I could now have the honor of inviting the co-founder and COO, Chingari, Deepak Salvi. And for the General Manager, Customer Marketing, Castrol, if I could have the honor of calling upon Saurabh Mathur. Well, Mumbai, if I do a contest right now of who's going to be louder, is it going to be the MC or is it going to be the audience? I think the vote is going to come in my favor. But I want the energy slowly to come from you further. Come on, everyone. You know, because these are your awards, this is all for you. So celebrate it as much as you can. It's your night. Let's prove that right. All right, on that note, and with the energy scale going only a bit higher, let's go on to the next subcategory.
Next subcategory is promotion. There are 2 joint silver awards under this category. The first silver award goes to
Team Paytm Ads, Team Mohammed. The silver goes to you. Congratulations. We request you to join us on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Paytm Ads, Team Mohammed, let's give them a big, big round of applause for bagging the silver today at Maddies. And with a smile and happiness only spreading, it is time for us to move ahead to the next silver.
the second silver award goes to
And it goes to Team Flipkart Ads, Team Peter England. Congratulations on that. Let's move ahead to the golden moment and find out who bags the gold.
and the gold award goes to
Team Interactive Avenues, a Reprise Network Company, Team Amazon Prime Video. Come on, let's bring in more audio to the music. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, you're at Maddies 2022. Congratulations on that front. Let's move ahead to the next subcategory.
Next subcategory is maximizing mobile advertising, programmatic and machine learning. There are 3 joint bronze awards under this category. The first bronze award goes to
Congratulations, Team Amazon Ads, Team HP. Let's move ahead to the next bronze.
the second bronze award goes to
Congratulations, Team OMD. Congratulations, Renault India. Let's move ahead to the next bronze.
and the third bronze award goes to
Congratulations, Team Madison Media and Raymond Consumer Care Limited. Let's find out our next win.
And the gold award goes to
And the moment has come, ladies and gentlemen, Team Omnicom Media Group, Team DBS. Come on, Mumbai, if you're enjoying, let's amp up your volume with your round of applause. Congratulations on that note. Let's move ahead to the next one.
Next subcategory is best use of vernacular language in mobile advertising. The bronze award goes to
Well, congratulations, Team Z Anmol, Z Entertainment Enterprises on bagging the bronze. Let's find out who bags the silver.
There are 2 joint silver awards under this category. The first silver award goes to
Team Z Entertainment Enterprises. A warm round of applause as we welcome the team on the stage to collect for the silver. Do we have them with us right now? I believe not. Let's move ahead to the next one.
the second silver award goes to
Team had integrated it, marketing and communication, and Team Paytm. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let's make some noise. And it is time for us to find out who bags the gold.
and the gold award goes to
Team Mindshare, Team Castrol India Limited. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, for our gold winners, Team Mindshare, Team Castrol India Limited. Congratulations. And ladies and gentlemen, our next subcategory is mobile video powered by Magnite. And we have Gavin, of course, on the stage with us. Let's find out who the winner is.
Next subcategory is mobile video. There are 2 joint bronze awards under this category. The first bronze award goes to
Team Mindshare and Team PepsiCo, congratulations. Let's find out our next bronze winner.
the second bronze award goes to
And that goes to Team Interactive Avenues, Team Hershey India, congratulations. Let's find out our next winner.
the silver award goes to
Team Mindshare, Team Hindustan Unilever Limited. Let's give them a big, big round of applause as we welcome them on the stage. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations, Team Mindshare, Team Hindustan Unilever Limited. Let's find out our gold.
And the gold award goes to
Team PhD Media, Team Skoda Auto India. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Team PhD Media, Team Skoda Auto India, joining us and winning the gold. Congratulations. Well, with this, I'd like to humbly thank Gavin, Tejas, Saurabh, and Deepak for joining us. Thank you so much. Come on. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a big, big round of applause. And for our next set of dignitaries, it is now my honor, first up, to call upon the Vice President of Global Business Development and Partnerships, WebEngage, Apurva Sood. Do we have Mr. Sood with us? Apurva Sood? All right, I'll just go and take the liberty of calling upon my next set of dignitaries as well. The Vice President, Sales and Marketing, Zapads Media, Alok Pandey. Do we have Mr. Pandey? Yes, right there. Let's give him a big, big round of applause. If I could have the honor of inviting the Associate Vice President and National Sales Director, ABP Network Private Limited, Mr. Shailendra Hegde. Let's give Mr. Hegde a big, big round of applause. Shailendra, I need a big smile from you. And it's my honor to have the Head of Digital and E-Commerce Unilever, Anvesha Oswalia. Let's give Anvesha a big, big round of applause. Thank you so much. Do we have Mr. Sood joining us? I believe we'll just go ahead to the next one. Could we have our next subcategory?
Next subcategory is mobile audio. There are 2 joint silver awards under this category. The first silver award goes to
Team Interactive Avenues, a Reprise Network Company, Team Xiaomi Technology India. You know, I was just wondering on this music, how could you have not danced? But the trophy says it all. Let the celebrations continue. On that note, let's move ahead to the next one.
the second silver award goes to
Team JioSaavn, Team Media. Come, let's give them a big, big round of applause. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations, team. Let's move ahead and find out the next win.
and the gold award goes to
Yes, it's Mediacom Communications team, Dell Technologies. So they aren't joining us, but heartiest congratulations. Let's give them a big, big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. They've won the gold. With that, I'd like to just re-invite Mr. Apurva Sood, Vice President of Global Business Development and Partnerships, WebEngage. All right, Mr. Sood, you're right there. Let's give our gentleman a big, big round of applause. Thank you, Apurva, for joining us. With that, let's move ahead to the next subcategory.
Next subcategory is most effective email campaign. And the gold award goes to
On the screen, Interactive Avenues, a Reprise Network Company and Team Rajasthan Royals. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Team Interactive Avenues, a Reprise Network Company, Team Rajasthan Royals. Congratulations on that gold. Let's move ahead to the next one.
Next subcategory is best use of mobile customer engagement. There are 2 joint bronze awards under this category. The first bronze award goes to
Congratulations, Team Mindshare, Team Kimberly Clark, India. Let's move ahead to the next bronze.
the second bronze award goes to
Congratulations, Team Glance Digital Experience, Team Glance. Let's move ahead to the next one.
the silver award goes to
Team Foxy Moron Digital Marketing, Team Kellogg's India. Let's give them a big, big round of applause whilst as we request them to join us on stage. Come on, Mumbai, let's bring in more and more energy with so many of you out there in the audience. Let's applaud one another. Congratulations once again. On that note, let's find out our next wins.
There are 2 joint gold awards under this category. And the first gold award goes to
Team Mindshare, once again, Team Hindustan Unilever Limited. Congratulations. Well, looks like for them, winning is becoming a habit, and I hope that becomes the case with all of you. Let's find out the next win.
the second gold award goes to
Team Bobble AI. Let's give them a big, big round of applause. With this, let's move ahead to the next subcategory. Let's find it out.
Next subcategory is best use of mobile property. There are 2 joint silver awards under this category. The first silver award goes to
Congratulations, Team Disney Plus Hotstar. The ladies are back on the stage for yet another medal. Let's give them a big, big round of applause. Let's find out our next win.
The second silver award goes to
Team OMD, Team Tata Motors. Congratulations, Team OMD, Team Tata Motors. On that note, let's find out the gold.
and the gold award goes to
Team Madison Media, Team Cipla Health. Hashtag the Maddies moment right there. Let's applaud them, ladies and gentlemen. Come on. Let's get more and more energy in the room. Congratulations. You know, they say the best way to be appreciated, stay appreciated is when everyone applauds for each and everyone. So today, come on, ladies and gentlemen. In our next coming up awards, I want all of you to participate. Let's get the next one on the stage.
Next subcategory is the most effective DTC e-commerce campaign. The silver award goes to
And the silver goes to Team Amazon Ads. It's called 1 + 1 + 1 + 2. Please, all of you together on the stage. The team is only getting bigger. Come on, everyone. Team Amazon Ads. And the moment we've been waiting for to find out the gold in this category.
and the gold award goes to
Team Interactive Avenues, Team Tanishq. Come on, everyone. Let's give them a big, big round of applause. With that, let's move ahead to the next subcategory.
the next subcategory is most effective search campaign. There are 2 joint bronze awards under this category. The first bronze award goes 2.
Congratulations, Hive Minds Innovative Market Solutions and Max Life Insurance Company Limited. Let's go ahead to the next bronze.
The second bronze award goes to
Team Amazon and Team Wonder Chef, congratulations. With that, let's move ahead to the silver.
the silver award goes to
Team Interactive Avenues and Team Titan Company Limited bags the silver, requesting the team to please join us on the stage. Congratulations. With that, hold your breath. It's time for finding out the gold winner.
and the gold award goes to
Team Excelling, which is Team Amazon Ads. The gold right there, ladies and gentlemen, Amazon Ads. On that note, I'd like to thank Alok, Shailendra, Apurva, and Anvesha for giving me such wonderful company and, of course, felicitating. Thank you. It is now my honor to call upon my next set of dignitaries. First up, Strategic Media Lead of Meta. Ladies and gentlemen, Natasha Kapoor. I hope we'll be more active on Meta on this. You like that joke? Appreciate it? Okay, all right. Next up, if I could have the company of the CMO of GoPaisa, Ankita Jain. With two wonderful leaders with us on stage, if I could have the company of CMO India of the Hershey company, Ankit Desai, to please join us. Ankit, an honor to have you. And the country manager, Saibit's Samir Karpe. Could we have Samir? Yes, he's right there. Let's give him a warm, warm round of applause. With all our dignitaries on stage, it is my cue to move ahead to the next awards. Let's roll it.
Next subcategory is Best Use of Mobile Integration. The Bronze Award goes to
The bronze. Congratulations. With that, let's move ahead to the silver.
The Silver Award goes to
For the silver, Team Mindshare, Team Hindustan Unilever, requesting you to join us on stage. Let's find out who bags the gold.
and the Gold Award goes to
Looks like they have swept it all. Team Mindshare, Team Castrol India Limited. Well, when a company sweeps away all the three medals in the category, I think they deserve a bigger round of applause. Let's applaud them. Thank you so much. On that note, let's go ahead to the next subcategory.
Last subcategory under marketing strategy is best use of mobile beauty. The silver award goes to
Wow. Team OMD, Team Beiersdorf. For us, it is time now to find out who bags the gold.
and the gold award goes to
Yes, you saw it. Team Interactive Avenues and Team Titan Company. Well, the team is surely doing a lot of things right. They're coming ahead and bagging so many awards. Let's give them a big, big round of applause on that. On that note, we have a special award to give away, which is presented by ABP Live, which is the People's Choice Award. And the award goes to, ladies and gentlemen, and that goes to
subcategory under channel.
PhonePe. Let's give them a big, big round of applause to Team PhonePe. Well, they couldn't join us in person, but heartiest congratulations for winning the People's Choice Award presented by ABP Live. On that note, let's move ahead to the next one.
The first subcategory under channel media strategy is cross-media integration. There are 2 joint bronze awards under this category. The first bronze award goes to
Congratulations, Team OMD and Tata Motors. Let's find out the next bronze award.
the second bronze award goes to
Congratulations, Team Mindshare, Team Castrol India Limited. Let's find out for the silver.
the silver award goes to
Yes, it is time to have Team Mindshare, Team Ultratech Cement on the stage. They won the silver. Congratulations. With that, let's move ahead and find out who has won the gold.
There are 2 joint gold awards under this category. And the first gold award goes to
Team Edelman India, Team PepsiCo India. Presenting to you our gold winners, Team Edelman India, Team PepsiCo India. And let's find out our second gold winner.
the second gold award goes to
Team Wavemaker, Team Perfetti One Mali India. Let's move ahead to the second subcategory under channel media strategy. Let's find it out.
the next subcategory is in-app advertising. The bronze award goes to
Congratulations, Team Paytm Ads and Mama Earth. Let's find out who bags the silver.
the silver award goes to
Yes, Team iProspect, Team WeServe, and Team AU Small Finance Bank. Let's give them a big, big round of applause as we request them to join us on stage. If I could have Deepak and of course the entire team as well to please join us. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let's make some noise. Let's the applause continue as we have Team WeServe and Team iProspect on the stage. With that, let's move ahead and find out who bags the gold.
and the gold award goes to
Yes, it goes to Interactive Avenues, Amazon Prime Video. Congratulations. On that note, let's move ahead to the next one.
Next subcategory is mobile applications. The bronze award goes to
Congratulations, Team Mindshare and Team Hindustan Unilever Limited. With that, let's move ahead to the silver.
the silver award goes to
Calling up on stage, Team Nippon Life India Asset Management Limited. Well, it's time for the golden moment. Let's find out who bags the gold.
And the gold award goes to
And that goes to Team Digital Jalebi, Team Mankind Former. Well, heartiest congratulations. They won't be joining us now on stage. With that, let's move ahead to the next subcategory.
Next subcategory is mobile website. There are 2 joint bronze awards under this category. The first bronze award goes to
Congratulations to Zapad Media and PhD Media on the bronze. Let's move ahead to the next one.
the second bronze award goes to
Pure Tech Digital and Bank of Baroda. Time to find out our silver winners.
There are 2 joint silver awards under this category. The first silver award goes to
Team Mindshare and Hindustan Unilever. I'm trying to find out our second silver winner.
the second silver award goes to
Yes, Alliance Advertising and Marketing and Car Deco. I believe the team is not amongst us right now. But on that note, I'd like to heartily thank Ankita, Samir, Ankit, and Natasha. Thank you so much for joining us. They've been so gracious and so great with their presence. Thank you once again. Well, it's my honor now to call upon our next set of dignitaries. First up, the Senior Vice President Mindshare, Mr. Ajay Mehta. Well, the team has won so many awards, Mr. Mehta. It's an honor to have you join us. How are you doing today? Counting awards. Did I hear that right? Aptly said. If I could have now the Chief Operating Officer of Pink Villa, Mukul Kumar Sharma. Thank you so much, Mukul, for joining us. If I could now have the India GM and Global Marketing Head, Mocha Technology, Mr. Singh, Vishal Singh. I'd love your presence on the stage. Thank you so much. We had the honor of having you as a speaker and of course now joining us on felicitating. And the Head of Ad Sales and Sales Excellence, Amazon, Jacob Kuruvilla. Let's have Jacob to join us. Thank you so much, Jacob. So now that we have Mukul, Ajay, Vishal, and Jacob with us on the stage, I think it's fair enough to move ahead to our next set of awards.
Next subcategory under channel media strategy is use of social media. The bronze award goes to
Mindshare and Hindustan Unilever Limited. With that, silver.
There are 2 joint silver awards under this category. The first silver award goes to
Team Woot, Team Viacom 18 Digital Ventures. Join me in applauding, ladies and gentlemen, the silver award winners, Team Woot, Team Viacom 18 Digital Ventures. And joining us in celebration next, let's find out our winner.
the second silver award goes to
Let's interact further and call upon Team Interactive Avenues and Team Rajasthan Royals. Heartiest congratulations. Come on, they've been so great. Yes, let's make trumpet our music for today. Let's keep applauding everyone. And joining us on the goal, let's find out our winner.
There are 2 joint gold awards under this category, and the gold award goes to
Interactive Avenues once again, Team Hershey India. Congratulations. With that, let's find out our next winner.
the second gold award goes to
They seem to have done a PhD in winning. Team PhD Media, Team United Spirits Limited. Let's make this moment more memorable by joining in, applauding them. Come on, everyone. I'm sure all the winners seek for excellence and, of course, the applause from all of you present here. On that note, let's move ahead to the next subcategory.
Next subcategory is Best Emerging Technology Campaign, mobile, TV, video, Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, voice, RBT, etc.
There are 2 joint silver awards under this category. The first silver award goes to
Team OMD, Team Tata Motors. Congratulations, Team OMD, Team Tata Motors. On that note, let's move ahead to the next one.
the second silver award goes to
Interactive Avenues once again. Team Amazon Prime Video. Let's interact with them with a round of applause. Come on, everyone. Let's applaud them. Hold your breath, ladies and gentlemen. It is time to find out the gold.
and the gold award goes to
Team Media Smart, an Apple company in association with Lotus Herbals. Well, with this, let's move ahead to the next subcategory. Could we have that on the screen?
Next subcategory is Best Multi-Mobile Channel Campaign. The bronze award goes to
Congratulations, Myntra Brand Solutions and Sugar Cosmetics. With that, it is time for us to find out the silver.
the silver award goes to
Once again, Myntra Brand Solutions, Team Wow Skin Science. Let's welcome them on the stage and congratulate them on winning both the awards. Well, let's applaud Myntra Brand Solutions having won both bronze and silver. And yes, the moment comes to a standstill when we find out who's going to bag the gold on this.
and the gold award goes to
Team Mindshare once again. Team Ultratech Cement. With this, let's move ahead to the next subcategory. Let's go ahead.
Next subcategory is location-based services or targeting. The Bronze Award goes to
Congratulations, Team Swiggy and Team Mass Platform. And with that, let's go ahead to Silver.
the Silver Award goes to
Yes, it goes to Media Smart and Apple Company in association with KFC and Blink Digital. And it's time for us to find out who bags the gold.
and the Gold Award goes to
App Labs Media and Team Versailles Innovation. The golden moment right there at hashtag Maddies. Let's keep applauding them, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations. With this, we move ahead to the next subcategory. Let's find it out.
Next subcategory is most effective chatbot solution. There are 2 joint silver awards under this category. The first silver award goes to
TV Today Network. I believe they aren't amongst us. Let's move ahead to the next silver.
The second silver award goes to
Team Mindshare, Team Hindustan Unilever Limited. And let's find out the next one.
and the Gold Award goes to
Yes, the scream said it all. Come on, everyone. Team Madison Media, Team Cipla Health Limited. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, join me in applauding our wonderful team, Madison Media and Team Cipla Health Limited. Well, our next campaign and our next category, let's check that out.
Next subcategory is most effective augmented reality virtual reality campaign. There are 2 joint silver awards under this category. The first silver award goes to
Once again, Team Mindshare, Hindustan Unilever Limited. Well, I don't know if the team, yes, the team is right here. Come on. I know there's so many awards for you. Congratulations. With that, let's move ahead and find out our second silver winner.
The second silver award goes to
Team Wonderman Thompson and Team Britannia Industries Limited. Well, look at the smiles on the stage. How can we disappoint them without an applause? Let's applaud them. Congratulations and keep up with the win. Let's move ahead to the next one.
There are two joint gold awards under this category. And the first gold award goes to
Team Wavemaker, Mondelez International Team, we serve. Congratulations. On that note, let's find out our next gold.
the second gold award goes to
Yes, Team Mindshare, Team Star Sports. More and more hoots coming in. Come on, let's applaud them. They've won the gold on the stage of Maddies 2022. Congratulations. On that note, let's move ahead to the next subcategory.
Next subcategory is Best Consumer Experience O2O. The bronze award goes to
Congratulations, Team Interactive Avenues and Titan Company Limited. With that, let's find out who bags the silver.
The silver award goes to
Team Mindshare and Hindustan Unilever Limited, bagging the silver, requesting the team to kindly join us on stage. Congratulations. With this, let's find out our next win.
and the gold award goes to
Interactive Avenues and Titan Company Limited. Well, before we move ahead to the next subcategory, I'd like to humbly thank Mukul, Ajay, Vishal, and Jacob. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's give them a big, big round of applause for being such a great sport and joining us on the stage. To help us in felicitating our next set of awards, first up, it's my honor to call upon the Senior Manager of Media, Mondelez, Anjali Krishnan, to join us. Anjali, an immense honor to have you back on the stage. I feel the stage can't get enough of you. On that note, it's going to be great to have the founder and CEO of Bobble AI, Ankit Prasad. Ankit, are you in the... Okay, he's going to be coming. I'll be waiting for Ankit to join us on stage. The Chief Digital and Data Officer, Laksh Media Group, Manas Mohan. Manas, thank you so much for joining us. And if I could have the Business Development Director of MessageBird, Vijayant Dhaka. Let's give him a big, big round of applause. Thank you so much, Vijayant, for joining us. Whilst there's, of course, I'll have to wait for Ankit to join us, but in fair presence of our dignitaries, I believe let's go ahead with the category and then we can have Ankit. Let's start with our next category.
Last subcategory under General Media Strategy is Most Effective Retail Commerce Campaign. The Bronze Award goes to...
Congratulations to Flipkart Ads and Puma India for bagging the bronze. On that front, let's move ahead to the silver.
The Silver Award goes to...
Flipkart Ads once again for Peter England, Team Peter England and Team Flipkart Ads bagging the silver. Requesting you to join us on the stage. And let's find out who bags the gold.
And the Gold Award goes to...
I think we'll have to call him again. Team Flipkart Ads, Team Adidas. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, they've bagged 3 awards in this category, bronze, gold, and silver. Well, totally swept this subcategory. Let's warmly applaud, ladies and gentlemen, Flipkart Ads. Wonderful effort. Well, with this, we've reached to the next main category. We're talking about enabling technologies, and let's find out the subcategory awards.
First subcategory under Enabling Technologies is Innovation. There are 2 joint bronze awards under this category. The first bronze award goes to...
Congratulations, PhD Media and Skoda Auto India. With that, let's find out our next bronze winner.
The second bronze award goes to...
Congratulations, Team Mindshare and Hindustan Unilever. Let's find out our silver winner.
The Silver Award goes to...
Team Mindshare once again. Team RKSV Securities. Well, I believe the proximity of mindshare with the stage is going to be more preferred since they're winning so many awards. Come on, let's give them a big, big round of applause. And on that note, let's find out our gold winners.
There are 2 joint gold awards under this category. And the first gold award goes to
PhD Media, United Spirits Limited. With that, let's move ahead and find out our second gold winner.
the second gold award goes to
Well, Hansa Security, let's give them a big, big round of applause, and Nippon India Mutual Fund. Do we have the team joining us? Is that you? Yes. Winning the gold, Hansa Equity team, Nippon India Mutual Fund. Congratulations to the teams for winning this. On that front, let's move ahead to our next subcategory. We're looking about rich content, interactive content. Let's move ahead.
next subcategory is use of rich media, video interactive content. The bronze award goes to
Congratulations, Mobile AI, Captain Zach, on bagging the bronze. On that note, let's move ahead and find out our silver.
There are 2 joint silver awards under this category. The first silver award goes to
Mindshare and Hindustan Unilever. Well, I must say their smile says it all. So many awards. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Such great work done by the team. Let's move ahead and find out our next winner.
the second silver award goes to
Edelman India and PepsiCo India. Let's give them a big, big round of applause. With this, the moment has arrived to find out the gold winner.
There are 2 joint gold awards under this category. And the first gold award goes to
PhD Media, United Spirits Limited. Well, they say that applause is earned, and I'm sure they've earned it. Come on, everyone. Let's give them a big, big round of applause. Let's move ahead to the next gold winner.
The second gold award goes to
In Ocean and team We Serve. Let's give them a big, big round of applause on winning this wonderful, wonderful award for the Hyundai campaign. The gold award needs a lot of applause from us. Come on, everyone. Congratulations. With that, let's move ahead to the next subcategory.
Next subcategory is data insights. The bronze award goes to
Team Flipkart Ads and Peter England. It's time for us to find out the silver winners.
There are 2 joint silver awards under this category. The first silver award goes to
Performix India IDC Limited. Let's applaud them whilst as we request them to join us on stage. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen, Performix India, IDC Limited. Heartiest congratulations. On that note, let's move ahead to the next wins.
the second silver award goes to
Ladies and gentlemen, team We Serve. Let's give them a big, big round of applause. Requesting the team of We Serve to please join us on the stage. They say claps only adds to the momentum of the event. Come on, Mumbai. Well, we're loving the energy. The next award.
and the gold award goes to
I think we'll have to call them again. Team We Serve. Let's get them back on the stage for the Max Life Insurance campaign. Congratulations, Team We Serve. Another great win. And they say that when you win the silver and the gold, everyone in the audience needs to applaud. Come on, everyone. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Khurana, to join us. We Serve bagging the silver and the gold in this subcategory. Congratulations. With that, let's move ahead to the next one.
Next subcategory is most engaging mobile creative. The bronze award goes to
Congratulations. We Serve on the bronze. Let's move ahead to the silver awards.
There are 2 joint silver awards under this category. The first silver award goes to
Kellogg India and Digital Turbine. Do we have anyone from the team joining us? Yes. Well, they win it for the campaign in play. Advertising makes Kellogg's Chocos irresistibly chocolatey and fun for kids in India. Let's give them a big, big round of applause. Let's move ahead and find out the silver.
The second silver award goes to
Wonderman Thompson Singapore Tourism Board. Let's show our hospitality to them with a round of applause. Come on, everyone. And with that, it is time for us to find out the gold.
and the gold award goes to
Shebang and Team Pidilite. Well, before we move ahead to our next category, I'd like to humbly thank Anjali, Manas, Vijayan, and Ankit. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's give them a warm, warm round of applause.
I don't know if we have given an award for the best MC yet, because because the way Bhavna has been handling the show for the last 3 hours, I think she deserves a bigger round of applause. Right?
Well, I didn't know I'm going to get the biggest applause, but that's so sweet. Thank you. Thank you for that warm acknowledgement, and it'll help me to conduct the program forward with a bigger smile. But let's get the festivities in place, because today the spotlight is going to be on you. First up, if I could have a dear friend joining me on stage, Head Strategic Alliance, Lakshya Media Group, and founder Deep Story Private Limited, Satyabrata Das. Let's give Mr. Das a big, big round of applause. Hi, Satya, how are you doing?
I'll just correct him. It's the whole day. She's been doing a great job. Big round of applause.
Thank you, Satya. On that note, if we could have the honor of having the dynamic head of Demand Facilitation Asia Magnite, Priyanka, to kindly join us. Priyanka, you've been so great all throughout. And thank you so much. And Priyanka especially come down from Singapore. She and her entire team, let's applaud them and welcome them from our side. Also, if I could have the honor of having the digital lead Kellogg India, Altamash Khan. Mr. Khan. And someone who's already honored us with a great session before, the Senior GM and Head Marketing and E-Commerce and Modern Trade Blue Star India, Girish Hingorani. Let's give him a warm, warm welcome with a great round of applause. Thank you so much to all our dignitaries for joining us. On that note, let's move ahead.
Next subcategory is Best Use of UGC. The silver award goes to
Mindshare and PepsiCo India. Well, the walk needs to be a sprint and a dance soon. Mindshare is bagging so many awards. With that, let's move ahead to the next one.
There are two joint gold awards under this category, and the first gold award goes to
Mindshare yet again, Team PepsiCo. You're sweeping the awards in this category. And the second gold, let's find it out.
the second gold award goes to
Any guesses? Well, Mindshare, once again. Well, they did tell you not to step down from the stage, and I think you proved them right. 3 awards in one category. Let's give them a big round of applause. With that, let's move ahead to the next one.
the next subcategory is Best Data-Driven Display Creative. There are 2 joint silver awards under this category. The first silver award goes to
Hakudo Sync India, Maruti Suzuki India Limited. Let's give them a big round of applause as we welcome them on the stage. Let's move ahead to the next one. Congratulations, team.
the second silver award goes to
Zenith Media and Nestle India. Well, fair to say they have reached the zenith of their excellence and career. Let's give them a big round of applause as they welcome them for the silver on the stage today. And as the team collects this wonderful award for being the silver winner, let's go ahead and find out our next win.
There are 2 joint gold awards under this category, and the first gold award goes to
Might I say, I want the team to be very close to the stage. Mindshare and RKSV Securities. With that, let's move ahead with the next one. Congratulations. I'm telling you, you need a seat right
the
here.
second gold award goes to
In Ocean India and Coca-Cola India bagging the gold. Do we have the team amongst us? I'm afraid not. Let's move ahead to the next one.
The next subcategory is Most Effective Voice Assistant App. The silver award goes to
Team AI, Maruti Suzuki India. With that, let's move ahead to the next one. Congratulations.
And the gold award goes to
Interactive Avenues, Team Amazon India, congratulations. Well, our next subcategory talks about the effective app install campaign. Let's find it out.
the next subcategory is most effective app install campaign. The bronze award goes to
Congratulations, hashtag e4m worldwide and Bajaj Finserv on bagging the bronze. Let's move ahead.
There are 2 joint silver awards under this category. The first silver award goes to
Zapat's Media. Right now, we've got a mass platform powered by Apple in association with Healthify Me on the screen. Let's give them a big, big round of applause while as we welcome them on the stage. Congratulations to the team. Well, we do have another silver winner. If you could just have that AV as well, please. Okay. Okay, just a second. We'll get that sorted. Don't worry. The next one,
second
please.
silver award goes to
So, well, now I would request the Pads Media and Team Zepto. If you're there, if you could join us. Do we have them? Yes. Well, they've been applauding for everyone throughout. I think they deserve a big, big round of applause. Congratulations, Zapads Media. On that note, let's find out who bags the gold.
and the gold award goes to
InMobi and Team Swiggy. As they walk, could I get a thunderous round of applause? Come on, Mumbai. Let's move ahead to the next subcategory.
the next subcategory is most effective tech platform. The bronze award goes to
Congratulations, Nippon Life India Asset Management Limited for bagging the bronze. Let's move ahead and find out the silver.
the silver award goes to
First Hive and Gulf Master Scan. Now let's give the team a big round of applause. Congratulations. With that, let's move ahead and find out the gold.
and the gold award goes to
Calling them back on stage, Zapat's Media. And on that note, I'd like to humbly thank Satyabrata, Priyanka, Altamash, and Girish. Thank you so much. Thank you. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a big, big round of applause. They've been so kind in joining us on stage. As we move towards the next set of awards, I'd like to have the honor of calling upon the CEO and co-founder of e4m, Mr. Deepak Khurana. Deepak, we'd love to have you back on stage. And if I could re-invite the Associate Vice President and National Sales Director, ABP Network Private Limited, Mr. Shailendra Hegde. Ladies and gentlemen, a big, big round of applause as we have Deepak and Shailendra joining us. On that note, our next category.
The next subcategory is Best Use of Mobile Fashion. The Bronze Award goes to
Congratulations, Flipkart Ads and Puma India. Let's move ahead to the silver.
The Silver Award goes to
Once again, congratulations, Flipkart Ads and Puma India, requesting you to join us. Let's give the man a big, big round of applause as he represents his huge team while as he joins us. Move ahead and find out the gold.
and the Gold Award goes to
Amazon Ads. With this, let's move ahead to the next one. Congratulations, Team Amazon Ad. A great win right there.
Category is Programmatic Learning. The Bronze Award goes to
Congratulations once again to Amazon Ads for bagging the bronze. Let's move ahead to the silver.
The Silver Award goes to
Mindshare it is, Star Sports. Let's give them a big, big round of applause. Well, let's make it memorable by applauding them. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Team Mindshare, bagging so many great awards this evening. With this, let's find out who bags the gold.
and the Gold Award goes to
Madison World, Team Cipla Health. Madison World, everyone. Let's give them a big, big round of applause. On that note, let's move ahead to the next category.
Next subcategory is AI and Machine Learning. The Bronze Award goes to
Congratulations, Team Mindshare, on bagging the bronze. Let's go ahead and find out the silver winners.
There are 2 joint silver awards under this category. The first silver award goes to
Shell India and MG Motor India. Do we have anyone from the team joining us? I believe let's move ahead to the next silver.
the second silver award goes to
Madison Media it is. Team Cipla Health Limited and Team Madison Media. Congratulations on that wonderful win. With that, let's move ahead to the last subcategory in this one. Let's find it out.
The last subcategory under enabling technologies is connected devices, the Internet of Things. The bronze award goes to
TV Today Network. Congratulations on bagging the bronze. Let's find out our silver winners.
There are 2 joint silver awards under this category. The first silver award goes to
Amazon. Congratulations on bagging the silver. Congratulations, Team Amazon, on bagging the silver. And with this, let's find out our next silver.
the second silver award goes to
Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations, Media Smart and Apple Company and Lotus Herbals. All right. On that note, thank you so much, Deepak, for joining us on that. And Shailendra, we're just going to be having the AVs, but we'd request you to please step down for the time being. Thank you. With that, it is time for us, before we move to the final award, which is the Hall of Fame Awards. Ladies and gentlemen, it's only fair to acknowledge our partners. Once again, our presenting partners, ABP Live, co-powered by Bobble AI, We Serve, Magnite, co-gold partner being Pocket AnyMind, innovation partner being Zapads, and our OEM partner being Mocha Technology. Let's have a look at the AVs.
Keyboard, the highest rated keyboard app on the app stores. Let's find out. You can share stickers with your very own face and any custom message. Have a big laugh or scare with big anger. Well, Bobble gives you big emojis. Regular black text? It may work for some. We don't judge. What works for us, though, is the pop text. Bobble lets you use personalized branded stickers, GIFs, by strategically and contextually integrating brands and conversations happening on WhatsApp, Facebook, and other social or chat messaging platforms across the country. An average smartphone user spends 25 minutes of their daily 3-hour screen time on their keyboard. Since you spend so much time with us, we understand you and work towards only showing you content that interests you. And before you say it, no, your privacy and security are not an issue. All your data is anonymized before being used, so you don't need to worry about a thing. Our wide array of patented and patent pending innovations in areas of content tech, language tech, and keyboard tech will help you stay hip to the ever-evolving language of the digital world. And we made sure you can use it in an expressive and personalized way. Bubble has made conversations human again.
Hi, I'm Vinja, and I present to you a work of wonder, created by vServe, created for you. vServe Audience Pro, India's most authentic and holistic audience marketplace. vServe Audience Pro is the name of endless possibilities, giving you access to 550 million plus deterministic user profiles with over 600 attributes. vServe Audience Pro empowers your marketing goals with superior in-target reach across branding and performance campaigns. Endless possibilities with 600 plus attributes. And that's not all. Hear it from Vinja friends too.
With constantly changing media ecosystem and consumer choices, we've been looking for futuristic solutions, especially that are data proof. And vServe had been a great partner. Keep up the good work, team.
We've been working with vServe for over a year now. It has been an amazing journey and they have seen us through a variety of campaigns across varying objectives. The deterministic audience layering has helped us deliver efficient campaigns across platforms. It's been an amazing journey.
In our quest to partner with the platform, which gives us incrementality with highly deterministic data, landed us with vServe, had multiple successful campaigns. All the best.
Given us tremendous confidence that new tech or data-led solutions can be brought to life. And to top it up, their ability to deliver this experience across the diverse set of problems who hasn't known.
Hey, we've been using vServe since quite some time now. Their precision audience targeting using rich data set delivers on the brand outcome across the category and across the campaign. Woo!
So create success with Vinja today.
Well, on that note, in the final award, which is Hall of Fame Awards, these are going to be the iconic set. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the people, the agencies who worked, toiled very hard to bag these awards. I now have the honor of inviting our dignitaries to join us on the stage. First up, Gavin Buxton, the Managing Director, Asia Magnite. Let's give him a big and a warm round of applause. Thank you so much, Gavin. If I could have the honor of having Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, Exchange for Media, and Chairman, Business World, to kindly join us. Thank you, Dr. Batra. If I could have the CEO and co-founder of eServe, Mr. Deepak Khurana, to grace us on this occasion. If I could have the honor of having the CMO India of Hershey Company, Ankit Desai. And the head of ad sales and sales excellence, Amazon, Jacob Kurivilla. Presenting to you the Hall of Fame Awards. First up, Mobile Marketeer of the Year. Ladies and gentlemen, hold your breath. Let's find it out.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we proceed to the last but not the least category of the evening, the Hall of Fame Awards. Under this category, we have Mobile Marketer of the Year. And the award goes to Hindustan Unilever.
Bagging this one, Mobile Marketer of the Year, Hindustan Unilever Limited. Hall of Fame Awards, Mobile Marketer of the Year, Maddies 2022 goes to Hindustan Unilever Limited. We'd request the team to say a few words.
I think the real winners are the teams that work day in and day out to put together such incredible work. So congratulations to everyone on behalf of HUL. Thank you.
Thank you so much and well said. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a big, big round of applause. Hindustan Unilever Limited. And now, hold your breath as it is time to announce Agency of the Year.
Another biggest award of the night, Agency of the Year. And the award goes to Mindshare.
A well-deserved win for Team Mindshare being the Agency of the Year. Looks like the stage is going to be a little small for them. That's the magnitude of the team today of Mindshare. Congratulations. An iconic moment right there. Agency of the Year, Mindshare at Maddies 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, let's make some noise and applaud such excellence on the stage. Well, congratulations to the Agency of the Year team, Mindshare, and of course, I have to request, sir, if you could say a few words on this win.
Helen, you.
No, it's all yours.
This is like, I thought at least one day.
I'll go down here.
There can't be a better delight to share the stage with the entire team. And my boss from Singapore who's here. So I think can't be a better day to be receiving this award. So that's one. I want to thank the jury. Thank you, Exchange for Media, for this honor. Thank you, clients and Unilever especially for pushing us to do our best.
And thank you, team, for this wonderful piece of work. And thank you all.
Thank you so much. And on that note, let's give them a big round of applause for all those who joined us today. Thank you once again to Deepak, Ankit, Jacob, Gavin, and Anurag. Thank you so much for your valuable time. Ladies and gentlemen, this event wouldn't have been possible without all of you participating. I'd request all our winners to please join us back if you can for a group photograph. Meanwhile, I'd like to once again mention ABP Live. Get latest updates on the fastest growing news platform of India. It was a great honor hosting Maddies 2022. We request you to join us for dinner. And of course, if the team can have the winners join us. But till then, adios, goodbye. See you next year. Thank you, Gavin. You liked it? Yeah? No. Passion. Yes. Small favor. Not photo, also. I'll see you outside.